The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The chess world is buzzing as the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament is underway in Madrid, Spain. The top qualifying players from around the world are bringing their best for a chance to fight for the title. Ian Nepomniachtchi and American Fabiano Caruana are co-leaders with a half-point lead over the field going into day two. The stage is set, and the challengers are ready to put on a show. Round two of the 2022 FIDE Candidates coming up next.
Good morning, everybody, and we are here. It is round two of the most anticipated tournament of the year, the 2022 Candidates Tournament, to determine the challenger to the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. We have some of the best players in the world fighting for this spot, and to bring you all of the action, I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with my good friend, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Yasser.
Alejandro, good to see you again. Wow, we had a lot of fun yesterday. It was a wonderful, wonderful round.
It's everything that you wanted from the start of the candidates. It was uncompromising. It was fun. We had games that went very long, and every single one of them was a fight.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us as we return with our coverage of the candidates round two. It certainly lived up to all the hype, all the billing that we could possibly want. Four extremely hard-fought games featured two winners. And let's take a look at our standings after round one. Alejandro, do the honors, please.
As you said it, Yasser, there's two winners in the first round, and those were Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who sit pretty at the top of the standings. 1 point each. At 50% with half point, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda, Timur Radjabov, Richard Rapport, and Alireza Firouzja. Meanwhile, the losers of yesterday's games, Hikaru Nakamura having lost to Fabi, and Ding Liren losing to Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are currently struggling with 0 points.
Let's review the games of yesterday.
Let's start with Duda against Rapport, and I think this was a very crucial game. Tons of people are saying these two outside chance, but quite outside chance to win this tournament. And why?
Right.
Criticism to Duda, not strong enough. Yesterday, he wasn't able to convert an advantage that a lot of people would have thought that is a decisive one, that you need to convert those games.
Should have been good enough, no question. And because they're rookies, what a victory might have meant for one of them.
Exactly. Meanwhile, in the game between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, it seems that the Chinese player starts again in a disastrous fashion in the candidates, losing with the white pieces. Was it nerves? Was he unable to overcome jet lag? We do not know. What we know is that he was not present in the game yesterday and just got steamrolled by his opponent.
By Nepo, a wonderful game by Nepo indeed. And in the All-American matchup,
and this was a crucial one as well. Of course, remember that according to regulations, people from the same federation must play each other on the first rounds, and this one is, of course, the only one in the tournament. Caruana played against Nakamura, and what a great victory for Fabi fans.
It really was, because Hikaru got a very even position right out of the opening. He fought his way back, and then he made this really tough decision. He castled short, putting his king in harm's way, and he frankly never recovered.
It just was too difficult after that. His king was way too exposed. And in the last game of the day, we had Timur Radjabov playing against Alireza Firouzja. A Donnybrook of a game. Alireza sacrificing the exchange for incredible positional compensation.
Right.
But Timur, you know that the moment that you knock at his door, he is going to answer furiously, because he was actually the one on the verge of winning.
He flipped the script.
Absolutely. So kudos to Timur showing very, very good chess yesterday after being surprised in the opening.
And let's take a look at the format, Alejandro.
It's good old classical chess played over a very long tournament, an 8-player double round robin. That means 14 rounds of chess over in Spain, and the classical of classical formats. 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, 60 minutes for the next 20 and 15 extra minutes for the remaining part of the game. But you also get an extra 30-second increment starting from your move 61.
3-time controls, no draw offers before Black's 40th move. Nice prize fund, nobody's interested. We want to become a challenger. And what about the schedule?
The schedule is also quite long, as we have 3 rounds and a rest day, 3 rounds and a rest day, and that's going to be our pace. We are currently on round number 2, Saturday, June 18th, so our first rest day will be on Monday.
And good morning, Christian. Nice to see you bright and early here in St. Louis. What do you have for us?
Great to see you guys. Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Alejandro. And good morning to every chess fan around the world watching one of the most exciting and important events of the year. But let's have a look at and see how these players got to where they are and where do they stand in terms of ratings. As we see, Ding Liren in the top position, 28.06. He actually won 20 rating points in the last couple of months by playing some tournaments in China. And at the bottom, we see Jan Krzysztof Duda, only 56 rating points below the top seed. Needless to say, this event is a very tense one, very compact field we have on our hands. And let's see where these players land in terms of experience. We have one Fabiano Caruana, the most experienced player in this field. This is his 4th candidate tournament, and he needs to make a splash. Ding Liren with 3 appearances at the candidates. Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Timur Radjabov on their 2nd appearance. Richie Rapport, Jan Krzysztof Duda, and the young Alireza Firouzja making their 1st appearance. And let's take a look at their age as well, or as we like to call it, their experience. We have the most experienced player in the field, that is Timur Radjabov, 35 years of age. Hikaru Nakamura, only 1 year below him at 34 years of age. Needless to say, these 2 players, perhaps this is their last rodeo. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi, 31 years of age. Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren, 29 years of age. And of course, at the bottom, you can see one, Alireza Firouzja, only 19 years of age. And actually, he turns 19 today. He came into this event as a young 18-year-old. And right now, happy birthday, Alireza. Happy 19th birthday. We are looking forward to call all the action. We have an exciting event on our hands.
Thank you, Christian. And Alejandro, what about today's pairings? Come on, give us the matchups.
Let's get right into it. It is Richard Rapport with the white pieces playing against Alireza Firouzja. Hikaru Nakamura will try to bounce back from his defeat yesterday against Timur Radjabov, and in what has to be the key matchup of the day.
Wow.
Jan Nepomniachtchi will be playing against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi with the black pieces. That one is a matchup between the winners of yesterday. A win by either one of these players might catapult them already a full point ahead of the field. Duda will be playing with the white pieces against Ding Liren to round up today's matches.
The players may not care, but the money, it's a nice svelte 500,000 in price.
It's not bad. It pays the seconds.
Yes, it does.
But this is not what the players are fighting for. The players are only here for one spot and one spot only. It is to challenge this man, Magnus Carlsen, for the World Chess Championship. And that one will be next year, to be determined where exactly.
Exactly. And there can be only one, Alejandro.
Absolutely.
Wow. I'm still kind of, absorbing all that happened yesterday, but I can't emphasize enough the matchup of the 2 winners today.
Yes.
If you start 2-0 in a candidates, your chances of winning has to be enormous, like just flat out fantastic. So if one of these players can pull off a win, and not much between them there, 10 games, only
true.
1 win.
Wow. The only one I can think of was Jan Nepomniachtchi beating Fabi in Zagreb with a Sveshnikov.
Where he was worse,
Where he was
and then
worse
Fabi
and-
lost
yeah.
his way, and Nepo got off to an amazing start, like 3-0. He had some incredible start, faded in the second half.
That's right. It was one of our Grand Chess Tours, but a lot of draws
Right.
between these 2 players.
Remarkable 9 draws,
9
and never Blood has been shed.
Either way.
Nepos.
Yeah.
That's
Actually,
remarkable.
And I'm also surprised that only 10 games between these two players.
Me
We saw the
too.
head-to-head between Hikaru
33
and Fabi.
games.
33 draws, yeah.
7-6, and they're underway. But as we just review our predictions, you and I
have to say, guys, I'm looking pretty good.
Nobody's talking to you,
Far,
Christian.
good job,
Guys,
Good job.
It's round number
1,
2.
2.
We'll be okay.
Guys, but what round we have on our hands? Yesterday, the tournament couldn't have started better, but you guys mentioned one of the pairings, the games of the day, probably the one between Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana. But what do you think about one Richie Rapport versus Alireza Firouzja? That one is going to be a slugfest, and Alireza actually is once again playing with the black pieces. He's starting with 2 blacks in a row. We know what that means. He's going to have 2 whites later on in the tournament after the halfway point. This is a very, very important game for both of these players, and I'm sure they're both going to bring in the heat.
Yes, indeed. And I'm looking at this game between Jan and Fabi, and I can't help but smile because as a scholastics player, you know, this is going way back. We all learned, didn't you learn the Giuoco Piano as a junior scholastics? This is what you're supposed to do. And these top players this is the playground today.
Yeah, it's a funny thing that the Giuoco Piano, which is, how do we put it? It's a beginner's opening.
Right.
You play e4. They respond with the same move. They move the knight out. You attack the pawn.
You defend the knight. You defend the pawn.
It's pretty basic, but
Right.
it has led to an incredible complexity
Yep.
at the top level of chess, and it's become such a battleground. I love seeing this kind of positions. I know that Fabi plays this with both white and black with incredible accuracy. I want to see what Nepo brings, because Nepo did not face the Giuoco Piano Italian system in the World Championship. He was only playing Spanish.
Exactly.
Against Magnus Carlsen.
Right.
Didn't work out for him.
No.
He got advantages, but it didn't seem that he got exactly the understanding of the positions enough to really break through.
And press Magnus, yeah.
And
Didn't he play the Giuoco Piano in their last game?
But I think by their last game,
Last one with white. He was
match
trying to win, but he definitely had it as an option for a potential needed win.
that is very true.
Right.
So I want to see what he brings.
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting one. And this particular version of the Giuoco Piano, which we have to talk about, and apologies to the viewers, but the Giuoco Piano at the top level is so incredibly confusing.
Yes.
It looks the same. Whether you play d6 first, a6 first, castles first, bishop a7 first. Same thing for the white moves.
Right.
Rook e1 first, and they're all different.
Right.
They might transpose into each other. They might not transpose into each other. You're allowing different variations for black, and you're allowing different variations for white, depending on your move order.
Right.
And it is very puzzling.
It's a mush.
Yeah, it's really a mush.
Christian, back to you.
Guys, check out this game, the one between Richie Rapport and Alireza, and I told you it is going to bring it. E4, C5, knight F3, D6. Are we headed into a Najdorf? Let's wait and see. D4, take on D4, knight takes D4, sure. Boom! Queen takes D4. Have we seen this ever in the candidates? We know knight takes D4 is by far the main line in this variation. Queen takes D4 is actually considered not to give white any slimmer of an edge in this variation. Knight to C6 is definitely an option. Knight to F6 is also an option. You can even go A6 at some point. This knight from B8 is going to target the queen on a D4, and it does feel like you're losing a tempo. Now, of course, the idea lies in the nuances of the position. After knight to C6, you have the option of potentially tying the knight with the move bishop to B5, but we very often see the move queen to E3. And after that, with the absence of the knight on D4, this long castle most likely is going to be bringing the heat, because with a rook on D1, and this construction, E5, very often is going to become a breakthrough. So this is a very, very intriguing start to this game. Let's see how Alireza will respond to this queen to D4. And as we can see, there are a lifetime between these two players, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of these matches going forward. 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw in classical chess. This is a very, very tense and important matchup. And let's not forget, Ali Reza is playing on his birthday. We don't know whether he cares too much about his birthday. There's definitely not going to be any cake today.
No cake for you. What? By the way, did you ever play somebody on their birthday?
Actually, no. I played once, but it was like a for fun tournament more than a serious tournament. But I've never played a serious game of chess on my birthday. It just never happened. My birthday is on June 21st, and summer somehow.
No tournaments. And you played an opponent who had a birthday?
Yes.
Yes.
I have felt bad about that.
Okay. Because it's very strange. I played about 4,000 tournament games. 4,000, can you imagine? And I only played, as far as I'm aware, one person on their birthday. And it was at the World Team Championship. And just before the gong sounds, the arbiter comes on and says, and by the way, we'd like to congratulate Miss Judith Polgar on her birthday. And I was like, Judith, I didn't know. Congratulations. Well done. And she said, Yasser, you can give me a present by taking anything you want off the board. And I remembered Bobby Fischer said he could beat the women's world champion with knight odds. But I wanted to recognize the great achievements that women had made, so I removed her knight from the board. I took her knight from G8. She said, give it back. And I go, no. And it was a fight, but I very reluctantly gave back her knight, and her first move was knight f6 to make sure he didn't take it. But happy birthday, Ali Reza.
Yes. Some players actually like playing on their birthday. I think Hikaru is the most famous one for saying that he enjoys playing on his birthday. He has had a lot of success, partially because his birthday actually lands usually during the London Chess Classic, a traditional tournament that we had part of the Grand Chess Tour, and he always did very well on that day.
Very, very nice. I'm just taking a look at Hikaru's game for a moment as Timur Radjabov repeats the Berlin variation that Hikaru played.
But not quite.
Against Fabi. What happened?
Because
without bishop takes c6.
Because it's without bishop takes c6.
So after d3, bishop c5, bishop takes c6 was the game of yesterday.
Bishop takes c6, d takes c6, knight bd2. But in this one, we're playing knight bd2 directly. And that does change things. Knight bd2 here is actually rather rare. It allows not only d6, which changes the character of the position. Now we'll be able to take with the b pawn.
Right.
Instead of
being forced to capture with the central pawn.
Exactly. Or you could play the other line, which is knight d4. I think castle's also a line, by the way. But knight d4, I think, is quite common.
Knight d4, seeking to trade off what oftentimes isn't the great knight on c6.
Yeah.
So knight d4 tickles the bishop. So I'm assuming takes knight f3 and something like c6.
No. I think bishop b6 is the move.
Right just away. Bishop b6 right away.
Right. It's a really nice trap, actually.
Really? I'll
knight
fall
f3,
for it.
bishop b6. You cannot take on e5.
Oh, don't tell me that. I want to take.
Why couldn't you take on this one? Hold on. I messed this one up a little bit. How did this go? I'm going to have to leave this one to Christian. Good morning, St. Louis.
Queen e7?
How did this go?
Queen e7.
So what if you go
nice
c6?
Trick.
It was c6.
You're threatening queen b4 check.
That's what it was. Something like that. It was like queen e7.
Oh my gosh, that's an amazing double attack.
Was
you're
it that
threatening
one?
The knight and the bishop?
There we go. I knew I had an idea. This
you just forgot
work.
what it was. You didn't expect to get challenged this early in the morning. Okay, so knight d4 is one step.
Yeah.
And is that the live?
I believe that is.
So
knight d4 has been played.
That is the live, and he has gone knight d4, yes.
Okay. So
sometimes I remember a little bit of my openings.
Good for you. Good for you. Our number 1 seed, Ding Liren. I mean, he must be wondering what the heck is going on. This is 2 years ago. He again, as mentioned earlier on the show, lost in the opening round against his compatriot and started the candidates with a loss. He starts the candidates with a loss against Nepo.
And both of them
he
white.
needs to bounce back. I mean, I know it sounds dramatic and hyperbole and what have you, but is today the day of the Giuoco Pianos, by the way? Because, well, look at what I'm seeing here.
We have
castles, rook e1, not
we have
a6,
three.
not bishop a7, but A5. And as you were saying, each one has a very subtle, unique flavor with different strategic points. Sorry.
Let's not get too much into this. I just want to make a mental note of how different the Giuoco Pianos are based on the subtle differences of move orders.
Yeah.
I want you to remember what's going on in this game and then compare it when we eventually go back to the Fabi game.
All right.
And see how they're completely different scenarios, even though they played almost the same moves.
Exactly. Well, first thing that is a very visual is that this queen somehow came out of the center and went to A7 to put pressure on the F2 pawn and this diagonal towards white's king. Now after the move A5, A4, the queen on A7 has a double purpose, a little bit more space, and the potential for queen A5, trapping this bishop on a B5. Game continued, knight G3, queen A5 takes. And I dare ask Cristian here, are we still in the throes of a theory? I mean, they played it very quickly.
We must be.
It does seem like the last move for white, this move by Jan Krzysztof Duda, bishop to D2. Was the novel approach, the novelty in this particular case. D4 was played before, which makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you're going to try to strike in the center. Taking on D4, perhaps this is the idea of bishop to D2, even though I generally don't want to take on D4, but especially with a bishop on D2, that's also going to target the queen. So that might be a hidden idea behind the last move of Jan Krzysztof Duda, bishop to D2. But D4 was one way. Knight to H4 apparently was the main line by quite a big margin. Knight goes to F5, and then all sorts of sacrifices are coming on H6 or a G7. And of course, rook to E8 usually is being played. And after knight to F5, at some point, you will have to try to kick the knight away, or try yourself to strike in the center with D5 and reroute this bishop to F8 to be closer to the king. Quite an intriguing position, but this bishop D2 was responded by Ding Liren quite fast, actually, I have to say. Bishop to B6 was played, not waiting for white to play the move D4 and kick the bishop back, just bishop to B6 on his own accord. Now, what is the idea behind this move? I'm trying to understand, and I simply don't see it. I'm not a big fan of this move, bishop to B6, I have to say.
Queen B5 to win a pawn.
But queen B5 doesn't win a pawn. That's the problem. I go queen C2.
Well, I was unlucky.
That's the problem. That's the problem. And you could have done queen B5 before, which was, by the way, the best move according to the computer. Queen
just
to
trying
B5
to help you out,
is the best move. You have a sixth sense about this type of things, this type of pawn attacks, if I might say like that. But take a look at what's happening in this game. So in this one between Richie Rapport and Ali Reza, actually not a lot of things have happened, but instead of queen to E3, which we touted as one of the main lines, he decided to go for bishop to B5. Now, black has a way to achieve an immediate endgame with queen to A5 and take on B5 and then take on D4, but that's just not a good endgame for him. So he decided to go A6, bishop takes C6, B takes C6, and now we see this idea of a C4. And we've seen it from Jan Krzysztof Duda, trying to get this structure against Richie Rapport yesterday. This type of Marozzi bind later on structure. B3 is going to come potentially. The bishop lands on B2, waiting for E5 and then focus on the pawn on D6. This is, and we were asked yesterday, what trends are we going to see in the candidates? Well, this one, this type of Marozzi bind structure with the pawn already on C6 could potentially be a new trend that is developing for this particular candidates. Another one, as Hikaru Nakamura is obviously showing, this idea with an early knight D2, and then probably he was ready to go knight to B3. Maybe that's developing into a trend as well. But right now, after knight to D4, knight takes D4, C3, bishop to B6, and D4 immediately, well, this one is blowing up. It's going to be a very exciting affair. And I mean, I'll let you guys take this one away. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Fabiano Caruana. I have no idea what's happening in this one. This move, knight to G4, is a novelty, and is a novelty that was played instantaneously by Fabiano Caruana. I wouldn't be happy seeing this move knight to g4 as white, seeing Fabiano just getting ready to launch an attack on the king side like that.
Thank you, Christian. I just wanted to follow up on what you have said, Alejandro, and we'll do it right now. We're going to make a comparison of the two games of the Giuoco Piano. The first comparison was Jan versus Dinglerin. Here it is on my board. Boom. Very, very different game from the one you're about to see. Just kind of check where black's queen is. Look at the kings very nicely behind the pawn shield. And then suddenly, boom, this is also out of the very same opening in a completely different animal. Nothing in common.
Yeah, and I think the only recognizable part is the structure in the center, the d3, e4 against d6, e5.
Right.
Everything else has pretty much been played differently. In the other game, it seems like Jan Krzysztof is playing for the center / king side,
right,
and Dinglerin is playing on the queen side. And here it's completely the opposite roles. Black is completely going on the king side, and white is the one that's pushing pawns from the queen side. Completely different.
And also, just to compare, so yesterday we had the game of Fabi versus Hikaru. So Fabi is white, played bishop to g5. That was met by h6, bishop h4, g5 by black, and the white's bishop actually ended up on g3, where it was constantly being attacked by black's expanding pawns. h7, h6 by Fabi just kind of took the g5 square under control, but the bishop said, your bishop's not coming to g5, your turn. Knight to d2, I'm happy, says Jan. What? G5? What?
G5 I do know. G5 I know is a game, has been played many times. And Fabi's played it himself before. I know that much. That G5 has been played before, and that B4, I know the move here is knight h5. I know that knight h7 has been played as well, but knight h5 I thought was just considered to be the better move.
Knight h5, eyeballing
F4? The F4 square. I am just not aware of the move knight g4 at all.
Seriously, right? And the move b2, b4 also, you know, when I see my opponent playing pawn to g5 like this, I'm dreaming of one day occupying the light square. So for my taste, the move knight d2 to f1 to e3, going for those outposts would have been my knee-jerk choice. But the move b2, b4, I understand from the perspective that black's going to have a problem with his king one day.
Yeah.
He's not going to leave it in the center, and he's going to go somewhere. b4 basically discourages you from castling. But then you talk to me about knight g4. That looks like a very peculiar move.
It's a very Fabi type of preparation. It looks risky. It's probably extremely sharp and very deep. And he is not afraid of playing positions that are perhaps technically unsound, but where he feels the refutation might not be human.
Be so hidden that it would take a super effort to refute his...
And we gambled like that in one of the games of the World Championship match in 2018.
Good thing that you brought up this word gambling.
Yeah.
Because a lot of amateur players ask me, Yasser, is there bluffing in chess?
Yes, of course.
And the answer is yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
But bluffing at the World Championship? Ooh,
yeah, we did feel that it wouldn't be responsible for Magnus to go down this line, that there was no way that a human faces this in a game and that he figures it all out.
Over the board
and plays it. Yeah. And Magnus thought for like 30, 40 minutes and bailed.
Right.
Immediately made a draw.
No, not doing it. And you sense a rat.
Yeah,
you look across the board.
You sense that there's something off, right?
you see the guy over there like, please, go give me my chance. No, I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to let you show me your homework.
But it is an idea that only works once, right? Because once you've used it, it's...
Then they'll look at it thoroughly. Rook e2 makes sense. I mean, you're pressing against the f2 square. And then the question is, why on earth did you play the move knight g4? Because of this follow-up. Queen f6, with the threat of capturing twice, bringing the king, forcing the king to f2 so that g5, g4 will win material. This feels like the better prepared player is going to win.
But the better prepared player is Fabi. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Nepo is burning time. Fabi's playing instantly, so it's kind of obvious.
Okay, so I see the threat, so I'm going to protect against knight takes f2 and this whole g5, g4. I'll play this rather, can I say it, passive move? But I feel I've almost obliged.
It's passive, but at the same time, it does put a question.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Like, your knight's on g4, your bishop's on a7, your queen's on f6. Everybody's targeting f2.
Right.
I'm going to overprotect. I hate that word. I'm going to overprotect f2. I'm actually going to protect it just enough.
Right. And then one day
I'll play
h3, and the knight will not have a square to retreat to. Okay, so what would be the most, I mean, once you've launched knight g4, bishop a7, queen f6, once you've gone this far, you start thinking to yourself, how do I continue the aggression?
I do not know. Let me pause right away.
Okay,
Let's look at a couple candidate moves. I am reading the chat, and you are welcome to join in the conversation. Join us on Twitch. Join us on YouTube. We on the chat, I'm looking at what it's saying that d4 is a move in this position. A computer suggested move. I'm not using. We're not using agents here. Huh?
Instead of rook e2? Well, let's jump to Cristian.
Yeah.
And he can answer it for us. Cristian.
Well, you guys are not using engines. But,
right. You are.
I am. So I was looking, I was browsing through the lines after d4, which does seem to be the more critical approach. Queen to e1, by the way, was played. And as Yasser was pointing out, you start smelling the red, right? So you don't want to go into the most concrete lines when you're facing this type of preparation. Now, d4, probably after e takes d4, and e takes d4 is almost forced, because right now white has a big threat, and that is to go a b5, and this knight is going to feel very, very uncomfortable. Also, the center is going to feel very uncomfortable after that. Now, the idea behind b5 after the move d4 is that very often this bishop will not be able to capture on f2. So imagine, for example, after b5 we exchange these two pawns, and this bishop opens up, the rook will be hanging on a1. That's a typical motif in this type of positions. You have to take on d4, and after that, e5. Sacrificing another pawn seems to be the best way forward. And after this, I was trying to look through the lines. D takes e5 is one of them, and then you're not even recapturing any of the pawns back. You actually go knight to e4. Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing from home, then good luck trying to navigate this type of positions. Right. Now, an interesting idea would have been knight from g takes to e5. And take a look at these lines. Take on d4. Bishop takes d4, knight to e4, knight takes f3, g takes f3, queen to g6, knight takes d6, discovery check, double discovery check, king to f8, by the way, 1.1, knight takes f7. Check this out. Right now, the engine is saying 0, 0. Wow. After saying all throughout this line, plus 1.5, plus 2. So this is the type of preparation that Fabi usually has in store. He goes very, very long through the lines. He only finishes when he's sure that he's completely lost or completely winning. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. After rook to h7, the engine jumps back to 1.3, but this is a weak engine. Imagine what the engine that Fabiano Caruana is likely using, what type of insights that type of machine can give him. So we don't know the precise assessment after rook to h7, but I'm sure probably we will find out in later days as Fabiano Caruana will express his feelings about this game.
No way. I am not getting 10 feet
near
this kind of position.
That's why he played queen e1 and immediately answered with queen to g7, a very peculiar spot for the queen, I have to say, is the fianchetto queen. Knight to f1 and now castle. Sure, you just fianchettoed your queen and now you're going to castle, like nothing happened. It's alien chess from what I'm seeing right now.
True that. For me, when I saw the move queen e1, and I thought, okay, I got to do this to avoid those enormous complications that Cristian's talking about. So I'm going to go queen e1. And then right here, I'm thinking to myself, to quote Maurice Ashley, what is the most hyper-aggressive thing I can do? I mean, you know, like, am I taking on f2? Am I playing g5, g4? Am I playing h5? Am I playing bishop d7 in order? I'm looking at the hyper-aggressive, and then almost instantly came queen g7. I was like, okay, I'm completely thrown off by black strategy. Knight f1. This one I can at least understand. The knight's going either to e3 and or, in this case, more likely to g3. Castles. Once again, if we were in some kind of like suicide mode or what have you, I would have expected to move f7, f5. Castles instead, and I'm expecting a knight g3. I think we've actually caught up with the players, and this is a crazy position. I can only say once again that it's about preparation, and in this case, Fabi's preparation is either fabulously good or questionable.
We'll take a look. This is the type of positions that he enjoys. He enjoys out-preparing his opponent, getting to something wild and complicated, and trying to outplay him. He's going for the win.
Sure.
Even though it's round 2, you feel that this is for win prep.
Yes, yes. We have some social media.
Let's take a look. As I said, you can join us on our conversation. We have YouTube, we have Twitch, and from YouTube today, David Trottier. What do you think of the idea of FIDE creating a 960 rating?
Absolutely, why not? The FIDE has a 960 World Championship, and don't forget, Wesley So defeated Magnus Carlsen in Oslo in a match for that crown, and just absolutely destroyed him. I was there, by the way, and it was really wonderful. The Norwegians had turned out en masse. All of these really cute Norwegian kids had their face painted with the Norwegian flags, and they got their little Norway flags, and everything was really, really nice. The table had set, and Magnus had won the semifinal. Wesley had won the semifinal. So the coronation was about to begin when Wesley just played out of, I mean, he won like 11-6. I mean, it wasn't close. It was a real smackdown.
11-6. You're being nice to Magnus.
Was it worse?
It was much worse.
It was bad. I didn't realize it was that bad.
I'm actually going to look it up.
Speaking of that tournament, that World Championship match, what happened to the chess 960 World Championship matches? Because that was 2019, and I don't think anything happened after that. I understand it was the pandemic 2020, 2021, but I don't think we have any plans right now of holding a World Championship, and that's a pity because that was a lot of fun. I'll tell you one little story about that. I was actually with Fabiano Caruana in Norway. He was facing Magnus Carlsen, and we had no idea how to approach the tournament, right? My role wasn't very specific. Like, what am I going to do there? Are we going to like prepare for chess 960? How does that work, right? Because you don't know what position you're going to play up until 15 minutes before the game actually starts, and that's a World Championship match. So we went there, okay, I'm just going to be your buddy, hang around and try to ease the tension in that regard. But as we got into the match, we started actually preparing during the games, before and after. And it was quite interesting to see. You find out the position, and then you start preparing. The first game is a complete mess, because you didn't have enough time to see exactly what's happening. And by the way, the engines are more or less clueless of what to do in those type of chess 960 positions. And then by the second and third game, because they play the same position throughout the day. So they have a position at the start of the day, and they have multiple games. They play a position throughout the day. By the end of the day, you actually know what to do, and you know the preparation, you know the opening moves. It's quite interesting. I'm definitely looking forward to see more tournaments of chess 960, and a rating would make a lot of sense for that.
Absolutely. If you're going to have a World 960 Championship, you ought to have a rating. What was the score?
13.5, 2.5.
Oh,
again?
My goodness.
13.5 to 2.5.
I knew it was bad.
That's pretty bad.
I didn't realize it was that kind of bad. So when I say all of these Norwegian kids with their flags, I mean, we're talking tears. It was not good.
Wesley came in and ruined Norway. Yeah?
I mean, it was not a good look.
And remember that if you're a fan of Chess 960, we have our tournament, Chess 9 LX, coming up in September. Some of the best chess players in the world we were mentioning. Fabiano will be here. We'll have some of the top Americans participating in that one. Field still to be determined fully, but it will be right after the Singfield Cup. So no break for us. We'll do St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Featuring Magnus.
Featuring, not this one, but the Singfield Cup will feature Magnus.
That's what I meant.
Carlsen here coming to the St. Louis Chess Club. And right after that, I mean, like 2 days later, the chess 9LX. Yeah.
By the way, talking about déjà vu, this is a word that we're going to be using a little bit. Take a look at Richard Rapport's game, for example, for a moment. And I'll be darned, yesterday, it almost seems like Richard was on the receiving end of this move, C4, C5.
Right.
Boy, he learns quickly, doesn't he?
Very, very quickly.
I mean, look at what he just did.
It's a very similar structure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a huge few differences, in my opinion, right? A lot of the times when we grandmasters compare positions to another, we grab a position that we've seen before, contrast it to one that we have right now and say, okay, what are the differences between A and B?
Right.
Who does it favor?
Exactly.
And of course, this is a much better version for black than what we saw yesterday, for a few reasons, I think. And one of the main reasons I believe in this position is that you don't have the pair of bishops as white. Yesterday, black didn't have that advantage of the pair of bishops.
Right.
He does today.
Because of the trade.
Because of the trade on C6. And I didn't commit to this move G6, which I felt was just...
A lemon.
Yes, there's no other way to put it.
A lemon. True. Now, having said that, forgive me, but 97 kind of feels a little tortured here. I mean, you know, I'm a simple guy. You say to me, where do the pieces belong? I go, well, you put your knight on f6, you put your bishop on e7, you put your bishop e6, you castle, and then you think, what's my plan? What am I going to do next? Knight e7, is this a case of too much talent?
I think it's fine, because the only way that I can imagine exploding a slower development move like 97, knight g6 is by playing the move c5. And not to mention that I'm wondering if the move 97 came with a bit of a strategical threat itself, because there is the chance that black goes c5, right?
Himself puts his knight on c6, and then one day, maybe not immediately, but one day occupies the d4 square. That's fair, but I'm just saying that knight e7 in some ways seems to invite the move c5. And again, much like we did yesterday, we do have to just suggest that queen check and capturing this pawn might get yourself in a bit of trouble.
Doesn't feel right.
I don't want to go in this direction, which is why Alireza played the move in knight g6, and I'm anticipating takes. And we're going to see something very similar in terms of these split pawns. As you said, black does have the two bishops. Okay, it's a game.
It's a game. I think that compared to yesterday where it was obvious white was better, I think this one's a bit of a game.
Okay. Now, I wanted to pick your mind a little bit about the move d4, this early move by Hikaru. This was the Timur game with knight to d4.
But he's not played, right? Did he just get
No.
stuck?
He played the move d4 some time ago.
No, but
Hikaru.
Timur.
Oh, did Timur get stuck?
Timur has been thinking for how long?
Some time.
Some time, 20 minutes now, on this particular move, and another 10 minutes to come up with d4.
Okay, so for sure Timur has been surprised by this move d4. Talk to me about the move d4 for a second. What is Timur considering?
Well, let's take a look at this position. It's been reached in pretty high-level profile games, which is why I'm a little bit surprised, because I am...
It's a known move in that case.
Right. I mean, I'm going through the database. I don't have an engine, but I do have a database, and these are not sloppy matchups. It's Caruana, Kramnik, Nepomniachtchi, So, Nakamura, Aronian, Adnan Fedoseev. I mean,
top 10 in the world. Get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a known variation, right?
Right. Okay.
I am kind of wondering why he's thinking this, because Hikaru himself already played this. I just mentioned Hikaru playing this before. And he's on a 20-minute tank. The two more common moves in this position are c6, which he's finally played, and e takes d4. But c6 is the main line.
Well, I would certainly have to agree with that. I mean, the very, very desirable d7, d6, simply defending the e5 pawn is what you want to do. Unfortunately, there are rules, and it's illegal. So you first start with c7, c6, and kick the bishop. Those darn rules. I hate that, right? I mean, they're so... They tie you up. Okay, so then what's the main line after c6?
Everybody plays d5 in this position.
d4 takes e5.
Yeah, d takes e5, and almost everybody takes that bishop.
Okay, looks reasonable.
Everybody takes that knight. Everybody takes that with the queen, and
since
everybody
you're
castles.
threatening checkmate on the spot,
Yeah.
I castle, defending f2,
and
and
then
the
black-
results are favorable for...
It's almost always a draw, except for one time that Fabi beat Kramnik. But besides
That's
that,
a big win.
yeah, I actually
Where
don't
was it?
remember. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't think it was a candidates tournament.
No. I think that was some sort of rapid and blitz
Rapid and
event.
Blitz or something. Yeah, it was not a very relevant game, and they're going straight into that variation. Queen h5 is the novelty as far as I'm concerned. Knight f3 and a4 had been played before, so this is the new twist by Hikaru.
Well, I must say, there was a period in his life, I think he was, let's say, a mature teen, that he liked to play Queen h5 on move 2.
Oh,
Against
wow.
e4, c5, Queen h5.
Yeah, until,
e4, e5,
until somebody
Queen h5.
until somebody finally
Just
finally caught him and destroyed him, right?
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
Who was it? It was either Sasikinin or
It was
Sargsyan.
played in Biel, and it was a Russian player, and I forgot his name, who beat. And I'll just show it very, very quickly. This it was so Hikaru was white, and it went e4, c5, and Hikaru went Queen h5.
Yeah, C5 has done that. No, I looked it up. It was e4, e5, Queen h5.
Well, that was one game, but there was another.
There
game
was
too.
another game, right? Yeah.
And then I think it was something like Knight f6, Queen takes c5, Knight c6, and
There it
Hikaru
is.
got killed.
Yeah. He lost this one to Volokitin.
Volokitin,
Yeah,
thank
from
you.
Ukraine.
Yeah, oh, Ukraine. Apologies, but all right. That was so. Let's just say it's a old favorite. This move, Queen h5. Certain players have certain favorite moves. Like
Yeah, I understand what you mean with that.
Well, you know, like Kramnik always likes this move, Rook e1, in almost any position. You know, the Kramnik Rook e1, playing in the center. Kasparov always liked fianchettoing his bishop, whether it was for Grunfeld or King's Indian. His move Bishop g7, he just liked that. That was Gary. And Queen h5 just seems to be a move that is in the quiver of Hikaru.
Now, that being said, this is a
Right.
very logical spot to actually put the queen on h5.
Yes, it is.
It's not going to get hit easily, but more importantly, it's a tempo. I am hitting this pawn on b5, and I must admit that if you have to play a6, I would assume that everybody plays queen h5 instead of the most that we saw
Just
before.
a4 or knight f3. Now, in this case, because you were mentioning that in the game of Richard, he played knight e7 with maybe a sly strategic threat of c5 and knight c6. Maybe queen h5 has a sly strategic, like
Right.
a dream position,
Yeah.
if I could, is I would put a white pawn on e5 and a white knight on d6, and that bishop on c8 would be a septilicus, a septic bishop for the rest of the game. So maybe the move queen h5 has the idea of going for such a setup where if I could get, okay, you're being cooperative, and I appreciate that, but this is what I have in mind. This might be something that Timur should stay far.
Yeah, you would have
away
to solve
from.
your problems already quite tactically. You'd have to hope that d5 works or something like this.
Right,
It
exactly.
might.
It might.
But you have to make sure.
Yeah.
Because if you are one tempo away from losing this game, the knight gets to d6, you are not recovering from that.
Exactly.
But let's take.
Let's go to Christian.
Let's go
for
to
a moment.
Christian.
Christian, what do you have for us?
Well, the stormy clouds are definitely gathering around this game and around this position because the more I look at it, the more complex it gets. And we know that Fabiano has probably spent a sizable amount of time analyzing this position with his seconds. Not the same thing can be said about Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he might be in some sort of danger right now. We see knight to e7 already thinking and developing a 30-minute advantage for Fabiano Caruana, 1 hour and 24 minutes for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And now, h3 was the move that I thought about first. It makes the most sense. I really don't like this knight on g4, especially coupled with the action of the bishop on a7 against the pawn on f2. I don't like that. I want to free up my rook to move it anywhere. I want to probably go to d2, maybe go bishop to e3 as well to exchange the dark square. Bishop h3 made a lot of sense. But let's take a look at the main line proposed by the engine, which is the move d4. Now, this is a big decision, and perhaps this is what Jan Nepomniachtchi is right now pondering. The problem is, once you play the move d4, you know that you're sacrificing a pawn, and you don't know exactly when you're going to take it back. So after e takes d4, the very unnatural, at least to my eyes, with this knight on e7, already on e7, is this move bishop to b2. I understand. You're getting ready to, if black takes on c3, to get the bishop on c3, and that makes a lot of sense against the badly, at least awkwardly placed queen on g7 for the moment. But what if black just simply goes knight to c6? Well, after knight to c6, it does seem like you're going to have to contend with the fact that you're going to be a pawn down for a little while. But what if black goes the move d3? Bishop takes d3, and now taking advantage of the fact that your bishop is on b2, and I have a lot of ways to block any sort of openings of this diagonal. For example, if you go knight to g6 with the bishop on b2, already this knight is ready to jump to f4 with devastating consequences. So you have to feel at least a little bit concerned if you're white at this point with this awkward placement of the queen on e1, the rook on e2. Probably you have to go rook to d2. You don't want to make too many moves with the rook and lose a lot of tempis with every single piece of blacks coming your way and the way of your king. So definitely some stormy clouds gathering around this position. Now, for example, what if you go h3? Kick the knight away. It makes a lot of sense, right? Knight to f6, for example, and now knight to h2 is one of the ways. But what if you go d4? Finally, this knight is out of g4. Also, the queen is no longer attacking the pawn on d4, not putting any pressure in the center like that. It feels like the most natural approach. And you're also not losing a pawn. You're not sacrificing anything. If you take on d4, I'm just simply going to take it back. You don't have enough attackers against the pawn on d4. But I think this is what Fabiano is looking at, g4. And let's take a look at some of the variations in this one. Knight to h4, for example, is probably going to be met by bishop to e6. Now, if you take on e6, it does feel already like you're worse with the white pieces, because not only that the rook opens up, and this is going to be a very nice attack against the pawn on f2, but these knights are a little bit misplaced right now with the pawn on e6 controlling nicely the important square on f5. This is the square that these knights are aiming for. Unfortunately, oh, by the way, we have a move, guys. D4. None of this, scratch this.
Right, D4.
Everything I spoke at the beginning is likely to happen, because he did play the most critical move, d4. And by the way, I'm expecting Fabiano to immediately respond. So keep an eye on this game, guys. But the more I look at the position, the more complex it gets. And if you don't have preparation in this position right now, you might be in serious trouble.
But Cristian, we have a question for you from this position, because you mentioned captures on d4,
right?
Yes.
Bishop to b2, which looks really good.
Yes.
Then you went knight g6 in order to play knight f4.
Yeah,
and
d3
both
first.
of us,
Yeah.
Yeah, with d3. Sorry, you went d3 first.
d3 first, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you go knight g6, I think I can take, and that also keeps the bishop close. That's a problem,
Exactly.
right? Also, I want to attract this bishop to d3 so that knight f4 attacks two pieces.
Everything so far is clear. Our question is this: why is knight h5 not almost winning?
It looks so strong.
No, you're kidding me, right?
No,
Queen
no.
H8. Well, I protected f4.
E takes
when the
d4
game
was
the
played.
tempo.
E takes d4 was played, by the way.
Yes.
I am actually shocked that like a move like e5 doesn't win here. e5 open up all my bishops. Knight f e5 c4.
Even according to this pretty weak engine, black is already better after e5.
Wow.
0-0, oscillating between
But-
that
but-
and minus something.
This is my understanding as a
Yeah. As a
you take, I
grandmaster.
take. And I am going to sacrifice. Like, I will sacrifice. Knight takes e5. Go ahead. I just want to see the engine eval.
Yep.
Knight takes e5. I want to play knight takes e5 as a human.
Yeah. Knight takes
Rook
e5.
takes.
Wow.
Great moves.
And then I go, I don't know, queen e4 or
Great
c4.
move. Yes, still 0-0s.
What?
And I guarantee you Fabiano has this in his notes.
But, like,
Wow.
it looks,
looks great for white.
it just
right?
looks winning.
Right.
It looks winning, but it's not.
The queen side, all
this
the
is
pieces
the
on
bottom
the queen
line,
side
it's
are
not.
sleeping.
I mean, bishop c4, queen g6, the
Bishop
knight's on h.
c4, rook d6. Again, I understand. It looks like alien chess. Fabiano very often plays alien chess. I remember a game. Was it from the U.S. Chess Championships or from the American Cup recently, where he showed us this crazy line where at the end he just sacrifices a queen for a piece and the game goes on because the other queen is trapped somewhere
Against John
a couple
Burke,
of
US
moves later.
Yeah, there was that one, but there was also against Nakamura. It was a two.
It was against John Burke. This was preparation against John Burke.
That's what I said. Yeah, John Burke in his U.S. Championship.
U.S. Championship, yeah.
I remember Queen Sacrifice from a Grand Chess Tour.
He likes to play this type
the London
of
Chess Classic.
Right.
Yeah. And we're watching the two leaders fight it out in this complicated variations. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Fabiano Caruana is absolutely complicated. Nepo's actually taken quickly on d4 with the pawn instead of playing the move bishop b2, which was also tempting. And I also thought c takes d4 was very dangerous because you cannot, don't tell me the engine says bishop takes d4. Get out of here.
Well, the problem is bishop takes d4, you very much would love to take the bishop and claim, okay, you won a pawn, but wait, that's a double hit. So it means that after bishop takes d4, I'm probably going to play rook a3, right?
Again, I don't believe anything of what you're saying.
No?
First, I'm going to throw in knight h5.
And by the way, he took on d4. It's a completely different line right now.
Knight c6, by the way.
Knight c6.
A completely
knight
different
h5
line.
first.
If you go queen h8, now I'll take on d4. I'm going to give you my piece.
Yeah, you're going to give me the checkmate. I love it. Well, you got to. You got it. You got to. I mean, it's... So is it rook a3?
No, bishop b2 and h3, and let's go.
Bishop
How
b2.
is this not working?
Oh, my gosh.
And you just put a knight on e5?
How did you guys get to that position?
We did it in a different way altogether. After takes on d4, we took the pawn
but
instead
knight
of
c6.
knight
Yeah, no,
c6.
that's a bad move. Yeah, that's
and
not
then,
good.
That's
and
a
then
bad
we,
move.
we started with knight h5, gaining a tempo to push the queen backwards. We got here, and then Alejandro is pounding the table that how can this not be good?
But maybe it's not.
Maybe it's not.
Maybe it's just not enough.
It
feels like it's almost enough. But
you're missing a light square bishop.
missing something, yeah?
Wow. But we did see the move knight c6, which was another move that you, Christian, pointed out would likely be the move. And, well, Fabi did not hesitate. So,
but guys, I just have one question. How good is Fabiano Caruana's preparation in general? Because I cannot think of the last time anybody surprised him out of the opening. And he's surprising people left and right. Almost every single game, he's ahead on time because he knows the position, because he managed to swing the game in his favor when it comes to the opening phase.
Just world class.
I remember one time he got surprised.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was playing this guy Magnus in London. He went e4, and the guy went c5.
And he stopped?
I was like, whoa, c5. I didn't know you could do that.
Move on, right? I remember I was playing Shaq Mamidarov. I played d4, and he was playing Grunfeld, and Ben and I spent the entire morning studying Grunfeld. I went d4. He went c5. What? I went d5. He went f5. And I stopped for like 15 minutes thinking to myself, that's not a Grunfeld. I mean, my preparation went out the window on move 3. It was like, what? That was terrible. I played e4, sacrificed the house, and beat him. That was good. Talk to me about knight c6, Alejandro. So, Fabi said, fine.
This is beyond my understanding.
You created a weakness on the d4 square. I'm going to attack that weakness with 3 pieces. My queen on g7, knight on c6, bishop on a7. What's happening?
Well, the pawn is actually pinned, right? So d5, first of all, it's
the desirable d5?
Probably not. I'm not even sure if it's that desirable, right? You do kill your bishop. But I understand that the bishop is coming to b2. But the main problem, the rook on a1, is
the rook on
hanging.
a1. If I was going to do any... No, knight h5. You're not required to play queen h8. You could then go queen g6.
Yeah, this is the main difference between this position and the ones with the knight on g6.
Or their bishop is hanging on d4.
Right.
Yeah, knight h5 will be met by queen g6.
There will be no problems.
Okay, just a second. Okay, so again, the desirable bishop b2. Shall we just take a quick gander at this?
I also don't think there's a choice. do you feel that there's another move for black that's not knight takes d4?
Oh my God, no. I mean, White's development is superb.
D5 is coming, even like a simple rook d1.
And look at these pieces, which are, again, still in their barracks. They even haven't...
You have to take.
Yeah, you have to take. Okay, so knight takes d4. And unfortunately, that comes with a gain of a tempo. Yes, again, that is a check, sadly. Now, I mean, we could take everything on d4. The queen comes to d4.
We'll play rook c1 and we'll claim compensation.
Right, but that's
it's not that convincing. I'm not even sure I have full compensation.
I'm still reeling from the game of Ali Reza yesterday, where he sacrificed an exchange, and I felt tasered. That game really, that game really threw me off. I'm trying something really awkward here. Bishop takes d4, knight h5.
Thing is, even in those positions, I'm wondering how well black is because you think with the bishop, right? You want to take with the bishop.
Yeah.
I'll take back on d4.
Clear.
And on knight h5. First of all,
again, queen h8 is not forced.
No, queen h8 is not forced. I could play queen g6. There's nothing that I see is wrong with it. There is some argument, right, to be made for bishop a1. It's not that ridiculous.
No, you get a bishop, a rook. By the way, a very good and a
very good bishop too.
A very good bishop and control over the e5 square. I would call that slightly better for white, but close to full.
Close to full compensation,
absolutely,
right? Yeah.
Absolutely. No. That's your bailout.
That's a bailout option.
Right.
Probably Fabi doesn't need it because he's had this position in front of his computer.
And, okay, let's look at the more, okay, we just take everything. I mean, that pawn stands out like a sore thumb on g5.
But it's the only thing that stands out as a sore thumb. I'm underdeveloped a little bit, but
right. But okay, I'm wondering, is it that easy for you to develop your queen side? Gosh.
Because if I play bishop e6, just to point it out, you take, and at the end of the day, c7 will be hanging.
Precisely.
Whether it's throwing in rook d2 or not, I don't think it's necessary to analyze.
Right.
Rook c7 will be very strong.
Yeah, but winning my pawn back just feels like you're being too cooperative.
But what is your threat, though? That's it's kind of a.
It's a good question.
I'll bring my bishop out, bishop d7.
And if I go rook d2,
I'll hide. I think this queen hides on e5.
On e5 even. Well, that's really rubbing salt into the wound.
Right, because I think that if you go rook d5, yeah, the rook's okay, but it'll get hit.
Yeah, I was thinking of hitting the knight and forcing it back to. But now that you've already occupied e5, you're going to go back to f6. And
that's actually okay, right? The knight on f6 looks nice. The queen on e5 is very stubbornly placed. Christian, what do you have for us?
Bale is out.
Well, there are two players that got surprised in today's round. One of them is, of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi, but another one is Timur Radjabov, who is actually pretty much in the same situation when it comes to time expenditure up to this point. And Yasser, you were mentioning this move, Queen h5, as one of the favorites of Hikaru Nakamura. Well, we have it on the board, and it's actually a novelty in this game. So let's see what happened. We got all the way to this position. This is following the main line that you guys discussed. That game between Fabiano Caruana and Kramnik was played with the move knight to f3. That was the most played move in the position, as well as a4, trying to hook this overextended pawn on b5. But better than hooking the pawn on b5 and offering in exchange is actually attacking it. So why not? Queen to h5. It makes a lot of sense. Now, let's see what the right move here is. It seems like it's d5, which is a very difficult move to make. Another pawn sacrifice. After that, for some elusive compensation, because after d5, queen takes d5, you have to play something like bishop to g4 and actually sacrifice another pawn. Allow white to potentially take on b5. I understand you have this move, bishop to e2 coming on the board. You have the two bishops cutting the board in half. You have this bishop on b6 attacking this pawn on f2. So bishop e2 is a real threat. But white can continue taking pawns. White can also play for a strategical purpose with the move knight to b3. And after bishop to e2, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to give you that exchange, but I'm going to get all my pieces out and potentially this is what might be somehow his preparation, Hikaru's preparation from home. Now, he did not see any of that because black played the move queen to c6, defending the pawn on b5. Makes a lot of sense. Rook to e1 was played instantaneously right now, and this has a clear plan. I'm gunning for the square d5. I need to get my knight there. The way I do that, I'm going to go knight to f1, bishop to e3. We're going to exchange that and then get the knight to d5. If I manage to get that dream position on the board, and I'm just simply going to be killing you strategically right now with the white pieces. So Timur Radjabov, 1 hour and 8 minutes and counting right now. Hikaru Nakamura, 1 hour and 56 minutes. Almost an extra hour for Hikaru on the clock. This one is going to be a very, very tough defense for Timur Radjabov, but he had a similar situation yesterday against Ali Reza. He was out-prepared, and after that, he managed to turn the tables and became, found a way to get a better position in that game. Let's see if he manages to turn the tables in this game against Hikaru as well.
Fascinating stuff. Thank you, Cristian. As we get ready for our first break, we want to tell you about Q Boutique. What do we got for our viewers today?
Well, remember that across the street from the St. Louis Chess Club, we have the World Chess Hall of Fame, which is depicted here in this logo with our giant king, the tallest chess piece in the world. And this t-shirt commemorating Mind, Art, and Experience, the current exhibit commemorating the 10-year anniversary of the World Chess Hall of Fame here in St. Louis, is available at qboutiquestl.com. All of these purchases really help all of our projects here, not just at the club, but in the St. Louis Chess campus, which we include, of course, the World Chess Hall of Fame. They put amazing exhibits, all related to chess, art, and music. It really is an incredible venue. If you have not checked it out, I highly, highly recommend you take a trip down to St. Louis and see it.
10 years young. My goodness, how the years have flown by. I remember the opening ceremony to commemorate the Hall of Fame. But here are our standings as we go on our commercial break.
Yep, these are our standings. Fabi and Jan playing against each other. They're at the top of the leaderboard, having won their first game, and we will be back in a few minutes to catch more of their game.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. sorry, St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second-best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Today in Chess, the Candidates Edition. We have these standings after one round of play. Two winners, Fabi and Jan at top. And guess what, folks? They are playing against one another, and Alejandro and I just throwing our hands in the air and going, what's going on? Because we just don't know. And
what a game it has been. Let's jump right into it.
Definitely. Let's do it.
We have a new move by Nepo, and it finally seems like Fabiano Caruana is going to think in this game because he has been blitzing out his preparation all the way to move 16, and finally his move Rook A3 has caught him off guard. It is not a move that I would have considered at all.
Our instinct was Bishop B2, and we weren't making, frankly speaking, we weren't really making White's position work after knight takes d4, Alejandro. So Rook A3.
But what's the idea of this move? If I take on d4 anyway,
I'm coming across. Let's do it. Knight takes, knight takes.
Take with the bishop.
And that was actually a pause there because there's some maybe some details.
Yeah, some details, and you might consider taking with the queen for the tempo. But it feels so natural to put the queen in a position where bishop b2 can hit it.
Right. Okay, so seriously, it's not a joke. I want something along the lines of a knight f5 and a rook g3 kind of thing. I'm going to start with maybe an awkward move. Let me play an awkward move. You're going to play knight e5 because you're a nice guy. I'm going to drop back with the bishop, and where I really want to go, I'll give you a heads up. Like, I'd love for you to play the move bishop e6. I don't know if that's a tempo waster or not. And what I'm really, really hoping for is compensation for the pawn based on ideas of rook g3. And I know it's illegal, but yes, I would play rook g3 and f4. I'm a pawn down. I do protect the d3 square. You've got good-looking minor pieces for the moment, but there is a wobbly king.
It's a wobbly king, but is it really that wobbly? You do have the pair of bishops. It's not a very clean pair of bishops in the sense that I feel that black's pawns are doing a good job at stifling them, especially the bishop on c1 right now by the pawns on g5 and h6. And I have the feeling that at some point soon, if we go down this variation, I'll be able to play something along the lines of c6 and d5 and try to kill the other bishop with my pawn structure.
I feel you. But how do you say it? Trying to reach into the mind of Nepo. Which is hard.
Which is hard. And, I mean, a dangerous venture.
Yeah. I mean, the guy I have the most trouble with, Levon, Aronian. He comes up with ideas that are just, like crazy. But when I look at the move Rook A3, pardon me, this is the last move, and I say, okay, what could he possibly be thinking? He's seeing the trade happening on D4.
Right.
The third rank is going to be cleared for the rook the moment I get to play knight f5 as well. And so that was why in this line that we were looking at, I was going here, hoping for rook g3. Yeah. Now, you were mentioning that there's no reason for you to have to play bishop e6. You could play for, what did you say, c6 and d5?
Yeah, I thought c6, d5 at some point. I didn't mind actually losing the tempo.
Trying to kill the bishop?
Trying to kill the bishop. I didn't mind losing the tempo.
Okay, well, let's do it then. So take, C6. And c6. And I bring this rook, which is actually not doing a lot, and I assume. And now I've got to, I mean, it's taking me...
It's taking a while, but you got there.
Yeah. It's like the puncher who winds up. Larry Christensen, he carries a big stick, But when he hits you with f4, you could...
yeah, it could be over.
It could be over. Well, we'll let this stew on slow, and we'll go over to Christian. And what do you have for us, Christian, on Hikaru's game?
Well, I have to say, guys, we are probably living right now in the era of alien chess. Because, I mean, these players all come with all sorts of alien preparation. We've seen Fabiano Caruana. And by the way, I love the move rook to a3 by Nepo, taking the rook out of that diagonal, very dangerous diagonal, potentially getting it ready to swing on the other side. And okay, you're losing a pawn, but you are going to lose that pawn anyway. So I like the move rook to a3, and also it throws him off. It throws Fabiano off of his prep, and right now we're going to play mano a mano. And this is exactly what I think Nepo is trying to achieve with that move rook to a3. I really like it. Now, let's talk about this game between Hikaru and Timur Radjabov, because I was going through the lines, and obviously Timur has been off book for a very long time. Hikaru is not. And we left it off after the move rook to e1. Now, the best move, according to the engine, and this is why I'm saying we're living in the alien chess era, is because as a top elite level player, what you're looking for within your preparation is to give your opponent very difficult exams over the board. And if you manage to do that, and you are more informed about the subject matter as you go into these type of complications, then you're going to be in a prime position to take the full point home. Now, the best move for black in this position to continue is the move f5.
Wow.
Sure, f5. You might be able to make a point that this is a normal move. You're opening up the rook. This pawn is going to be attacked by the bishop. Next, if you manage to get rook takes f5, bishop takes f2 is also a big threat. But check out the continuation. After f6, now if you take on f6, you're in trouble because rook to e8 comes on the board. Bishop to f5 is the best move in the position. The idea being that if you take with the queen on f5, I'm going to go rook takes f6, and that is actually giving black the advantage. But bishop to f5, from afar, when your opponent is blitzing out his moves, it's pretty much impossible to find. So you're not going to play f5. You're going to fail this test, unless you're some super engine, who knows. But he did not, of course. He did not play the move f5. He played the normal rook to e8. The problem with alien chess is that if you play normal moves, you're going to end up in trouble. And this is exactly what's happening right now. This is just a strategically dangerous position for black because, as I was mentioning previously, bishop to e3 is the idea. You want to exchange the dark square bishops, and then this knight is going to be able to roam around, knight to d4, jump to f5, get the rook swinging on the third rank and trying to create an attack. Also, you have a tremendous pawn structure right now as white. Black cannot say the same thing. This b5 pawn is very weak. This backwards pawn on the d file is going to be the target of my pieces. You are kind of in danger right now. Now, you're looking at this position as Timur, and you see the move knight to f3 almost blitzed out. Not really blitzed out. So let's take a look at this. And I'm not 100% sure if this is a bug or a feature of this move, knight to f3. Knight to f3 was played after 5 minutes of thing, the first thing of Hikaru Nakamura's game. Now, is he trying to entice him to say, okay, maybe I don't have this in my notes, maybe you can take the pawn on e4, come on, take my pawn on e4. If you take the pawn on e4, if you touch this pawn, after bishop to d2, the game is over. Bishop to d2, it doesn't look very obvious, right? But it does have an immediate threat. You want to take on e4, followed by rook to e1, and then you're not going to be able to stop me from going rook to e8, checkmate. So for example, if you go d5, knight to g5 finishes the game right now, because I have too many threats. I'm attacking the rook, pawn on h7, pawn on f7. The best thing you can get right now as black is to play queen to g6, exchange the queens, and then lose an exchange. You don't want that. This is completely over. And by the way, this was not played. d5 was played, giving up a pawn just like that after 20 minutes of a thing, pondering the option of potentially taking on e4, probably getting to the conclusion that that is too much quite easily. And now he decided to go d5, but what is this? What if I just simply take it? Take it, take. Right. Isn't this just a pawn up? I am going to go bishop to e3 next move. I am going to follow it up with rook to d1. I don't see it. I don't see the compensation. I think right now Hikaru is in prime position to maybe bounce back with a victory as early as round 2.
Is it so clear, though?
What is this?
Bishop takes e3,
bishop e3,
takes e3, bishop e4.
Sure.
Rook
yes.
d1, rook d8.
Rook d8.
Yes. Let's go. First of all, I can also go rook to d4. That's another move that...
If you don't mind, instead of bishop e4, go rook to d8.
First.
Sure.
First.
Okay.
Then you've got to go rook to d1, and then let me go
Bishop E, no.
Now you can go bishop E4.
I like
It
bishop
transposes.
Yeah, just transposes.
I'm sorry.
So
Bishop
if you
E4.
want to get to this position,
Yeah.
you can.
Right.
But why is black worse
But
here?
rook d4 is the
Rook d4,
problem.
f5.
So what if I go here first?
Rook d4, f5.
How easy is
But,
this
but
endgame,
still, f5,
right?
king f5.
You have to be very fast.
f5, yeah.
f5 is already +2
Wow.
after knight to f3.
I'm
So
losing
this already
endgame.
finishes the game pretty much.
Really? If I trade and...
Oh, you're
I think your
right.
pawns are too
five.
weak.
Yeah.
You have to spend too much time defending all of your
Let me try f6 instead of f5.
Like king f7, I can go rook to d5, and I understand you're going to get the d6 pawn, but you're going to lose one of them, and that's just a technical loss.
Right. We accept that. So we think our f5 was an overreach.
Yes. Probably f6 is a good move, bishop
Right.
to c6. But that's the thing. How easy is this position to defend it? I have a feeling that you have to make very, very precise moves to actually get to anywhere close to equality. And you're dropping quite severely on your clock right now. 20-minute thing for that move, d5, I understand. And again, he was in the same situation yesterday, Timur Radjabov. So we know he can get out of it.
Right.
We know that he has the capability to do that. Let's see. And by the way, it does seem like maybe this move d5 surprised Hikaru. And that's another good thing about the move d5. Sure, you're sacrificing a pawn, but maybe this surprise might be worth it. And Timur, who knows, maybe he's going to escape.
That ending is so hard for us to judge, Christian, because our first instinct was that black should be doing fine. That the d pawn it was easy to kind of control.
Yeah, it'll be collected one day, right?
Harvest it, but well, if it's better, it's better. Move d5.
We just learn not to argue with the
Yeah, exactly. We should. You know, okay. That's one of the ways of avoiding the strategic
clamp.
The clamp, the big clamp. Bishop to e3. Knight comes to d4.
It's the practical choice.
It's a very practical decision.
I like it.
Me too. Now the question is, you looked at queen takes d5 as kind of like the move. Another question I have is takes. I assume you would take, right? And how about these apples? I mean, you can't play queen
to c4, something along those lines.
Queen to c4.
Well, queen c5, bishop e3 might be
exactly. You don't want to allow bishop to e3. Queen to c5. I see. Well, you are tickling bishop to g4. I'm not happy about that, which is why queen takes d5.
Takes is better,
All right, very good.
Sense.
I want to go back to Fabi's game because rook a3, again, this will be our marquee matchup. The players have kind of drifted down the line we thought about.
Yes.
Alejandro, knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4.
You got to do it.
You got it.
End of
do
story.
it.
Nothing to discuss. Knight takes d4.
We did think
takes
bishop
d4.
takes was better than queen takes, and bishop takes was played quickly.
Right.
h3.
I need to get rid of this knight, which is kind of pestering me, and h3 on the board, and we went knight e5. I dropped back with the bishop, and we got to a position that was like this, and suddenly it's like the fairway, you know? The rook on a3 is looking across the board, and it's going, if I could get to g3, that's where I belong.
Well,
you know?
it worked yesterday for him.
Yes, it did. He demolished Ding Alaren's kingside, did Nepo, with an attack that went with g5. There was a rover, a rook up and over, and here we're seeing it again. Deja vu. By the way, there was a wonderful line by George Carlin. Have you ever heard of vujade? Vujade is that uncanny moment that you have when you realize none of this has ever happened before. George Carlin, he was just genius. Rook to g3. Again, you had mentioned c6 as a way of kind of closing off this bishop, but I got to tell you, I wouldn't want to be in Fabi's shoes. After you see this move king h1, you see ideas of bishop takes g5 and f4, and it's easier to play the attack than the defense.
No, I can't disagree with that.
Right.
Fabi's going to have to be precise. And it is a Nepo type of position, and I think he's going to be happy about that. He gave up a pawn, has the initiative, can play quickly.
He loves this type of chaos.
He loves this kind of chaos.
Yeah.
Stylistically, this is very much Nepo.
Right.
So I think he'll be thrilled to be playing this position today.
There was a guy, Bent Larson, we accused him of being a coffee house player, and he was. But boy, what a great coffee house player. I mean, he had tactics everywhere, and he was really, really an enjoyable force in the world of chess, because he would be sacrificing when we would be defending squares and defending our structures. Bent would be like, why don't you play h4, h5? It's like, go away, leave us alone. No, it's a good idea. Let me show you. And this is a Nepo position. He likes his count.
Absolutely Nepo position.
Yeah.
Let's let Fabi stew here a little bit whether he
Yes.
wants to put the knight on e5 or on f6. I'm sure that he's looking at plenty. Let's go to Cristian to see what he has in store for us.
I'm not going to comment too much about the specifics of the game. I just want you guys to take a look at the journey of Black's pieces.
Yes.
And we're going to start with a queen, right? Queen to b8, queen to a7. Let's keep going. a4, queen to a5. This was the moment we actually left this game. And this is, by the way, the game between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Ding Liren. One that we haven't spent too much time on because it's quite a tense position right now, but not a lot of things are happening. There is a dance, a strategical dance that's happening right now. So let's take a look. Bishop to b6, we were quite intrigued. Where is this bishop going? Let's take a look where that is going. Queen to c2, king to h7, queen to a7 back. Okay, the queen did something on a5. I'm not 100% sure what. It provoked perhaps the move c4, maybe. Now I'm going back. I'm going to go back. And I'm going to play c5. Locking my bishop up like that. Is that how you play chess? Apparently, yes, because you still have one pawn that can move once again to c6, and then that's going to open up not only the bishop, but also the queen, and this is exactly what's happening right now. We have this position on the board. A lot of maneuvering has happened. White is definitely getting close to playing the move f4, the move that he wants to play in the position, open up, and try to get some sort of initiative on the king side. Now, at the same time, when that happens, the position might open up. I like this move, queen to d7. So the queen left from d8, b8, a7, a5, a7, d7. You could have played queen d7 in one move. Instead of that, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You played queen d7 in 5 moves. Quite interesting journey this queen had right now, and getting ready to meet f4 with the counterattack in the center d5. This is exactly what I think the discussion is going to revolve around. So very interesting position. I have to say the two bishops right now, they're closed, but they have the potential to be opened later in the game when d5, which is going to come on the board at one time or another. Now, I can also get ready to play that move with the move knight to e7. Knight on g8 right now is not doing anything. As long as I manage to stabilize the position on the king side and repel your attack, because your attack is coming with f4. If I manage to do that, I have to say I'm starting to like the prospect of the two bishops, coupled with the fact that I also have some targets on this side. I have the nice b file open, and d5 is going to come with a lot of consequences for the position and the white pieces. I'm starting to like Ding's chances in this one.
Remarkable. I wasn't looking at d6, d5 myself. I was looking at knight e7
right,
to g6.
G6, g5, knight g6. I looked at f5. I actually played this structure a lot. It's a funny thing that chess kind of transposes itself, right? Even though I've never really played e4, e5 in my career, I'm a Sicilian player for a very long time, specifically Sveshnikov in my younger years. So I faced the Rosolimo a lot. I played a lot of these lines.
Bishop b5.
Bishop b5, you take on c6. I usually took with the b pawn. Nowadays, people take with the d pawn. And I got all these kind of structures where you have the pair of bishops with this particular setup of c4, d3, e4 against c5, c6, d6, e5.
Right.
Fascinating struggles.
And you never aspired for d5 yourself. You aspired for f5.
I aspired for f5, for g5 very often. You get the f4 square. I won some important games there. Never in my life.
I should be going for d5.
But the chess evolves.
Well, there you go.
I have a question from the chat, Yasser, because we are taking...
join the conversation.
Join the conversation. And I think this is an interesting one because I know my answer for this one, and I know my answer for the previous candidates. do you think that there are any players that are out of place in this tournament? And would you replace it with somebody like MVL, Wesley, Grischuk, Levon, Geary, et cetera, et cetera?
Et cetera, et cetera. For sure, players are missing. But guess what? The 8 players that are here, each and every one of these players deserve to be here. They earn their spot. There's no question that Levon, Anish, MVL would fit comfortably in such an exalted group as we've got. But look, there can only be 8 players in the candidates. You can't have a 16-player candidates. But yes, there are some personal favorites. Levon, MVL. I mean, I love all of those players. But these guys deserve it.
Yeah, and I think that perhaps in previous candidates, because of the way that qualification cycles happen, because of wild cards, because of many different factors, we have had players in the past where you think, yeah, he's strong, but what is he doing in the candidates?
Right.
Is he really going to play Magnus Carlsen and win?
Right.
No.
Very unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely. And in this particular candidates, yeah, you still have a couple of players that if you imagine a match, for example, Carlsen, Radjabov, I don't think anybody's really giving Teimour
a big chance.
A big chance, but Teimour is still a top player.
But then you look at the other rookies and you say, okay, Richard Rapport plays out of his mind the tournament of his life. He becomes a challenger. You go, well, this is a very young man.
Yeah.
Very, very creative.
27,
he can do
60.
something. He
Right.
can do something.
He can definitely do something.
Duda, another very young
young player.
Riza. Again, all very young. They're maiden experience, if you will.
Yeah.
And if they win, it would be a bit of an upset, but then again, I kind of like to see
I would like to see
them
it
play.
And I feel that
Magnus.
for this particular candidates, replacing somebody like Duda or Rapport with Geary or with MVL, I don't think it's a big difference. Geary and MVL are not particularly in shape, even though MVL has done better in the past couple of months.
Exactly.
He had a year of just bad results.
Yeah, he wasn't very pleased with himself, was
Geary
he?
also hasn't been really playing a lot of chess, and
No.
the chess that he has played hasn't been particularly impressive. He participated in the Grand Prix, didn't come close. Richard qualified in the same tournament.
Exactly.
And did fabulously.
Right.
So in this year, I don't feel so.
No, I mean, no, I love the group that we have. I just
Yes.
wanted to turn our attention, please, for just a moment, to the game of Richard and Alireza. Because for me, this position, after bishop e3, I love these strategic fights. And I love this move, bishop e3, controlling some very important key squares. And I thought that my favorite thing in chess, besides giving you checkmate, is actually developing the tempo. I love just attacking your piece, forcing your piece to move, and I get the development. And if I can do it again and again and again, it's just, I win the game. So here, I thought the move bishop e3 was a prelude to castling long, so that I could develop with tempo and attack the bishop on d6. Well, look at my surprise that he went castles, and I was forcibly reminded of yesterday's game where Hikaru castled kingside, a move that we really, really didn't like, and in fact it turned out to haunt him. He never recovered. And instead of castling queenside, your take, would you have been, like me, eager to play the move knight c3, castles, and knight a4, or would you take the same approach that Richard took?
I would have castled along so fast and so hard. Right. I would have forgotten that I could castle short.
Is that legal? You would have asked yourself. I could actually castle short.
You know, Grandmaster experience in this structure is that even though the king is on the side where the rooks want to be, it proves very useful at defending pawns.
Especially the
B2 pawn.
Right.
Right.
So that was just a different approach altogether by Richard, and I mean, power to him. F7, F6 is not, again, the first move that comes to mind for me. I mean, to my way of thinking, the E5 pawn looks pretty well defended. You would play a move like F7, F6 if you really were thinking of, you know, putting your king on F7. F7, F6, rook C1. And my first instinct is that I prefer white because of the damaged pawn structure. I understand the two bishops. Just feels that Richard's got a little pull. What's your
I feel that if anybody has a pull today, it's going to be Richard. And remember, today is
happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Alireza Firouzja, 19th birthday.
Nobody wants to lose on their birthday. That's just not nice.
Especially in the candidates.
19, so qualifying at 18. At 18, I wasn't even a grandmaster. I mean, getting to the candidate. I remember when Bobby Fischer got the grandmaster title at 15 by becoming a candidate. Right?
Oh, very nice.
And I said, that is a record that will never be broken.
That's
never.
right.
Nobody could possibly become a grandmaster before the age of 15. Judith Polgar did it. We've had so many people do it that now it's 12 years. You beat Bobby's record.
I beat Bobby's record.
Damn.
Yeah. I think he was like 2 months older than I was. But Judith was younger than me.
Right, Judith was also, wow. Okay, and by the way, after rook c1, Alireza defended the pawn on c6 with the move rook a6. That doesn't look very good. That does not look very good.
It is definitely seizing the defensive.
Right.
It does hold on because of the bishops, right?
Right.
But what an ugly move.
Feels peculiar. Well, definitely we keep an eye on that one. And Christian, we turn it to you.
This is still such a better and improved version of what Ricci had yesterday.
Yes,
that's true. Agreed.
Because there's the absence of the light square bishops, and that's why you can put the rook on a6. There's nobody going to attack it. There's no light square bishop that is going to attack. It's a much improved version of what he had. Now I understand. White still has the pressure. Definitely still has the strategical pressure. He's the only one that can try to accommodate Black's position, especially because of that weakness on c6. But again, the absence of the light square bishop, the fact that Black has the bishop pair. Yasser, you were mentioning that yesterday that Black has the bishop pair, and you were writing this very nice speech. And then Alejandro pointed out that White also has the bishop pair. So that kind of cancels each other, right?
And the speech was wonderful, really, right up until the point that the obvious was stated.
It was a beautiful speech. I have to say it was a beautiful speech. Now, but I want to point your attention to this game, and I'll let you analyze it.
Sure.
We discussed d5 ideas, knight to e7 ideas, followed by knight to g6, rook to b8 to focus on the b2 pawn. After bishop d2, guess what the move that Dingley Wren chose was? And I'll give you one choice before you see the move.
Unfortunately, I saw the move.
You saw the move.
Unfortunately.
I haven't seen the move, but I would guess it's g5. I mean, this is the logical move in the position.
What you mentioned from your
exactly.
Rossellino,
from a Rossellino experience, you play g5 before you go f5 as the most ambitious way of playing. If White gives me the ability to play g5, you play it automatically.
He did, and so he did. We have g5 on the board right now. f4 is no longer an option. What I see right now is a weakness and a square on f5 that I should try to capitalize on. And the way to do that is somehow get the other knight from h2. The knight on g3 is already nicely placed there. The knight from h2 to go all the way to f5. The transition square that I can use is the square e3. Now, how do I get there? Rook to b1, it seems to be the computer's choice, followed by knight to f1, knight to e3, and knight to f5. Stop you, or at least get ready for your pawn storm on this side. How do we assess this position, guys?
I mean, I'm totally biased.
You like Black?
I like Black. I love the structures where Black is. They're giving me such good results that it's difficult for me to see this objectively. I love Black's position. I know
You're
that
not
the
worried
moment,
about the bishop on b6 at all?
I don't care. I mean, I just don't care.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't worry.
I really don't.
You literally don't care.
I worry.
You literally
he
don't
doesn't
care.
worry. You know, well, what about the bishop on b6?
For me, the square f5 is the main deal, right? I have a septic bishop on b6, which means that if I lose control of f5, my game is over. You will win. But it doesn't really get there. From my experience, by the moment you're prepared to go knight e3, I play the move f5.
Right.
And then I solve all my problems.
Well, from my perspective, it's about breaks.
Right.
Right? Okay. So as White, I'm basically nursing two breaks. f2, f4, b2, b4, b3. I'm not really touching the queen side because the last thing I want to do is play the move b4 and invite c5 takes b4, and this bishop on b6 suddenly becomes a god. I can play f4 thanks to your last move g5. For me, I go, okay, I'm going to have to completely take a different turn and approach this position from the fact that I've got to fight for the light squares. I love what you were saying, Christian, about transiting the knight through g4 to e3 and eventually to this promised land of f5.
Well,
so
g4 is a bit difficult. Right?
So for the moment, g4, you'll take twice. So I'm going to play an ugly move, rook e1.
Will I take twice?
You go knight e, maybe not, I'm not sure. I was going to go queen d1. My queen on c2 is doing nothing.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that, okay, on a good day, maybe I'll pop out with queen h5. But really what I was thinking I was going to try to do is go knight to g4, to e3, to f5. But I feel like I'm playing for equality as
white, right? That you're not really playing for the advantage here.
No, the promise of an advantage has kind of faded.
So now that your queen is on d1, no longer defending the pawn on d3, I want to get my knight to f4 fast. So knight g6, knight g4, and maybe I catch you with knight f4. How do you defend?
Exactly. Well, unfortunately, it's getting worse and worse. Bishop c1 will be awkwardly met by bishop a5. I want to be able to play knight e3. I don't want to take on, well, tactically.
Maybe you do. Maybe
yeah,
you do.
is this
I'm
completely crazy?
So g takes. I think I'm going to take with the g pawn.
G pawn? Is this awkward or
Can
not?
I go king g6?
Guys, I have,
no.
I have a bishop. I have a bishop that's doing nothing on b6. Give it a job.
Now?
Yeah.
Or before?
Go, right now, bishop d8.
No, but king
oh,
g6.
bishop to d8.
Yeah,
oh, king g6, you're not going to take the knight.
What? Well, how do you defend it? Well, I understand that. I'm not going to take it immediately.
No, you're not going to take the knight. I was going to play
it
g3.
slow. Bishop d8 and queen f7. I don't see the issue.
You're still not going to take the knight.
I'm still not going to take the knight, but you take on, then go rook g8, and you're going to... Yeah.
No, I'm going to be happy.
f5, I don't know about this. No.
Why are you happy? But now I can take your knight.
I take your bishop.
And I take on h3, and thank you very much for...
oh, you take on f3. Oh. So I have to move my king? Yuck.
Right?
Maybe that wasn't... Well...
The game goes on.
Yeah, it's a melee. I'm not 100% sure who this favors,
right?
But Ding, after losing, how crucial is it for him to bounce back?
I don't think
Alejandro.
we can overstate the importance of this game for Ding Liren.
Right.
The way that his candidate started last year was so disastrous, starting 0 out of 2.
Did he lose the second round as well?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so he really...
He was out of the tournament before it began.
That was the problem. He lost to, I think he made a draw and then he beat Favi. And even then, he was still not really in contention.
Right.
Actually finished the first half either on -2 or -3, I forgot.
Oh my gosh.
So for Ding, this is a huge, huge tournament. He's going out of China. Which has
been very difficult.
It's been very difficult to do, especially coming back.
Pandemic lockdowns and
pandemic lockdowns. So he really needs to take this opportunity. Losing on the first round, hurts. But you need to come back at some point. I think he looks at this game and he says, look,
this is actually a decent opportunity.
Very, very decent. I mean, this is a very double-edged position in which Black got a lot of moves in that perhaps he shouldn't have.
And indeed, it's very hard for White to play moves like f2, f4. Again, the breaks are not on White's side, and it's going to be a fight for these light squares, and the queen on c2 needs to return into the game. If you don't mind, I just want to see what is going on in our marquee matchup between our two tournament leaders. We left it at bishop a2 and not bishop e6 and not c6, d5, a different approach altogether. Fabi played c5.
Makes sense. Cement the bishop.
Defends the bishop. Okay. Takes. And do you want to take with the pawn or do you want to pick up a tempo against the rook?
That's always the question. The other thing is that actually the rook doesn't have a great square.
I was about to say, where's my rook moving after bishop takes c5? Just a second. Let me just put this on the board for a moment.
Wait a second.
Yeah, okay. So b3 will be a lousy square. Oh, no, b3 is okay. Sorry. Rook b3 is okay because bishop e6 will be met by knight f5. And a2 is hanging. Pardon me. The opposite of what I just said. a2 is defended. I can play rook takes b7 on my next move.
I'm a little confused. What if I play queen f6 here?
Rook takes A7.
Rook takes B7, I understand.
Rook takes B7.
But I mean, first of all, I wouldn't be completely unhappy about Bishop A2. I don't know why I'm unhappy about taking that pawn also.
Right.
But after you take on B7, can't I throw in Knight D3? Isn't it going to be dangerous for you at some point?
Probably.
I would start with Knight D3 even, I think.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm going to ask you where you're. I'm asking you where you're.
Where I'm going.
Where you're going.
Okay, I don't know. Let's just throw it out there quickly.
Knight F2.
Oh, is that, if that's really good, then I'm gonna, because bishop on A2 is hanging.
There's some trickies, right? Rook F2, Bishop A2, maybe Bishop E3 works.
Yeah, it could be one of those, blunders turn brilliancy.
Right?
Yeah, right? Oh dear.
Although I'm not sure
Knight E7 check is a big threat at the moment. Don't forget that that when I play the move Bishop E3, my rook is no longer pinned. So Knight E7 check is definitely on my agenda. Wow, this is really intriguing. Okay, it already happened, but do you mind if I just ask a question? Forget my queen side. Like, okay,
I'll try.
You got it. You got it. If I had maybe
C4.
Maybe some idea like this is what I was kind of aspiring. Yeah, like so something similar. Oops, excuse me. Something similar to what we have looked at previously. I don't mind the B pawn.
Yeah,
but
C4 is actually
the problem.
The problem. I think that crushing the bishop on A2 would be difficult for white to meet. Well, let's.
We have a tweet.
We have a tweet. Let's let Fabi stew over there. He wants to take on C5 with the pawn or with the bishop.
Right.
From YouTube, our #1 fan here, Patrick.
Patrick, hi.
If FIDE returned to the older style of candidates with match-based tournaments like Fischer won, so the knockout system that we had.
Candidate matches.
For example, in Kazan, I guess.
Yeah.
Would that significantly affect the odds of someone like Ding winning? Oh, that's a good question.
Personally, I love the match play.
I love the match play.
The problem always with the matches was the organization of the matches.
So hard.
And you would have, 12 organizers bidding for the match between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen.
And then zero
bidding for the match between Yasser Seirawan and Robert Hubner, right? Like what? So it was very, very awkward in the past for the FIDE to organize match play. I love the match play. When you think about the world championship being a match, you kind of think, well, I need some training in match play if I'm going to play Magnus a match, right?
How did you feel about mini matches like in Kazan, 2009? I think 2009 Kazan?
I know, but that would make Ding's chances of qualifying worse.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. If a match is a 6-game match, Ding is a big favorite. Match is a 12-game match, the favorite of Ding goes much higher. If the match is a 2-game match, like it is in the World Cup, and it's an immediate knockout, Ding doesn't become a favorite after 3 such matches of 2 games each.
I have to agree. So, I do think that the longer the matches go, the better for Ding specifically.
Right. I remember a match. It was 1974. The winner of the match gets to play Bobby Fischer.
Very good.
Viktor Korchnoi, Anatoly Karpov played the finals of the candidate matches. How many games did they play? 24.
Are you serious?
24.
Wait, the final of the candidates?
The finals, the 1974, and it was 3-2. Karpov won, +3, lost 2. It was that close. It's a 24-game match.
Gross.
Bobby Fischer forfeited, and Anatoly Karpov won. So imagine how long those matches were.
But why was it 24?
I have no idea.
It was 6 before that. Right?
No, it was the first to 6.5. Or was it the first to 5.5? Pardon me. Bobby Fischer defeated Mark Taimanov 6-0.
But it was a 6-game match.
No, I think it was a 12-game match. Or a 10-game match in the first to 5.5. And he won 6-0. You have to score 5.5.
I thought that it was a 6-game match he won, and you had to play them out anyway.
Pardon?
I thought, no? Am I completely
100%.
wrong on this
Yeah,
one?
Bobby Fischer won against Bent Larson 6-0.
No,
and the match was over.
I understand that.
But I think they were originally scheduled to play 10 games.
Really?
And scored, the first to score 5.5.
I have to reread my great predecessors. I was completely off on that one.
And then in the semifinals against Tigran, the finals against Tigran Petrosian, that was a bit longer, and Tigran actually stopped Bobby Fischer's streak of like 21-0.
Yeah,
one was a forfeit by Oscar Pano in the interzonals, but wow. Okay.
And just to
please,
add up to that question, I do think that it would decrease if we go back to the mini matches version of the candidates. It would decrease players like Ding's chances quite a lot. Let's take a look at the World Cup, which is mini matches.
Right.
Magnus didn't even win it in a lot of tries, right? He just tried, he got knocked off by Duda. Anything can happen in a mini match, in a 2-game mini match, 4-game mini match. Absolutely anything can happen. And speaking of Kazan 2009, Gelfand won that in that mini match version of the candidates, and he was by no means the rating favorite to go and challenge Vichy Anand. But after he won that, he gave Anand the fight of his lifetime.
Yes, he did.
He just got lost the match in the rapid tiebreaks, and if I remember correctly, he had a winning position in the rapid tiebreaks as well, and he could have clinched the match. So, in a match situation, and this ties to the previous question as well, is any of the players here not worthy of being a contender? Even a guy like Radjabov, in a match, in a 16-game, 14-game match, anything can happen. He can come up with incredible preparation and give a player like Magnus a very hard fight. And this is exactly what we want to see, and this is exactly what we hope to achieve through the system that we have right now. So I think there's no mismatch in chess, especially in a World Championship match, as well as the candidates. But yes, I do believe that Ding's chances to actually go to the World Championship would diminish if we return to the 2009, let's say, version of the candidates.
Thank you, Christian. And of course, our schedule. This is the pace. 3 rounds of play, followed by a free day all throughout. And there's our schedule as we are in round 2, Saturday, June 18th.
We've had all kinds of formats throughout the years. I think that nothing has stood out to me that is much better than the others. I like the tournament format of the candidates. I also understand it's incredibly grueling.
It is.
It is an outstanding tournament compared to everything else, just because both the time control is so long.
And the quality of the play, and you have to be in the best form of your life. Yeah, exactly. I'm cheating a bit, but you asked the question, I answer. On a break, you had asked me, was there somebody I held a grudge against? And
by the way, before I get that, a shout out to Reddit, our chess on Reddit, because I did ask them. It's a forum on the internet that they have a lot of questions for us. If they had anything directly for you, Yasser.
There you go.
And we did have a user.
A grudge.
A grudge. Do you, Yasser Seirawan, hold a grudge against someone? And if someone, who?
Yes, exactly. And so because I got a chance to really think about it, my first instinct was no, but then I remembered. 1973, the Washington State Junior Championship was held in Walla Walla, Washington. And the players were billeted in the organizer's home, and we had our sleeping bags, and we just kind of slept on the family carpet there. And I started really strong, like 3 out of 3, something really, really good. And my dear friend, John Donaldson, took my pillow and stuck it into the freezer. So I had this and everybody was waiting for me to come to the sleeping bag. So there's my pillow, and I like face planted into the pillow, this frozen pillow. And that was like, they cracked up, and my tournament went south. That was the worst part. It actually worked, and so I was really angry with John for a whole week. I mean, it was brutal.
So this is the actual way of beating these top players.
Exactly.
Put a pillow in the freezer.
Put their pillow in the freezer, they'll never recover.
That is funny.
We're going to take a break, and we're going to see you on the other side.
Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here, round number 2 of the candidates. This is the tournament to determine the challenger for the World Championship match. And so far, we've had 2 decisive games in the tournament. Fabiano Caruana defeating Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces, and Jan Nepomniachtchi doing the same to Ding Liren, but with the black pieces. They sit at the top of the leaderboard, and importantly, they are facing each other. Yasser.
Making it a huge, huge game.
And
anybody who starts 2-0 is just going to be hard to catch.
And they're giving us a thrill. It's
Exactly.
It's not a quiet game by any stretch of the imagination. Tons of things are happening. Let's jump into it.
Exactly. Well, as you will certainly gather, Jan has sacrificed a pawn to try to take advantage of the weaknesses around Fabi's king. After we left the position just after the move c5, we saw B take c5. Fabi was thinking, should I take with the pawn? Should I take with the bishop? He decided tempi is important. He took with the bishop. The rook went to b3, keeping in mind that the bishop on a2 is defended. A move like bishop e6 is just going to be met by rook takes b7. After the move b5, this is kind of what I wanted previously. I'm going to ignore the queen side. I'm going to jump with knight to f5, which is exactly what Jan has done, as he's prepping a rook to slide over to the king side. He's going to want to move his king in order to make the move f2, f4 possible. If white can get in those moves, it's simply game over. Rook g3, king h1, f4, game over. Black has to be accurate. How is Fabi going to be accurate?
Well, my first instinct is that I can take this knight on f5 whenever I want. So maybe I can move my queen to f6 first, unless I have a direct problem.
All right, let's look at the obvious. Queen to f6.
Now, you have possibilities of playing something like knight h6. First of all, I'm not really sure that they work out right away. And second, even if you do get in the move rook g, they don't work right away, because the rook on g3 is undefended.
Right.
But even if you did, it's too many pieces. So I'm not afraid of h6 sacrifices.
Let me just show the audience what I mean. It's one of those combinations that when you make it, you're feeling so gosh darn good about what you're doing, until you have that cold shower that we all experience. We play the move rook g3. Now, what you're saying, I've already given up two pieces and you're going to give up a rook. And when he takes our rook, we get the bad news.
Kind of like Wesley pointing out to Fabi, you're in check. You can't take that.
You're in check. But okay, fair enough. You go queen f6.
Queen f6 played.
It was in fact played.
Yes.
All right. I'll slide my rook over, inviting you to win a second pawn.
Okay.
Let's do it. Okay. Now,
You've convinced me.
Didn't take that much convincing. Bishop f5, ef, queen at f5, right? I'm assuming. Okay.
I mean, I'm not really compelled to take this pawn, but I also don't see a reason not to.
Exactly. Okay, so I love my bishop on a2, but you know, you're always asking yourself these very salient questions. Where will my piece be stronger? If I have a white knight, would it be stronger on f5? Would it be stronger on d5? Should I start with the move bishop? No.
Who's defending the bishop?
It was one of those wonderful combinations where I go bishop takes g5.
Attacking the queen.
And then I go bishop check. No, it doesn't work. Okay, then in that case, would you believe plan B? I'll move my king.
Wow.
Okay,
excellent.
Where's my mouse so that I can move my king? Do you see?
Yeah, it's on the right side.
Yeah. Okay, I think I have a battery issue.
I think we do.
Okay, we came prepared. I saw that.
Batteries? They're ready.
We got ready. Oh, am I overlooking knight d3?
Yeah, I didn't really know what you were going to do against it.
Gosh darn it, I apologize. I'm overlooking knight d3. Oh, well, this makes it much harder for me to achieve my desired f2, f4
Yeah,
break.
because knight d3 is a real threat. I mean, you are forking too many things, and I don't see enough initiative to just give up that much material.
Right.
So, what is white's move here?
Well, h4 will, okay, let's just take a look. What will h4 produce or not? Again, I am having problems with my mouse, so I may have to throw it to Christian while I get a battery repair. h4, let's do it.
Well, let's ask Cristian. Maybe he can take it off from in this position because this is very sharp, and I want to know what the computer thinks of Nepo's play so far.
Me too.
Sure, yeah, why not, guys? I mean, I was actually looking at the game between Yanshistav, Duda, and Ding, but this one is extremely interesting as well. Queen to f6. The computer actually wanted to take the pawn on a4. So the way he was doing it was take on f5, take on a5, take on a4, rook to g3, and now it was just a battle of 10 pieces. Because I need to get off the g file, and you need to get off the g file as well with your king in order to play the move f4. So the way it happens is like king to h2, and I get out just in time to avoid this move f4. Be ready whenever you play the move f4 to take it, and then just challenge you on the g file with the move rook to g8. So this one does seem like black is still in control of the position, and he doesn't get checkmated. If somehow you manage to open up the b1, h7 diagonal by playing the move f6, then probably black is going to be in trouble. But fortunately, the queen is doing a tremendous job for the simple fact that there's no knights on the board. There's no knights for white. Of course, there's one knight on the board in the center, but there's no knights for white. If a knight would be on the board and would land on d5, that would be game over. That's not going to happen. There's no clear way of you getting this queen out. And this pawn, despite the fact that it's doubled, is going to go to a3, is going to be nicely protected by the bishop on c5, and is going to be a tremendous asset later on in the game, demanding the attention of the bishop on a2 to restrict it from going to promotion. So the pawn on a4 is quite an asset right now, despite the fact that it's doubled. This is what the engine recommended. Now, if you go queen to f6 and rook to g3 is the move that you guys were mentioning, and of course right now we can still go into the variation with b takes a4, but you wanted to take this other pawn on f5, not on, well, but why would you take this pawn? This pawn seems...
It was free.
I understand, but this one is free as well. This is the question that he needs to answer and to ask himself, which one is more free than the other? And I feel the pawn on a4 is freer, I guess, than the pawn on f5, because if you take this one, this almost acts as a shield for my position, at least the way I see it, because bishop to b1 at times, if you do take and open up this diagonal, could come and could invite danger around my king. Now, if you take this one, there's no consequences. And I will put the pawn on a3, and there will be consequences, but for white. So this is the way I see it. I see this pawn as a shield. I see it as more of a liability for white. If you take it, then I'm just simply going to go h4. And I'm going to hook your pawn and try to open the position like that. I'm going to invite later on the king to go to h2 and then go f4, double that attack, and continue the avalanche as follows. So I'm not 100% sure if taking on f5 makes a lot of sense. I like this a pawn much more than the pawn on f5. And of course, he doesn't have to take any of them, by the way. He played the move queen to f6, but at some point, you need to get rid of this knight, because this knight is like a tarantula around my king, getting ready to jump into the attack. And by the way, after rook to g3, you have an immediate big threat. That is knight takes h6. Bishop takes g5 is going to come, and you know, the king is just going to be completely in shambles. So knight to f5, an interesting decision, sacrificing a pawn. Queen to f6, rook to g3 is not on the board. So right now, Nepo still has the option of potentially saving this pawn on a4 by exchanging it or by pushing it to a5. That's going to lose a tempi for himself. So big moment right now. How are we doing on time? 43 minutes, 1 hour and 3 minutes. Now, the way I see this position is also, it's a battle of styles, but I feel like this position actually is advantageous to both players. We know Nepo is comfortable in this type of situations, but Fabiano also is extremely comfortable with his king being under attack, but him being able to calculate to the maximum. And this is exactly what he's seeing right now. All these variations that we've been discussing, he's seeing those. He's seeing the fact that he's in time to get his king off the g file and save himself and nurture an extra pawn or two. So this is an interesting battle right now between styles, between two players that are clearly in shape, and it's going to develop nicely.
I agree wholeheartedly. And Cristian, if I could just stay with you for a moment there.
Yes.
So my approach to Nepo's position is I want to open up the king side, and the more I'm looking at it, after the move queen f6, I was playing rook g3 without too much consideration. h3, h4, let's go. Let's open up.
Yes.
Let's open up the game.
Let's start like that. Yeah, no, I like the move h4, and this is definitely the best move is to take it.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh man, that's never going to happen. I don't see Fabiano taking on h4.
Well, you might see it out of necessity because you don't want to allow white.
King
h2. You don't want to
King
allow
h2 was played. None of this is going to happen. King h2.
King h2.
The idea is obvious, right? You want to play f4. You want to play f4.
Okay.
But almost not only invites but forces black right now to react and react in a decisive manner. And I think we might be going towards the variation that we discussed. Bishop takes f5. Then take on a4. I might as well munch on another pawn.
Right.
And then, right in time, get off the g file.
See, I don't see it like that.
How do you continue the attack after this? That's the question.
I like one thing, especially, Christian, that you mentioned, and
Yes.
I actually prided myself. I thought that I had a real problem going from the expert class to the master class. That was like a ceiling I just hit my head against for like 2 years. It's amazing. I couldn't get to the 2200. And one of the things...
just for our non-American viewers, we have the expert category, which is
2,000 to 2199.
2199, yes.
2200 is the master class. And when I became good, I became a master player, I began to realize that I could use my opponent's pawns as a shield. Like, when my opponent got his pawn all the way next to my king, sometimes it was a really good idea not to take it, because that pawn blocked my opponent's attack. So what Christian was saying is, in these positions where you play bishop takes f5, e takes f5, oftentimes you really don't want to take the free pawn, because that opens up the position and you want to play a move like king h7. So yeah, I remember feeling like very proud of myself that I had the knowledge to play a move like king h7.
It is funny how chess evolves, because a lot of times we get questions, who was the best world champion and stuff like that.
Right.
And I always feel it's not only impossible, but you shouldn't compare people of different eras.
Yeah.
Even though we're sitting in the same desk, to me that's such a ridiculous notion, because I learned that as a kid in a book.
Right.
A book tells you there's a concept called the pawn shield.
Right.
You don't take the pawn that's defending.
I didn't have that book when I grew up.
Right, because it's knowledge that you guys made that knowledge for us.
Right.
Right.
Right. And when I think about the databases and the engines today, I just see that the generations of players today are so much more advanced, so much more knowledgeable. That's a part of their DNA. And the openings, what has happened to theory, has just simply exploded. I feel like a child in my understanding of theory. When I thought I was well prepared, I went 10 moves deep. Right? I mean, now it's like, if you're not at 30, you're out of your toast. You're going to get killed.
Good old days, yeah.
H2.
KG, but I don't know.
Is that...
See, Christian was mentioning that you have to take on f5, and I didn't see it that way. I saw it in the way that I should take this knight when it's most pressing.
Okay.
I love the move king h7.
Are you afraid or not? Oh, sorry. The king h7 gets out
of everything.
Knight h6 and bishop takes g5.
I see all of the threats the white has. They involve f4, they involve opening the g file, they involve targeting the h6 pawn. Get this king out of g8.
So what if I continue with f4? Again?
F4, as Christian, you got to
I think I have to take, right.
Bishop takes. Now for sure, you're never touching. You may capture the knight, but you're not going to capture...
I'm not touching that pawn, right?
Not at all.
I guess we'll transpose back into it, because if you do go f4, maybe I do have to take on f5 now that h6 is attacked.
Yes. Okay. So something like this, and again, I'm not 100% sure you want to take this pawn, but we were here.
All roads lead to this position, it seems.
Seems like you're going to get there anyway, right?
And the question that I had was rook e5 playable. The trick I had in mind was, if you take, well, bishop d6. Bishop to d6. The geometry is beautiful.
It's beautiful, but it works.
Right?
Yeah.
It works for black. Oh, bishop. That's.
Let's show it to the audience.
Sterling
Bishop takes f6. Bishop, you have bishop takes g3. Yeah.
A sterling. Why is this a sterling reputation? I got 2 bishops, but you do at the end of the day have this enormous a pawn, which is something that Cristian was harping upon. You've got. I've never thought of it that way, by the way. A free pawn. This pawn is more free, he said.
Than the other one. The other one, yeah, I've never heard of that before.
It's like, okay, I got 2 free pawns, not just 1, but 2. No, wait a minute.
Wait, this is not so clear.
By the way, let's go back to that one, and maybe we can use your board, Yasser.
Yes.
We can also start with rook takes g3 first, right? So all the way after rook takes c5, rook takes g3 first. What do you capture back with?
I can throw in rook c5.
You can take on c5, yes.
But rook g2 I'm probably going to regret this.
It's 2 bishops.
I'm not convinced. No, I still like your... So take on g2, you take, I take on c5, or do I give a check first?
I'll take on c5.
Wait, just a second. Can I go rook g8 first?
You can, but I don't see how it changes much. The king will go to h1.
Well, it does, because can you go to h2? I don't think so. So you go to h1, but now after taking on c5, I have queen c6 as a big threat.
No, I mean, I don't...
This feels like my bishops aren't working and my king is too vulnerable.
But they're not working because of the pawn on f5.
Yeah,
indeed.
Exactly, yeah. The pawn on f5 is keeping my king safe, yeah.
Exactly. Wow. My goodness. That is... There's no trickies here. Bishop takes f7 ideas. No trickies. Rook, one more time. Rook takes e5,
rook takes e5.
Rook takes g3. Pose, pose, pose. Wow.
You can also take with the queen.
Oops. On g3?
You can take with the queen on g3.
Wait.
I wanted to take on f7.
Why are we starting here?
What?
Why did I call your bluff? Okay, rook takes e5. What are we doing? Wait a second. Kill me first. Rook takes e5.
Yeah.
Pawn takes e5, right? Bishop takes e5.
Just move the queen?
Just move the queen.
But I was thinking f7 was hanging.
Okay, let's move it to e7 then.
But then you go f6.
But this was my dream.
Then you go f6 and queen e4. I'm not sure about this.
Bishop check.
And then you'll kill
queen
me.
e4.
There you go.
Okay.
So let's move it to somewhere better. Bishop takes e5.
Queen c6, I think you have to go. Allow the pawn on f7 to be lost, right?
Wow. That's a lot of firepower aimed at your king here.
But perhaps that's why we didn't take on e5. I mean, look, Yasser is not giving material very often. He's not giving material very often. You have to be careful with this guy.
Let me do my little dance over here. I feel like
I'm getting killed here. Yeah?
No, those bishops, boy.
You have to be careful with Yasser. Right?
Well, when you see these kinds of lines, you know both players are calculating furiously here.
By the way,
my God,
guys,
Pawn takes, bishop takes, rook e8.
Guys, one question. Exactly. Yes, very good, Alejandro. Yeah, you saw it.
Rook takes.
Yeah, take bishop e5, and I think rook e8 might be a problem.
Now there, again, the geometry is beautiful. Any queen trades, and there's a bishop g1 lurking.
Not only that, but if you take on g8 and I take on e5 with a rook, now I'm no longer an exchange up. I'm only a pawn up. But what I do have is control over the dark squares.
Yes.
And you're busted because of that.
Yes.
Because bishop d6 is coming. The only move is queen to g3, but I have a feeling that after rook to e3, you might be in big trouble.
I wholeheartedly agree. It feels like my king on h2, in a very strange way, is far more vulnerable than the king on h7. Thanks again to the pawn on f5 shielding the bishop, the light square bishop.
Well,
wow, great stuff.
Everything that we've seen so far kind of goes in black's direction.
True.
It feels that Nepo's position is dangerous for black, but
not easy to prove.
We haven't made it work.
No, I agree with that wholeheartedly. King h7, King h2, we're expecting the move. King h7, we'll leave it for a moment.
Or bishop takes f5.
Or bishop takes f5.
We'll leave it for a moment. Let's go to other games because we have a lot to analyze
exactly.
today. And actually, Cristian has his eye on one.
Absolutely. I do have, I have my eyes on all of them, but one in particular, and this one between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Ding Liren, because it's so important for how this tournament will continue moving forward, because one of the favorites right now, after losing the first game with the white pieces, is having a dicey position with the black pieces. That is Ding Liren. I'm looking at the position, and more I'm starting to like white, Duda's position. Because of the last few moves, and we left it off after this move, rook to b1. And my idea, and what I thought Duda's idea is as well, is to go knight to f1, knight to e3, knight to f5, and we actually preferred black at this point. We said black probably has more options to continue expanding his position, either with knight e7 followed by f5, after with knight e7 followed by knight to g6 and getting that knight to f4. A lot of options for black. We didn't see too many options for white, and actually this flank situation right now on the queen side we thought is favorable for black, because we thought the b2 pawn, or at least I did, is a weakness. In fact, it is not, and this is exactly what Duda has showcased with his next few moves. Rook to b1, tremendous plan to play active on the queen side. b4, take on b4, rook takes b3. Now I'm going to have this passed pawn, which once again could become a liability because it's being attacked. I do need to focus some resources to the defense of the pawn on a2. Nevertheless, let's see how the game continued. Bishop to e3, queen to e8, rook to b7, and now queen to d8. I feel like the last few moves definitely have been favorable for white. Black hasn't achieved much. It still has that option of playing f5 or knight to g6, knight to f4. But even if you do get the knight to f4, how are you going to continue after that? And I see a clear plan, or at least for the next few moves for white. That is either queen to d1 or rook to e1, doubling up on, and by the way, he played the move queen to d1. The best move by the engine, as well as the best practical chance, because not only that you're opening up the avenue for the rook to go to b2 and connect the rooks like that, but also once you do that, this queen nicely opens up, and if you don't pay too much attention, if you don't keep this bishop here like the engine wants, bishop to c8, I don't see that move easily coming on the board unless Ding is ready for a repetition. Bishop to c8, rook goes back, bishop to e6, rooks go back. I don't know if Ding right now is in that mindset of potentially making a draw. So I don't see bishop to c8 coming on the board. But if that doesn't happen, then you're going to have to allocate a lot of resources to the defense of the 7th rank. The queen has to stay on d8. The bishop has to stay on c7. If you remove this knight, well, at some point I'm going to start thinking about pushing my a pawn. a4 followed by a5, or bishop to d2, a5. I'm still waiting for you on this side. What are you going to do on this side? The way I look at this position is right now, white has an easier path to improving his position. What do you guys think?
Well, I can see some very nice moves. A4, rook b2, knight g4, as you were saying. And black has to carefully time his f5 break, or put his knight on f4. It's easier at this exact moment. I think white's task is a little easier, and this is our lifetime result.
I was very happy with Ding's position a few moves ago.
Me too.
It feels like it's gone south, and I can't really pinpoint where.
I thought he should have played c5.
Maybe that's what it was.
And open up the bishop on d6.
Yeah, but also surprising for me that only 3 classical games between these two powerful players, really not playing a lot.
Yeah.
And so far, Ding Liren with the better of it. 1 win for him.
I just want to turn our attention to Hikaru Nakamura versus Timur Radjabov. That is a game that just stopped. It's sort of like we left it quite some time ago, right here. We saw this move d5. We thought queen takes d5 was white's best option.
Yeah.
And a likely, slightly favorable ending for white. Apparently, Hikaru felt that that would not have been enough for him. But then when we saw the move queen c4, this is where we instantly stopped. We gave the line a rest because we thought bishop g4 is like full compensation, 2 bishops and initiative. What are you kidding me?
This weakness on d5 seems like it'll
Then
fall one day.
h3, bishop d7, and wait a minute. I'm looking at moves like rook e8 and queen e2, and I'm starting to think, why does Hikaru think he's better at all? And then he played a move that really surprised me. Queen f3. I thought he was going to play knight c2, play bishop e3, make a quick draw, call it a day, whatever. Queen f3, losing more tempi. What is he doing, Alejandro? rook here?
I guess the bishop has to go out somewhere.
You got to play it, right?
I guess bishop. I kind of want to play bishop f4. I'm a little worried tactically, but if I play bishop e3, it's just ugly.
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 So bishop f4, and there's
I mean, I'm worried about rook e2. I'm worried about queen e2. I'm worried about the house.
Exactly.
But
somebody can crash the party.
Right.
Right.
But I mean, does he really want to play bishop e3?
Well, it seems to me like White has lost a lot of tempi after this pawn sacrifice, and Timur has full compensation. Let's continue around the horn for a second here. And we just spoke about it openly for ourselves, but let's jump with our audience. Right here, in this moment after b4, I thought the move b4 was doing Black a great service, a favor, if you will. Let me take with the c pawn in order to open up the bishop. You're welcome to play rook takes. I will play bishop to c5. And this just felt like, well, Black for choice, frankly.
Despite giving up a pawn?
Right. What? I blundered a pawn? Oh, a4?
Yeah.
You really think your rook is going to... Wow.
I mean, I've been sitting here for so long next to you.
Good point. Good point. Okay.
It is a pawn.
It is a pawn. Okay.
Rook's not going to be trapped. Nobody's going to attack it.
Right. Well, that is...
You're not going to get your pawn back either. There's such
not
good
for a
defense,
while.
right?
Not for a while. Interesting. Okay, he did not do this.
Right.
And because you said, well, Black got caught on the back foot, and queen e8, queen d8, and we are up to date with the players, but now we feel that Duda's position is easier to play.
More than the position. Play recently, last few 5 moves.
Queen e8, queen d8, bishop c8.
They've gone Duda's way.
Easily.
What's going on through Ding Liren's mind? Now, take in consideration the following. Last candidates that he played, he starts the tournament losing to Wang Hao.
His countryman.
His countryman. Then in the next round, he plays Maxime Vacher-Lagrave.
Loses that game too.
Gets annihilated.
Right.
Loses that game too. 0-2. Now you're playing against Duda, and things clearly are not going your way.
Right.
I mean, he is a very strong player. He's starting to realize that the move queen e8, queen d8 cannot possibly have been the best way of playing.
Right.
What's going through his mind, and how does he recover?
Right. Like, you know, you're almost like watching yourself from afar.
Right.
You see your hand making a move, and then you're asking yourself, well, why did I play queen e8?
Yeah.
So that it can go queen d8. No, something is a little bit off. And then you start to think, okay, I'm not playing this well. I should make an emergency exit here. And I start looking for a way of like pulling the plug and finding a forcing draw, which means I start looking at the most forcing moves, and I start thinking about f5. By the way, we do have queen on d8 back to e8. He's building up for f5, but I think he wants to do it when his queen is on g6. In the meantime, Duda says, okay, you just get on with whatever you're doing.
I'll put my rooks on the b file. Yeah.
Double up on the b file. A much easier position for a Duda to play. I've seen so many games of these Soviet championships over the years, and I've seen this Anatoly Karpov way of playing. Knight h2, queen f3, knight g4, knight f5, Bobby Fischer as well. And I'm just thinking that, well, White has a much easier time. We'll again, keep an eye on that. And finally, Richard and our birthday boy.
Our birthday boy, Alireza Firouzja. This king, funnily enough, made it to the center, which makes me wonder why didn't you castle?
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. You made it back to the center, king e2, and I do like very, very much what Richard has played.
Knight h4 is such a cagey and precise move because you can't play g3 right now. Knight h4, you cannot play g3.
Because?
Bishop g4.
Check.
Check.
And the moment I play f3, you capture.
Yeah, I snap that.
And at the end of the line, the d3 is hanging, and I'm an unhappy camper, which is why he was forced to play knight takes b4, which, by the way, was something I wanted to do.
You did?
I did, because I had a very clear idea, which was after g3, knight g6, I really, really want to play the move a4 badly. So I'm thinking that if it's my turn, I'll play b3, and maybe on a good day, bishop to c5, and I'll try to lasso the pawn on b4.
That's very nice.
And if you capture, I wanted to take with the rook. Now I'm hoping to get this type of an ending, where I've got the outside pass pawn. I think my king is going to be close enough to the c pawn, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to.
Yeah,
You're not convinced.
Well, the thing
Would
is,
you believe? Just a second. Let me rewrite my speech in this case.
I kind of believe this endgame.
A little bit better.
A little bit.
Okay.
The only issue I have with the variation is that unfortunately after a4,
Yes.
it is black to move. I'm not compelled to take on a3.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could just play b3 and hold the draw a little bit easier.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, just a second. Let's go. I'll try to anchor the bishop on b6, and then maybe on a good day, this guy, and...
Yeah, perhaps I'm not on time.
It could
still,
easily be a timing issue for you.
It's a timing issue, right?
Yeah.
Does the knight get to d7 or c8
In
on
time,
time?
right.
Like, for example, I could play knight e7 here, defend
Precisely.
that pawn on c6.
Anticipating that
Anticipating that on
bishop
bishop b6, I'll play...
rook somewhere.
Actually, rook fa8. Rook da8, I don't know why I said f. Rook da8, and it actually does come with the threat of knight c8.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay,
because you're
let's-
pinned on the...
Okay, what am I trying to do? Just answer the question. I'm trying to win a pawn. And knight c8, I will take it, I guess.
Yeah, and in this case, the rook on a3 is
It's
defended,
protected.
which is
Yeah,
important,
okay.
right?
I think Richie's got a little something, something. Maybe
Still,
it's
right?
not. Yeah, maybe it's not
The
any-
most, but something. Yeah.
I've seen Magnus squeeze blood from stone, and well,
Well,
it's
that's what we
better.
expect from the candidates, right? If
Exactly.
you're going to be challenging Magnus Carlsen, then you need to be able to squeeze things from no advantages.
Exactly.
The way that Fabi did yesterday against Hikaru.
Exactly. Jump back to our marquee matchup game and see if more moves. By the way, Fabi showing some real insight. B5.
Some real greed is what you're trying to say.
Agreed. I stopped myself. B5 takes a4. Rook g3.
And then
okay.
king h7.
King h7 and wow, queen to d1. He is saying that, hey, look, I am a little bit worried about this pawn, and all of those other lines that we've been trying, whether it be with f4, h4, kind of came up empty-handed. So, okay, let's see how black's going to deal with queen d1.
So is there a secondary threat, or is it just queen takes a4?
I think that's the primary. Unless knight h6 rocks your world, and I don't think it does, yeah, that's it. I'm just putting my pieces maybe on better squares, e1. But that begs the question.
Why?
If it was a one-dimensional approach,
Yeah.
which is give me your pawn, is there any reasons why the queen might not be better on a5 as opposed to d1?
Well, you start giving me a lot of squares. I think particularly giving up the d3 square. Will not right now.
Not right now.
But might bite you in the future. I don't know.
Okay.
But besides that, I wouldn't say that there's a bigger issue. Maybe the move of queen d1 does have a secondary idea. I'm starting to why something like bishop takes g5, this rook on e2 goes somewhere queen h5.
Now that's crafty.
Right.
Okay. That's the old hidden. So we want to play bishop takes g. Okay, I'm going to make a move. It's not necessarily.
And that's the
best move.
problem with f4, guys.
Christian,
That was the problem with f4. It was just overly simplified version of what we're seeing right now. Queen d1 is just keeping a lot of options still on the table. Queen d1 assumes that you are not allowed to touch the pawn on f5 after bishop takes f5, e takes f5. You're not allowed to touch that pawn, so I'm never going to lose that. He's actually playing this as a slow game. Quite an interesting approach. Sure, attacking the pawn on a4, a3 most likely will come on the board. Now, do you want to recapture that pawn on a3? Probably not.
Right.
I don't think you want to take that because that's the knight on e5 in that case is going to live there forever. And I don't think you want to see that. You want to attack it at some point with f4. You also want to keep options, as Alejandro pointed out. Bishop takes g5. That's a big, big threat. Queen d1 is hinting that I might be looking that direction. So for example, after a3, maybe get the rook off the d1 h5 diagonal, maybe rook
I mean, you
c2.
can play rook c2, but
Let's
it's
go
not,
with
this is
c2.
not a subtle move at all.
Not only that, but I also, I'm hinting potentially at an exchange sacrifice, right?
Yeah, but it really does telegraph the idea
that's the big
of
threat.
queen h5.
That's the big threat.
When you play rook c2. But you were mentioning maybe rook takes c5 is an intriguing. If that pawn was on a3, then bishop b2.
So you do have to take on f5, I think. After
Yeah, I think at some point soon this knight will have to be removed.
But I'm thinking that when you played the move a3 in this particular position, and I play bishop takes a3, winning the pawn, I really feel kind of bad because, truth be told, I invested a lot of energy.
Exactly.
I played rook to g3, king h2, and I was telegraphing for the longest time that I'm playing for f4.
Yeah.
And then if I have to play bishop takes a3, and as you were saying, Christian, the knight on e5 lives forever on e5.
And I'm probably going to take on f5 also, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're giving up too many ideas.
Right. This knight on e5 is long-lived. No more f4. And
I don't know how much better black is here, but
it's his. But it's his side of the table that is
Right.
enjoying the torture. Wow. Queen d1. We haven't seen a3. I just want to ask you about the clock times.
Clock times right now, 43 minutes for Fabiano. Still thinking after Queen d1, 35 minutes for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
An unusual situation for Nepo, actually. He's such a fast player, and this is their head-to-head in classical chess. Only one win for Jan Nepomniachtchi coming in the Grand Chess Tour of Zagreb. I want to say it was 2019, maybe 2018. Against Fabi in a crazy Sveshnikov, in which Fabi actually was simply better. Maybe
and he
winning.
lost his grip.
He lost his grip in time pressure and just in the complications fell apart. And 9 draws, a lot of draws, typical for these kind of players. But
I wanted to say, in that win that Nepo had,
yes,
it was a clock issue too.
It was a clock issue, definitely.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and Nepo is known as a really, really fast player.
And both of them, the most recent victims of Magnus Carlsen.
They were the challengers.
They were the challengers.
The last back-to-back challengers here.
You do have to say that one match was closer than the other.
Even Steven for a while. But a loss is a loss. A4, A3 we're expecting. Any other? Join the conversation, everybody. Send us some questions.
Yes, please remember that we are on social media. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on Reddit.
And we've got moderate mods.
We got mods. So send us all of our questions. Tweet at St. Louis Chess Club. Join our questions because it is a long tournament, and one of the beautiful things that this allows us is that we can actually go in depth to a lot of these games that sometimes I feel when we're doing rapid, especially Blitz, we don't get to see the subtleties and the beauties of some of the ideas. And because of the even longer time control in this particular tournament, we can converse with you. We can actually answer your questions and take a look at what you want to take a look at. So join our conversation.
Share more stories.
Share and a lot more stories. I mean, the people are demanding stories. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Well, guys, let me have my
Christian, please jump in.
My hand at asking you guys a question.
All right.
Whoa.
How good is Jan Krzysztof Duda in reality? We know coming into this event, he's the lowest rated player. He's been touted as not enough for this tournament to win it. By Magnus Carlsen, by a lot of critics, also by his rating situation, right? But how good is he? Because I've been studying this young man, and I've seen him up close at the recently concluded Grand Chess Tour in Poland, the one that we're seeing footage from. I've interviewed him, and I'm sensing that his rating could be a bit deceiving right now. By the way, he won that tournament. He won the Grand Chess Tour in Poland. So I'm looking at his rating situation right now, right?
Right.
2750. But when did he hit his peak? I'm looking at his rating chart right here. Okay. His peak was in January 2020. 2758. Since then, sure, he went all the way to 2750, a rating loss of 8 points, but he hasn't played a lot of tournaments. We don't know, I don't think we can assess how good Jan Krzysztof Duda actually is. So I'm going to go ahead and actually give him quite a substantial chance at upsetting the field and potentially getting close to winning this one. Everybody is not counting him as a potential winner. I'm going to go ahead and give him a slight chance. What do you guys think?
Well, hold on, time out. Where are these haters coming from? I mean, the dude is only 24 years old.
Exactly.
He's improving.
Exactly.
We just had a 2-year hiatus. This whole pandemic messed up everybody's schedule. Duda didn't get a chance to play in a lot of over-the-board tournaments. 24 years old, enormous talent. He just wins a Grand Chess Tour event. Yeah, he's really, really, really good. And maybe, you know, he's ready to make that bounce to that 2,800. And once again, he knocks out Magnus in the World Cup and wins it as well.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
That's pretty damn impressive.
It's hard to underestimate Duda because he's so good.
Right.
How good is he in comparison to the candidates at this precise moment, I think, is the most pressing question. Right, because he has so much room to improve. He is so young, 24, ridiculous.
I know.
I mean,
come on.
And including 2 years lost, basically.
Right.
Yeah, you played a tournament here, tournament there. Beat Magnus.
Online.
Yeah, online, whatever. But it's not the same.
No.
It definitely is not the same. It doesn't have the experience of playing consistently the way he was doing before the pandemic. I just don't know. It's really hard to say. For me, this is the biggest wild card.
Right.
I think that, for me, Jan Krzysztof Duda is a bigger wild card than Richard. I don't see that Richard's opening preparation will hold up in the candidates. That is just my opinion. It's a personal opinion. Some people share it. But that is my opinion of the chances of Richard. For Duda, I don't feel he has that problem. Duda's main problem, in my opinion, is conversion. And
you get the good positions, but he's not converting.
You get a good position, but where does it go? Yesterday was a clear example of this problem. Again, I'm going to repeat what I said about yesterday's game. It was a clear example of the problems that people see in these players relative to the other candidates, of course not compared to me, relative to the other candidates that they struggle with. Richard in opening prep, where he gets some positions that are really dubious. You really shouldn't be getting these positions of the candidates at this level. And then Duda shouldn't be letting that position go. It was a very, very, very comfortable advantage at that point.
Well, one of the things that I always, as we look at their head-to-head matchup, 2 wins for Duda, not bad. 1 loss and 2 draws against Richard. And yesterday's result was a draw. I just wanted to say that I felt that I was hardwired differently. I was very unlucky as a chess grandmaster in the sense I came from the United States. I went to Europe and I was playing in these round robins and they had a completely different opening repertoire. My repertoire was designed to score 90%.
Yeah.
Because I'm playing in all of these American Opens. And playing in a round robin versus playing in an open, like you want to win the FIDE Grand Open, Swiss.
Yeah.
And you need an 80% score.
Yeah,
there's about
something like
right. You play in the candidates. You don't need an 80% score. No, maybe 60. 60.
Whoa, 60% is an amazing score.
Amazing score, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, but then when you come to the candidates, it's also another level of opening preparation that's completely different than playing in a Tata Steel. And your repertoire has to be not just good, it's almost bulletproof.
Yeah.
And you really, really have to believe in your opening. So experience matters a lot.
And to complete your thought,
Please,
Yasser,
Christian.
speaking about opening preparation, Duda, to my knowledge, well, might be the only one that has multiple seconds with him there in Spain. We have Gregor Gajewski as well as his longtime coach, Miton Camille. He's the one coming up with 2 seconds. Fabiano Caruana, to my knowledge, only has Chuchalov, for example, with him at the candidates. Not only that, but also he's taking his physical preparation quite seriously. He recently trained MMA, mixed martial arts. Check this out. Look at him. Look at him right here.
Planking.
Look at him. punching. I like what I'm seeing from Duda. I like what I'm seeing from Duda. Look at him.
Go.
Oh my goodness. He's taking everything seriously in preparation to this event, and this is what I think he is undervalued.
All right. Well, if nothing else works, he can beat up everybody.
Beat him up. Beat him up. Let's just catch up on the game of Ding, Loren, and Duda as we've been. We left it after bishop c8. The rook was dropping back. Queen slid over to e8. I thought the queen was going to g6. Duda doubled his rooks, and indeed queen g6. Now the question is, what's our next step? We do have a pass pawn on the a2. Is it ever going anywhere? Well, he said, no, it's okay. I want to meet f7, f5 with a series of trades, and then I want this knight to take the place of its colleague, maybe get to e4, rook. And there's a lot of toing and froing without any blows landing.
What is Black's plan with the last few moves?
I don't know.
He just played rook f7.
Right.
And then king g8.
Well, there was also this dance with the queen.
Right, he went queen d8, e8, g6, rook f7, and then king g8.
Well, Christian pointed out that the queen went to b8 to a7 to a5, back to a7, sure. and all the way once again. So a lot of dancing and prancing, but no real blows being landed.
Is he just staying?
He's keeping the position. He doesn't want to spoil. Is he playing for rook h7?
I feel like at some point rook h7 will really force me to go to f5, and I will be very happy to be forced to go to f5.
Like, well, not to lose a pawn. So, say a3, and I go rook f7 to h7, and how do you get to f5?
I'll put a bishop somewhere on d2, c1. I'm not really sure which one of the two squares. And the thing is, in this kind of positions with your this terrible bishop on b7, I will consider going for something like this.
It's a pawn sacrifice, but look at that. Your extra pawn, first of all, is a doubled pawn.
Yeah.
It's not the cleanest extra pawn, but okay.
And you have to take it. If you don't take it, you're just lost.
Yeah. Well, why did I play h5 and h4? And if I have to chase you to f5? Well, very, very intriguing. And Christian, what else have you? I know you're looking at all 4 games, but one in particular?
I was looking at Duda's MMA moves for the most part of our discussions. He can improve his form a little bit, but he's on the right path. Now let's take a look at this game between Hikaru and Timur. And as you guys were mentioning, this one is developing into a very slow game, very reminiscent of what actually happened in Timur's yesterday's game against Firouzja. Firouzja at some point had over an hour advantage on the clock. So did Hikaru. And take a look at the situation on the clock right now. 35 minutes for Hikaru, 32 minutes for Timur Radjabov. So they're very closely matched up right now in terms of time. And I have to say, the more I look at the position, I understand white is a pawn up. Nevertheless, with the 2 bishops and so much activity, all the pieces are playing a very nice active role right now for black. I'm starting to like black's chances as well. Black's chances for equality, enough equality as compensation for the lost pawn. And one way to do that, to continue, is to take and then immediately get rid of this double pawn, as well as create more weaknesses and avenues for my pieces to get to your pieces. And that way seems to be b4. Forcing, not necessarily forcing, but inviting this trade. If you take, now you have to contend with the fact that your b2 pawn is a weakness. My queen is going to be invited around your king via d2. This is not looking great for Hikaru, and I'm not sure Hikaru likes this type of positions where he has to defend. He generally likes to sacrifice a couple of pawns and then get on the offensive, get dynamic play. Right now, dynamic play is in favor of black. I understand, still a pawn down, but I like black's chances. I like the trend for Timur Radjabov right now.
All right, very good. And just before we take a break, and we'll see on the other side of the break, I want to just ask a question. Ali Reza, he starts with 2 blacks. Now, he's slightly worse in this game, but if he saves this game, and you know he's like 2 extra whites coming in the remaining 12 rounds. That's got to be worth something.
Yes, it's worth something. I would say that white and black affects different people differently. For example, Nepo, you know, of course in the World Championship it's a different thing.
Yes,
but,
yes.
But for tournament play,
right,
is Nepo really that different with white and black?
No.
No, he wins with black, loses with white all the time.
Right.
So I still want to see where Alireza fits in there. He is not so far a player that relies on preparation. He's not a player that comes in with this, you know, Fabi type of prep that just beats up people. He's the type of player that gets any position, tries to outplay, out-calculate, out-tactic, out-blitz your opponent. So I'm very curious on what he is going to do with his whites. And I think a big part of this tournament, the entire tournament, is how good is Alireza's prep. So far, today he got a little surprised by Richard, and let's be honest, it was difficult not to be surprised by the move Queen takes D4.
Seriously.
I'm sure that Alireza had analyzed the knight, or
to an enormous depth.
Yeah. And in yesterday's game, well, he was the one that surprised Timur with excellent prep, including an exchange sacrifice.
Wow. Yeah, that was great.
A lot of this tournament will depend on that. What is Alireza going to do with the white pieces in the second half?
Good. Fair. We'll answer all your questions on the other side of the break.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Welcome back, everybody. It is round 2 of the candidates, and here are our pairings. Richard Rapport is playing against Alireza Firouzja in an endgame. Hikaru Nakamura is currently up a pawn, but unclear if he is better against Timur Radjabov. Nepomniachtchi is going all out against Fabiano Caruana, but will it backfire? We're about to find out as well. And meanwhile, Jan Krzysztof Duda is currently thinking whether he wants to take a draw against Ding Liren, because we have the potential of a threefold repetition in that game.
Right now?
Right now. Let's see if the Polish player decides to do it. He doesn't have to. They've already reached move 40.
Okay.
So they got another bunch of time.
Yeah, 60 minutes for the
60
next 20
minutes.
moves.
Yeah, so he has plenty of time to think about his decision.
And knight g3 would be the claim.
It would be the claim. Knight g3 would be an automatic draw if he wanted to.
This is the most shocking thing to me. I'm looking at the position, and
Yeah.
I only realized just now that this is move 42. This looks like move 20.
Yeah, I know what you mean, right?
This doesn't look like move 42. This was extremely shocking to me.
No, I agree.
They've made time control. They're the first to do it, but okay, as we wait to see, will Duda accept the draw in this exact moment? You're telling me that Jan went all out. These are our two tournament leaders.
Yes.
And they are playing a Donnybrook of a game. Fabi has these beautiful minor pieces, and this last move is an indication that something has not gone according to plan. Bishop b2. I did not see that move coming.
You set up all of your pieces. Queen on h5, rook on g3. You're hinting that this bishop on c1 will be open by force with f4, with h4, with bishop g5, man, with whatever.
Exactly.
And then you move it out of the diagonal.
Right. In fact, as we were coming on air, you and I were having a discussion just about this rather funky exchange sacrifice, and we actually thought this would work out in in black's favor. After bishop takes f7. Where did we go after this?
We just traded queens and went to a3. And
exactly.
It is actually difficult to defend against rook b2.
We were not very happy that we were facing rook b2.
But in this particular case, you can actually take on c5, right?
I was worried that if you take on c5, the endgame with the bishop completely stuck on h5 is still not very fun.
Oh, man.
Well,
like if I played rook a8 and I played like a rook endgame?
Well,
maybe even c4, actually.
Maybe c4. Let's just push the pawn, right? One of these moves.
Push him, baby. Yeah, no, push him, baby.
Push him, baby, yeah.
Well, just
if you take on a6.
c3. Let's keep pushing.
No, but c3 you have a check and then rook c7.
On a7.
And then you go rook c7. Yes,
In the immortal words of Larry Christensen, getting you from behind.
Well said.
Well said. Rook c7.
And we have a result. The Duda against Ding Liren game has finished in a draw. Duda said, no more. I don't have anything better than a draw in this position. We were analyzing a little bit during our break, and we didn't find too much for white. We did think it was kind of even. So that game has ended as the first result of the day.
And now bishop b2. Let's get to it, because this really does feel like Nepo just hit a brick wall.
Yes.
And he just said, I have an admission. I have a confession.
I have a confession.
My confession is, I don't think that f4 or h4 were moves that were helpful. I'm planning to capture twice. I want to capture the knight on e5, which is defending the pawn on f7, and then I want to take it. Now, the first thing that went through my mind is, what about rook takes b2, right? I mean, do I really want to face these beautiful minor pieces? Now, the problem is I could win back the exchange, but at the end of the day, I win the exchange, but I lose f7, and that's not what I signed up for. So I could play a3 and just play the position.
Yeah, let's go down the line. Rook takes b2, knight g4.
Knight g4, okay. Let's say, somehow I don't like my rook and my king. Sorry, you're not threatening bishop d6, but let's go. You take.
Queen takes b2. Yeah, how does this go? Because if you take with the queen,
yes, then
rook g7.
At the end of the day, you've got your own nibble.
I got my own little nibble, right?
Yeah, right.
It really comes down who gets who first.
Exactly.
I feel it's black, actually.
How good is it? Because at a certain moment, if I ever get bishop b1 check, I understand. You've got a perpet, but
is it more?
Right. Right. Is it more?
Can't see it.
I don't know. And we started with knight g4. If I had played,
the thing about
with rook. Yeah.
The thing about knight f3 is that if you play rook takes,
then I defend f2,
yeah.
and then I'm golden. Yeah,
Right.
no, I like that.
Guys,
Yes,
that
please.
knight on e5 is worth more than a rook.
Yeah,
I think so too.
that thinks
Let's
so
just
too.
go
yeah.
a3.
Just go a3, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you. Okay, I get it. You plop the pawn on a3, and you're
But
a
now
happy
I can
camper.
start thinking about nibbling on either f5.
Don't you
Definitely
dare.
not f5 right now, but I
Yeah.
can take on f2 first. So let's take on f2.
Okay. You give up.
I'm not really happy about giving up the a3 pawn.
That was a juicy pawn.
That was a beauty.
It was indeed a juicy pawn. But do I have g4?
G4.
Okay, you know what? No, I'm going to take a slower approach.
Yes, please.
This is too fast.
The fast approach.
Yeah.
This is too fast.
I'm
I'm going to go after rook b7, rook g7, and just try to protect like that.
You know, one of the things that is so difficult about chess is we get positions that are favorable for us, and we start looking at forcing.
Exactly.
Patience.
Patience.
What Fabi did yesterday against my pick, Hikaru, was amazing. I
Yes.
mean, he showed incredible patience at the end. We knew it
was
was all white,
funny.
but the way he did it and the way he extracted it, he went about his business, I think, just simply brilliantly. And really, sometimes you just have to be patient. Now, after rook g7, but are you happy? The rook is kind of weird. The knight, I don't know if you're happy.
I'm not thrilled. But
Okay.
what is White's move?
Crazy. Let me just, I've never been a big fan of king h2 when my opponent has a dark square bishop. I always thought that the king might have been better placed on h1. I'm trying to induce you to play queen takes f5, to which I have the brilliant response.
Hit me, Yasser. What is the brilliant response?
The brilliant response is
Wow.
wow.
Never saw that coming.
Thank you very much. Okay, I defended the f2 pawn. Maybe I'm not even a fan of my queen on f5. Can I h5? I beg your pardon. Let me go queen a6. I got ahead of myself.
He's already taken my pawn. Haven't even been able to defend it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but there's issues, right? G4 might be an issue. I don't know if it is or it isn't.
G4. Wow.
But Black does get his own licks in here, as you like to say.
G4. Keeping your stick on the ice, huh? G4. Canadian.
What?
Well, you're staying in the game, right? You keep your stick on the ice. You've got a chance to put in the puck.
All right, guys. I'm going to spoil the party.
all right.
Please.
We have to.
It's time to spoil the party.
Jump in, Christian.
Just
rock our
go
world.
after rook to b7. It's fine. Everything is fine. Up to rook b7.
With a3.
Take on f2.
Take on
So you
f2.
can
Take on f2.
Okay.
Take on a3.
All right.
Now, let's quiz you guys a little bit.
Okay.
How do you get to my king? You have all the dark squares.
No, I was
How do
trying,
you
right?
get to my king?
I was trying to make knight g4 work, but I couldn't because you always have g3.
Correct. So if knight g4 doesn't work, maybe you have something else.
Knight g4 doesn't work, I have something else. Now I feel kind of dumb. Yeah, this does not work because I have g3 and it defends.
Rook takes f7 is also a big problem. Queen
Yeah.
takes f7 also. You're in trouble.
I'm falling apart here.
Right.
You're not in time. But you have another way to get to the white king. A hidden way, indeed.
No way. Really?
Yes.
d5.
d5 is the move. Almost finishes the game.
Oh my God.
Queen to d6 is coming. Not only hitting the king on h2, but also the rook on a3, also defending the pawn on a6.
Wow.
He did not see that. He played the move rook to e8.
Yeah, but
we're
this
going to
is
see none of this.
No.
Very difficult move. Very, very difficult move to see.
Wow. D5.
D5, yeah.
Okay,
What is
that
the-
rocks our world. I
What's
mean,
the engine think of this move, Christian? Rook
Rook-
g8.
G-E-8.
And by the way, after d5, it was -2 or something along those
No
lines. So
way.
very, very strong.
Wow.
Rook
A3.
g8 still maintains an edge, but it's not as high as after rook takes b2. So you see rook takes b2, you understand that most likely you have a way, a path forward to make this work, but you have to see d5.
Yeah, no,
And
d5 I
unfortunately,
think is
d5
just
is
too
very,
difficult.
very difficult to see.
Wow.
difficult.
This bishop takes f2, rook takes a3,
And D5.
D5. What a, again, the geometry is amazing.
The geometry, and also the fact that you do have to calculate bishop takes f2, bishop takes f7. You have to calculate so many other things. And then to arrive on the move d5, when you're honestly calculating forcing moves. Knight g4, you're calculating knight f3. They don't work, so they kind of give up.
Yeah.
But as you say, none of this happened because he played instead the move rook g8 to e8. And then the question was, how does the engine like this move, Cristian?
But it's
it likes it. It's still an edge for black. I still feel like Fabiano is in control. It does maintain control of the position. You're not allowing any rooks on the 7th rank. You still hold full control over dark squares, but this bishop survives. So the bishop on b to the dark square bishop that will be able to challenge the knight on e5 later on in the game, or perhaps even now, is going to survive for the moment. So this is, by the way, bishop to c1 on the board.
It forces a repetition. There's no other move by rook g8, and rook g8 already played. At the very least, Fabio might be
they actually repeated. The rook g8, bishop to b2 was played. Right now, move 32, 12 minutes for Fabiano, 21 minutes for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Fabiano must be thinking, look, I need to have something here. I'm a couple of pawns up. I feel like I'm very close, on the edge, on the brink of actually winning this game, the second game in a row, and taking a commanding lead into this event. If I win 2 games in the first 2 games, then you're the clear favorite. And I think you were mentioning some numbers off the broadcast, Yasser.
Yes.
What were the numbers if he wins this game?
So coming into today's game, by the numbers, by the models that Chess Numbers uses, Fabi, after winning game 1, has a 28% chance of winning the tournament. Jan has a 22% chance of winning the tournament after round 1, according to the models. Now, should Fabi win today's game, his expected result, or his expectation, would be 45%.
Wow.
He would jump. It's almost Fabi versus the field if he goes +2. Conversely, if Jan were to win the event, he jumps up to something like about 38%. So that's a big, this is a big result.
For you as a chess fan,
yes.
How much do you like these numbers?
I love them.
Really?
Seriously, I love sports. I love basketball, baseball, football.
All right, I'll ask you a question. What were the Warriors' odds of winning the NBA Finals when the season started?
Very, very bad.
1 to 1,000.
I wouldn't have guessed it that were
What?
bad. I would have guessed 100 to 1.
538's odds of the Warriors winning was 1
No
to
way.
1,000.
Wow.
No way.
So many injuries. Think about it.
Wait, how didn't I know that? I would have bet like $100
At the beginning of
on
the
them.
season.
At the beginning of the season.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's
Right.
I mean,
Well,
you take one
I'll
of
let
the
you know,
most-
Christian.
Right.
You can bet right now on the next
Exactly.
season.
Next season's coming up.
Their odds are going to
Yeah.
be something like 3 to 1.
I
Probably.
remember this. This was unbelievable. I'd love to see if we could get the video of this. I was a big fan of UCLA. You know, Bill Walton went to UCLA. I was a big fan of Bill Walton.
By the way, we're repeating in the Fabiano game. Rook g8 played, and bishop c1 would not seal the draw because the rook was on f8 at the beginning of the repetitions. But bishop c1, I think, forces rook g8.
No question about it.
Which basically seals the draw.
Wow. Okay, so UCLA was this, they won all of these NCAA championships. There's a big national title, and they're winning the game, and then the other team has to foul. And there's one guy on the UCLA team who has hit every free throw he ever had in collegiate basketball.
Good for him.
He was 1,000. He's on the free throw line. If he makes the 2 shots, it's game over. Clank, clank. UCLA loses. I nearly killed myself. I was like, how does a guy who's 1,000, he never missed in his life, the biggest game of his career, he clanks 2 in a row.
Seeing numbers can show you, right?
Right? But that's why I say I love the numbers. And I like the fact that in chess we do have these statistics. How do they do head-to-head? How do they do in rapid? How do they do in
I always take them with a grain of salt, specifically there is one website that has been really relying on numbers for a lot of things, and I find them completely off, like completely off reality.
Really?
Yeah, it's like not even close to reality.
the models just, in your opinion, don't work.
And what's the name of the website?
Ratings remarkably accurate?
Yes, ratings I find very accurate, but that's, I think, different than models in a way.
Well, most of them do rely upon the ratings, but what was the website? So
That's
our
okay, I
viewers,
don't have to.
Oh, you're going to like, we're going to have lawsuits here.
It's okay.
It's Alejandro Ramirez. He lives in St. Louis. Serve him here. Okay, did we get a draw?
He did not grab the draw. Nepo is going for it.
No.
No, just
I don't think he's going to go. No, he played bishop c1.
There's no way, guys. There's no way.
There's
he
no
has to
grabbing
repeat. He's
anything
down
right
2
now.
pawns.
If
Unless-
somebody finally woke up and told the truth, you're down 2 pawns,
Down 2
Nepo.
pawns. There's just no way to do it.
Bishop c1, and has the draw
No
been
way.
The arbiter's coming over. Rook g8 would be the threefold.
Okay.
There is no threefold on bishop c1. Again, repeating that the rook started on f8 when we started the repetition.
And then he went rook e8
So
after bishop b2.
Technically not yet there.
Yeah.
But
Fabiano will be kicking himself for this one. I have
Really?
to say. I think so. Yeah, he had great preparation. He showed his cards early on. He wanted to play for a win with the black pieces. And by the way, we have confirmation that handshake has been done in that game. The game is over. Half a point split for each players. This one is going to be quite interesting. Now, let's not forget about the game between Richie Rapport and Ali Reza.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because
Our birthday boy.
Ali Reza might be in serious danger of being much worse, if not technically losing.
The white king
Easily
is much,
in this endgame. Yes,
much
exactly.
more active than the black king.
Not only that, but both of my rooks are much more active than yours.
Yeah.
Yours are playing a defensive role. This one
Right.
defending the pawn on d4, the rook on a6 defending the pawn on c6. My rooks are ready to pounce towards your king. If I manage to double them up on the 7th rank, it's game over. You cannot allow that ever under any circumstances. So I will be able to find a mechanism in which I'm going to attack your pawns, make use of the fact that I also have the idea and the threat of potentially going king to d3, e5, hiding my king behind the pawn. I have to be careful about your d pawn. This is the key of the position right now. But what is Ali Reza's plan? That is the question. And with only 8 minutes to go, let's not forget, they don't get an increment in this one. The next 8 moves, 9 moves right now for Ali Reza are actually going to be the decisive factor whether he manages to save this one or actually just collapses. Because right now, I have to say from a practical perspective, the more I look at the position, it seems like Richie has tremendous chances of taking the full point home.
I couldn't agree more. I love everything about White's position there. His pieces are much more active. The king on g8. Also a game that kind of flew by us is the game of Hikaru versus Timur. When we left it, we just thought that Timur had more than sufficient compensation for the pawn he was down. And after the move queen d5, I know there was some discussions about b5, b4 earlier as well. The queen d5, and the players kind of very quickly went into the ending almost perforce. Strong knight.
Yeah.
Versus bishop.
I take white, but
minimal?
Pretty minimal, I think. About the majority of the king side fries more than enough counterplay, I think. You have to play, you have to put your pawns on dark squares, and then once you've done that, what is your follow-up?
Exactly. That's just a question from White's point of view. I love the fact that the knight is very well defended, and rather reluctantly, I'm forced to consider playing b3 and c4 in order to make a pass pawn myself. Yes. If I don't do that, my queenside majority is basically, looks pretty, but
doesn't do anything,
right? In the meanwhile, on the king side, the black has played king to g6. Maybe on a good day, he starts to think about g5, f4.
Why not?
And he starts to say, hey, look, I've got a majority as well. Don't think it's just play on one goal. Evenish?
Yeah, I think it's one of those positions where everybody takes white. But objectively, probably much
you're
closer
not going to be
even.
surprised by a draw. Once again, to remind everybody, we do have 2 results already.
Yes.
2 draws in the book. Yesterday we had 2 winners, and those 2 winners did draw the game, and we think that Fabi's going to be kicking himself. question for you. You've worked with Fabi.
I have.
You're going to have disappointments. You're going to have successes.
Yeah.
And you got to whisper, you're only mortal. You're only mortal. You're only mortal. You know, you got to bring your guy down when he's too excited, and you got to bring him up when he's too depressed. He's going to go back. He's going to see ideas that Cristian showed us, and he's going to say, gosh, darn it, I missed it. How does he overcome that feeling of remorse?
Well, that is a good question, but I would answer it in two parts. The first is that I know Fabi rather well, and I don't think he's going to be upset about this one. He will find that d5 is difficult to find, especially considering the time that he had. That going into the game, a draw with the black pieces against Nepo is more than fine.
Absolutely.
That things are going according to plan, and I don't think that he will be upset even if the engine says whatever at whatever point.
1, 2.
He's not that type of person. He's more of a realist when it comes to this kind of chess struggles. That the engine says what the engine thinks, but you know, realistically, who's going to find that? And I think he will feel that d5 with 12 minutes to play on such an important game, and if you don't find d5, you might be worse. Didn't merit the risk. So I don't think he'll be upset about that. Regarding when he is actually upset about something he's done in chess-wise, he kind of, he's a type of player that needs to get his mind off things. He needs to disconnect from the tournament. I think there was
watch a movie.
Go watch a movie. I think that's the most famous story of the candidates of 2018, right? That, he loses to Sergei Karyakin. Crucial match.
2 games to go.
2 games to go, and suddenly the tournament is wide open. Had he drawn that game, the tournament's over.
Right.
But he basically loses and blows the tournament wide open. How does he recover? Watches a movie.
Yeah, The Shape of Water.
Shape of Water. Good night's sleep. End of story.
Right.
Goes back the next day.
And wins 2 games in a row.
Crucial games.
Right.
So Fabi's a very strong player, but I think what sets him apart from a lot of people that could be considered as talented, maybe a little less talented, maybe a little bit more. He has a cool head. He's a realist, and he doesn't put unrealistic expectations on himself. And to a certain degree, I feel that with 12 minutes, after such a complex game, with a 14-round tournament, risking it all to go rook takes b2 and then hoping that d5 works at the end, it's not his style.
It's funny that you should mention that he's cool and patient under fire, because there was one Garry Kasparov who was hot-blooded.
Yes.
I mean, the guy, you know, he loses a game and he's like snarling, and he comes out firing every which way. I mean, even, you know, to his own distress. But yeah, okay, hot-blooded versus very, very patient, very calm. Fabi, under pressure.
Guys, we really need to move on.
Let's go.
To the game between Richie Rapport and Ali Reza, because Ali Reza down to his last 4 minutes and a half. And what did I say just a few minutes ago? Do not allow white to double up on the 7th rank, because you're busted if you do that. This is exactly what happened in the game. We left it off somewhere around here after king to d2, and Ali Reza went for this move. Suicidal, in my opinion. Rook to a1. You're going to go hunt for this pawn and allow my 2 rooks to double up on the 7th rank? Are you kidding me? That's not possible. No. Rook takes c6, rook to h1, rook c7, rook takes h2, king to d3. All very natural moves. I think he's close to resignation.
Yeah,
exactly,
of course.
Because if you play a move, for example,
what,
like rook
what
g2,
was this? No, but
I take
what
on
is
g7,
this?
I go e5, and you resign.
No, you have to play g6 to defend your pawns.
Okay.
It's ugly, but if you don't play g6, you resign.
I'll give you a check.
No, I'm not saying.
I'll start pushing my pawn.
Oh no, not that one. Really?
Why not?
This is also lost. Yeah.
I thought you were going to go e5.
No, b4. Why not? Rook h3. You go rook g7.
Once you go here, I go king to c4.
What?
If you cannot take this with check, then it doesn't do anything. You allow me to take on h7, and that's going to have devastating consequences. If you go d3, rook to d7, and that's it. I'm catching this pawn. This pawn, you will not be able to catch. With a king all the way to h8, I'm going to take, we're going to exchange the rooks. I'm going to take on d3. I'm going to put the rook behind. I'm going to march the pawn, and the game is going to be over. There is no way you can, it's too easy for Richie Rapport right now.
Wow, I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying about b4, but if I'm going to push a passed pawn, I'm going to push the one that's closest to promotion. So I'm sitting here looking at this position.
And he played
after
it.
the
He played
knight
it. He
e5
played
and
the
g6.
move e5.
I'm going to play e5.
I think.
Which is also devastating.
Right, because for everything that you said, which was takes, 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 and if you go after my pawn, then this is where I wanted the king protection, and I just have I think a forced mate. Once my pawn gets to e6 and I get to go rook g7,
Where
I think
is
I have
Ali Reza's biggest weakness? In which phase of the game?
Well, if you're
endgame.
going to ask it at this exact moment, we're going to jump on his ending. But
But
I
we
do
knew
think that's
that.
a little
We knew
unfair,
that.
but
Everybody
yeah.
knew that.
Right.
Most of the accidents that we've been seeing with Ali Reza, they happen in the endgame. And this is exactly what it feels like these players are targeting right now with their opening choice and with the way they assess and approach the middle game as well. They're very happy to exchange the queens against Ali Reza, and this is exactly what we've seen from Rishi Rapport. By the way, the endgame was not a huge advantage for white.
No.
Not at all, actually.
Really?
But he pressed and pressed and pressed and put some pressure on time, and he finally cracked.
Right.
But the move rook a1 to me is such a surprising move. It really feels that the pressure got to him.
You're not fighting with that move.
That's not
a fighting
I mean,
move.
you could even start with a move like h5. There's no immediate threat.
Well, I think he was fearful that this pawn was going to get rounded up by either a move like rook to b4 or king d3, and he feared that if he didn't, that this rook would end up being very passive for the rest of the game. So that, I mean, maybe h7, h5 was a better choice, because allowing the double, I think it was Lev Polygaevsky in his book, Grandmaster Preparation, who called the rooks on the seventh the refreshment stall. You refresh yourself. You get to go check and take a pawn and another check and you take another pawn, the double rooks. And he's played this move king e4 just as prescribed. That is just...
But is this that easy anymore?
What do you mean?
What if I take on g3?
Really?
Really?
G7?
Well, I have to do it, right?
Rook g7 check?
Okay, king f8.
King f8 gets mated, no?
I thought so.
I don't think so. Rook to e3.
Oh, rook e3 check.
Oh.
I was just about to get the score sheets signed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Be careful. Yeah, no, you can start with rook to f7 and then go e6. The problem is you have to face rook to e3.
Okay,
So I'll take on h7, right?
Just to bring you back, draw you back.
That's fine. King g8. I have to play king g8.
Exactly. Now, what is the most convincing? There has to be something that's very, very convincing.
The material is getting more limited than I would like it to be.
Okay, let's go king f4. Just sidestep this rook e3 business.
Yes. I think you have to play rook e3 anyway.
So rook e3.
Anyway.
Let's go behind the pawn. Why not?
Okay. And that was important because I really did want to play rook check and e6. So you've got me there. So now you put your king.
King to f8. Yeah, that's fine.
You know, this is confounding because at first I thought it was really easy. Like,
right?
Yeah, like you got no chances.
Where's the win? Where's the win?
I assume you go to g8?
Sure. Yeah, let's try to.
No, you have to go to g8.
Okay.
Actually, maybe it's a good idea to even show why not e8. Why not get too far away from the rooks? If you do get too far away from the rooks, then rook to b7 or rook to c7, a7, anywhere else, and you cannot catch rook to h8 anymore.
Right, and now rook h8 is going to be checkmate.
The mechanism is that you have to stay within close range to the rooks with the king.
Okay, so in this case, I'm looking for a checkmate from a completely different direction.
Okay.
I want to go rook f5 to h5.
So let's go rook e1.
Rook e1 makes a lot of sense. Gosh darn it.
Let's create some threats as well.
Okay, e6.
But e6, d3, who's going to be first? I understand you have e7.
Yeah.
And then if I take on e7, you take back.
Do I have the checkmating mechanism?
No, but you also have rook g1. It's okay. It's fine. This endgame is winning.
Okay.
All right, where did I go wrong?
Christian said that really fast. I'll believe it.
Wow. The king on H8.
The king on H8, pawn on B2. All right.
The king is too far. There's no way that
I'll
that's
accept it.
survivable.
I mean, he's a coach. He's
He
a darn
knows.
good
Maybe,
coach.
maybe I need to study those rook endgames more.
You have to go to the Missouri Tigers and go to their chess camp, and you know, every day you can become a better player.
Every day. That's what we strive for.
Wow. Okay. Let's just refresh my board for just a quick moment and catch up with the players. Because did he mistakenly play King E4?
King E4, I understand, but if you
thought I was
the thing
escorting
is,
the pawn.
if you never have E6, right? If you never have E6,
Right.
wouldn't you rather push the other pawn?
Well, I think I can set up a position where I do have E6, though.
No. What I'm saying is earlier, E6 is hard to get to. Whereas before, I felt that in this position, I actually liked the move B4.
Okay.
I actually liked playing this pawn to B4. I felt this was much more natural because it's a pawn that's further away from the king. So that anytime I trade rooks, anytime that I force something.
There it is. I think that that's exactly the thing. You said the pawn is further away from the king.
Yeah.
I was trying to use the E pawn as a mating. So I wanted to put the pawn on E6,
to mate.
check, and
Mate,
G8
right.
mate. So I thought advancing the E pawn gave me a better chance of earning a checkmate. You feel
It did. No, Yasser, you are also, you both are correct. B4 obviously was made a lot of sense.
I can accept that.
You both are correct,
Okay.
and I will explain you why. Yasser, you definitely felt like you should use your Eve pawn as a weapon
Yes.
to deliver the checkmate or to grab a rook, and I think he was focused too much on the checkmate because in this position, after the move, exchange and rook to h3, what he played was king to e4.
Okay.
Huge mistake. This is not the right direction because you're always going to be susceptible to the rook e3 check. That's a big problem.
What is the king doing on E4?
So you just start with E6.
Go e6 first.
Go the other way.
That's so simple. E6
Exactly.
and king
And
C4.
right now you give a check,
Oh, it's just
and the
mate,
problem is
It's just mate.
Well, E7 is good enough.
there's no mate
King F8, E7 doesn't matter.
because I go to g8,
Right.
but I go e7.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
That's it.
That's
That's
right,
the
yeah.
key. That's the mechanism that he
Well,
probably missed e7. He was too focused on this idea of using the e6
wait,
pawn
wait,
as
wait.
support for his rook to go to f7.
But I'm
He
sorry.
was not supposed to do
what
that.
was the
Christian,
defense?
E6 is just, in that case, if you play the move
He played
E5,
king e4 instantaneously. That's the problem. He was trying to pressure him on time, and he had 2 minutes and 45 seconds, Ali Reza. That is, he had 15 minutes and only 3 moves to go. He was supposed to stop and think. He played e4. He got impatient. And right now, we got to this position. Ali Reza made time control. He has 1 hour to try to defend this ugly-looking but maybe defendable position.
Guys,
That's crazy.
That is crazy. It's insane to me that Richard went to E4 when we talked about all this because, well, it took us a while to understand it, but he is a candidate playing this. But we
Right,
have to
E6.
go. We have
And he
to go
has
to the
15
Radjabov
minutes
game.
to think about it.
Yeah, we have to go to the Radjabov's game because he has 1 minute left.
Whoa.
Ooh,
And
for
he
how many moves?
still has 5 moves to make.
That's a lot.
And things have changed with the last move that Radjabov played.
Rook to D6,
Yeah,
B2,
bishop E6.
B3, which we talked about, so we could play C4. Bishop E6 to curtail
bishop.
the advancing the pawn. Rook, king.
And he
back.
played Rook D5. Fascinating move.
Whoa.
You take on E6, I assume the endgame
Rook
is just a
E5
draw.
check. That's a
But
sweeping assumption, but yeah.
I didn't see what his plan is on Rook C6.
Grabbing a pawn. Very nice. Very nice. I'm going to come. And he did it, by the way. He did play your move, Rook C6, and he said,
check.
Hey, look, King D2 or King F2?
Instinctively F2?
He
Caro
played
says
king f2.
Your instincts are correct. And now Timur has facing the music. There's
yeah,
a bishop
hello.
ending, and there's a pawn on A6. That's a big nibble.
That's not the music, Yasser. The music is, he's down to his last minute.
Oh, there's an HG sighting too. So he could actually play rook here. You can't take with the king anymore.
I can take with the rook.
Just take the pawn, Yasser. Come on. I know you want to take the pawn. Stay true to yourself.
First of all, absolutely. I will take the pawn, but I love the pawn on g3. My pawn on g3, if I can split your pawns, let me just show you what I would like best, is some position like this. You have to take with the rook. You can't take with the king. That would walk into a fork. You take with the rook. Now your majority is crippled, and I get this.
But I'm going to go to c8.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I think you might be fancy play syndroming here.
Fancy play syndrome. I miss that. I don't think about fancy play syndrome, but it's true.
The famous
it's true.
FPS.
FPS?
I have suffered it all my life.
just
take the pawn.
And I understand rook d6 is tempting, and this is the reason I think Hikaru is thinking about this position.
Right.
Otherwise, you just snap. But rook takes a6. Fancy play syndrome, yes. We've
got it all. For those of you who play Scrabble, take this down.
I have to say, I agree with the entire thing. I just have never heard of LPDO.
Me either.
Me neither.
Loose
I
piece
mean, what is
drop
that?
off.
Loose piece drop off? What?
No, I was really happy about Zeitnot and Luft and Zwischenzug. I was happy
apparently
with these
our
words,
producers
man.
are telling us.
Well, half of these are thrillers, so well, shout out to Peter. I'm sure
We miss him.
We definitely miss him. Although, yeah, okay, but some of these look kind of normal. Yeah, okay.
All right, so Hikaru,
I assume he took.
if he
Yeah, he took.
he took, and there was a trade. Oh, not rook d6. There was rook takes a6. There was a trade. I was so happy to be able to play hg.
2 more moves to make and
Takes,
only
takes.
20 seconds for Radjabov.
Ooh. How
No increment.
big an
Rook to e4, he
advantage
played.
is this according to the engines? This looks
It's
huge.
bad.
It's
It's
+3.
bad. It's pretty
+3. That's even bigger than I thought it
After
might
the
be.
move rook to e4, yes.
The rook to e4 was wrong?
Look, the
kind
position is
No,
already pretty
it was
tough.
already very bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
Kinda looks natural.
A strong engine was saying it was very bad.
Okay. So rook to e4, going after the h-pawn. That looks very natural. Now, I would attack the bishop.
I think you have to. You can't really defend this otherwise, right?
Exactly. So rook to d6, right? Just to
That makes sense.
force the bishop
Yeah,
into
where is
a-
your bishop going?
I think you cannot allow me 3 connected pass pawns with knight takes b5.
Especially when you don't have a single connected pawn, so you're never
No.
going to queen.
Exactly. So I'm assuming the bishop has to maintain
No,
the
but rook
defense.
e6.
Fantastic move. Rook e6. That shocks the game immediately.
Just game.
Yeah, that's it. No question. So, and he's done rook d6.
So it looks like game to me.
Excuse me. It's a little
5 seconds.
seconds. Ooh.
He has to make a move. Bishop to c8 was played.
Oof.
To c8. Well,
With
he had
2
to avoid rook
seconds
e6.
on the clock. 2 seconds on the clock.
Oof.
And was that move 40 then?
Yes.
Wow.
This is move 40. He made it, but unfortunately, from a position point of view, he didn't make it.
No.
Well, what is the cleanest here? Let's try to be accurate with white, because knight takes b5.
Okay.
Rook takes h4 does come with a couple threats. I do have rook h2. It is a little bit annoying still. I
Okay.
understand I should be winning, but
But there are 3 connected pass pawns over there. So you get your rook to h2, and then
rook b.
you're never going to get to play h4 anymore.
Never is a long time, right?
Okay, let's give it a whirl. Knight d4, or yeah, I like knight to d4 actually. Let me protect my pawn this way. I can always meet king with some kinds of checks, right? Drive you back.
I'm not so convinced about this, Yasser. What if I go bishop g4 and f5?
Bishop to g4.
Oh, sorry, bishop g4, king g5, f5 is my idea.
Aha. Bishop to g4 and f5.
Actually, not so easy, right?
Well, let's just see. Okay, I'm pushing pawns.
All right, I'll push my king.
You push your king.
I have
So
a
now you
slight
have but now knight check drives you.
Knight check?
Hangs the b pawn.
Yeah.
I apologize. So I actually have to start with b4, so that in case you play king g5, I can go knight f3 check. Although you're making
so
a very
easy,
fair
right?
point.
Yeah.
I mean, my pawns don't automatically queen.
They don't queen so fast, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
he's actually
you're
not taking
asking
on.
me
He's
to be
not
accurate.
taking on b5, and maybe that's why.
And by the way,
yeah.
In a number of where you're playing King G5, it might be useful for us to be able to have a check from
I
behind.
like Hikaru's move. I like
do too.
Hikaru's move very much. Rook d8, I think is just much more accurate than taking on b5 immediately.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Because the bishop doesn't have a very good square right now.
If it goes to G4, it blocks your own threat.
Yeah.
I can then go after your pawn easily.
I could even take on b5. Two connected pawns are enough. I can give up e2.
E2,
A2,
A2?
sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So the bishop has a lack of squares, and Hikaru both players made time control. They'll each get awarded another 60 minutes for the next 20 moves. And let's take a look at the standings as we'll catch a lunch break. You feeling it?
I feel a little hungry, guys. I'm not
a
gonna lie.
little bit. Well, here are the players in the dughouse.
Yeah, absolutely. But Hikaru, currently the only player without a point, but he might get a full one as he is on the verge of winning, in my opinion. I don't know what the computer says, but in my opinion, he is on the verge of winning against Timur Radjabov. And we still are waiting for the game between Richard Rapport and Alireza Firouzja, which, despite Richard's inaccuracies, he still has the upper hand. I don't know if it's enough to win, but he is the one pushing against the French player. And already we have the results of Fabiano Caruana drawing against Jan Nepomniachtchi and Jan Krzysztof Duda drawing against Ding Liren. So remember, if Richard wins, he will be joining the lead.
Yeah, jumping up for a three-way tie. Well, we're going to take a break. We'll see you on the other side. Don't go away as we continue our coverage of the candidates round 2.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the candidates. It's the second round, and we already have 2 results on the books for today's game.
Two draws.
2 draws. And
fought.
2 games pending. Yes, absolutely, because Jan Nepomniachtchi had a barn burner against Fabiano Caruana. It ended in a peaceful draw at the end, but it really was an exciting game. Anything could have happened. Jan-Krzysztof Duda tried to beat Ding Laurent, couldn't really get past the fortress, and they split that point. And we have 2 games remaining. Richard Rapport is currently pressing against Alireza Firouzja. We think he's winning, but we still haven't figured out geometrically exactly how to do so. And we have Timur Radjabov barely holding on against Hikaru Nakamura, but he might actually not be holding on. He might actually just be lost.
Exactly. So we got 2 potential victories which would match our results from round 1.
Yes.
And as we were on our break, wolfing down our lunch, the question arose, okay, how should Richie win? I mean, we think that he's absolutely winning. And Cristian, we need to turn this over to you and to just tell us what the engine thinks is the best play for white.
Well, I have to say, guys, I've been playing around with the engine a little bit, and still I cannot find the exact method. So right now the engine is saying +3 point something. That is a decisive advantage. We know that. But how does he want to get that decisive advantage? Rook to G7, the first move. It immediately drops to 1.8. Why? King to F8, now 3.4 again. Rook to C7, I understand, I'm threatening a checkmate. You have to defend against that. The only way to defend that is to go King to G8. You can dance around with the rooks as much as you want, right? At some point, you have to defend this pawn on E5 and try to push it all the way to E6. If you manage to get the pawn to E6, then you're going to be in a winning position. Now, let's try to understand why.
Yes.
Let's make
that looks like a great move.
Let's do something like this, right? We're in the same position, just with white to move.
Right.
Now, E6, this has a huge threat right now. Rook to G7. So let's say you go, I don't know, rook to King F8.
Okay.
Check. You cannot go to E8 because that's going to be checkmate in one move. You have to go to G8. You give another check. Now you go here. Now I follow you. Now you go here. Now I follow you. And once you get to F8, now that my pawn is on E6, I have once again this extra option of just picking up one of your rooks with E7. This is it. Game over.
Looks simple.
Very simple, right? But the problem is, after you do all of this beautiful stuff and you get the rook to E7, black plays the move rook to F8.
Okay.
And right now the engine out of 3.4 jumps to zeros.
What?
Zeros. That's a draw. That's a draw. You cannot go here.
Why?
Because I will go rook to F1. And by the way, the same thing happens if you go to G4. I'm going to drop the rook to the first rank or the second rank. I think that one equalizes as well. Now, what is your next move?
If I go E6?
If you go E6, rook to G1. And now you cannot hide. My rook is defended, so I'm just going to give you checks.
Just a perpetual.
You can take my pawn, that's okay. Well, actually, if you take my pawn,
that's
you get checkmated.
amazing. Yeah.
So you cannot even take the pawn.
And that's just
and
a
it's
perpetual.
just perpetual because my rook on E3 is defended. So you go to F4, you're not attacking the rook. I can still continue giving you checks from behind.
Gotcha.
This is the problem. I'm going behind you, and then I'm starting to have big threats of perpetual. It's a problem, and I'm not 100% sure how Richie is supposed to solve it. I will dig deeper, and I will try to understand whether he has any chances, but right now, well, chances for sure there are, but right now I'm not seeing the exact pattern to finish this game. King E4 might have been a decisive blunder, allowing Alireza to miraculously save this game.
What is the exact? Okay, I got it because I actually turned on a real engine.
Okay,
a real engine.
Yeah,
okay.
Let's go down the line.
So this is the position, and how does Richie?
Okay, the engine says +50, so I guess it's winning.
Okay.
It's rook. Yeah, I got the right position, right?
Yes, you do.
So it starts rook H7.
Okay. Rook on H7 to G7.
King F8.
King F8. Let's see what.
It's more or less forced, right?
All right. And it's just B4.
B4?
Yeah, it eventually wins.
Wow. So B4. Didn't see that one coming.
So what if I go rook to
E1? So we're dreaming.
Yeah, rook E1, you go, there's many moves that win here, but basically you gain a tempo, you go rook H7.
Okay, the king has to
go
protect
to G8.
H8. He has to go to G8, right?
Yeah, rook BG7.
Okay.
King F8.
Right.
Here I take on G6.
Okay, so
That's a
now
tempo.
you're threatening something like rook H8
I mean,
check.
I am threatening, yeah, rook H8, rook G7 with a rook.
Right.
Yeah, this game is just won.
So what was the difference? Why couldn't you do this with a rook on E3?
Man.
All right, I'll get to that.
All right, let me see. Rook BG7, King F8, Rook takes G6. You have Rook E8. Don't ask me why, but at that position, Rook E8 draws.
And with the Rook on E3 is winning, is a draw. With the Rook on E1 and the pawn on B4 is winning.
Yes.
Here, Rook E8 still loses.
Easy to mess it up. This is very easy to mess it up.
Wow, B4 wasn't the first move that came to my mind either.
No?
I mean, I've been resisting. I was always trying to play rook to E7 and E5,
Right.
E6.
Mm-hmm.
And just as Christian pointed out, rook F8 check and rook F1 really hurts my feelings. I mean...
Also understanding that rook E8 draws is it's pretty hard.
Wow.
What is the difference, by the way, at the end of that line? Rook E8 would lose... Just the endgame is lost. With the pawn on B4?
Show me.
Yeah, so you go on that variation that we were looking at with, you start with B4, rook H, G7 or whatever, King F8, and then B4.
Okay.
And then we go back into that variation with rook E1.
Okay.
Rook H7, and we force you to go to G8.
Yes, you do.
You go rook BG7, King F8.
Yes.
You take on G6 here. And in the other variation, we're playing rook E8, which might be one of the only moves.
Guys,
Yeah.
just one thing I want to mention. Which position do you feel
we
more
didn't finish the
comfortable
line.
right now as white? With the rook on E3 or with the rook on E1? The way I see it, with the rook on E3, I feel much more comfortable. Not only that you're not giving checks from afar, but also you don't have the move D3.
No, I understand. If you go down the line, you'll understand.
But psychologically, it's very difficult to just give up a tempo like that.
I agree completely with what you're saying. I'm just reading the engine. The point is that if you go rook E8 in this particular position,
yes,
I can trade the rooks with rook H8 and pick up your pawn.
Mm-hmm. And with the pawn on B4 as well as on E5.
Yes, and with the rook coming to D6, I pick up D4 and defend B4. If the pawn was on B2, I go rook B3. The rook was on B3.
Or on E3.
Or wherever.
Yeah.
And you go rook B3, you go to the B file, you attack my pawn.
Exactly.
And then, of course, it's a drawn endgame.
Nice.
It's 3 grandmasters with 2 engines, and we barely made it. This is not going to be easy. He made his life much more much harder than it was supposed to be.
Yeah, no, we all agree on that point, that this one should not have reached this position.
Exactly, because no question about it, on his birthday, Ali Reza received a gift. Had Richard just played the move E6, rook takes, and king C4, thanks to the pawn already on E6, the firepower of the doubled rooks, along with the passer, would have just won the game on the spot. The fancy king E4 made things a little bit difficult now because the desired E6 walks into rook E3, and what is your king doing on E4? He got thrown a lifeline, is essentially what happened, and we are catching. No, that I want to refresh my board and catch up with the players. Richard has just reached this moment.
All right, so...
One of the things that I had also asked, and I don't know if you guys answered, if I just take the pawn in like the most ugly, mundane way?
We love ugly mundane.
Yeah, I do too. I've got ideas of using my 2 rooks for a mating net. Is that
rook E2?
Yeah.
Equal.
Rook E2?
Yeah, rook E2 is...
And it's equal.
Engine says it's equal.
Unbelievable. Just...
Exactly. Unbelievable is the right word.
Wow.
Yeah, this is crazy.
But he needs to understand everything that we're analyzing without an engine, with a clicking...
I mean, I don't understand it with an engine.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
And knowing that he got to where he is from a completely winning position. And we know that he has this tendency to be a bit self-defeating at times, Richie, that is.
Yes.
That might kick in.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
That might kick in.
Yeah, that is a definite weakness of Richie is, I don't want to say self-confidence. I think all of these players have a great deal of self-confidence, but he does allow moments of doubt to creep in, and he's got to give that up. I mean, you know,
Especially here.
Yeah.
Long tournament, even if he doesn't win this game, he needs to be able to come back to the tournament, not the way that happened in Bucharest, where I felt that the moment that he blundered a move 40 against Deck, this tournament was over.
And he never recovered.
He never really recovered from that.
No. Just like Nepo in the World Championship match. He lost that one marathon game, and it was a tale of two matches. The first half, very, very competitive. The second half, yeah, I mean, Nepo was sleepwalking through those games. And let's jump over to Hikaru, as this rook ending has really flummoxed us for quite some time. And we thought Hikaru was putting some nice finishing touches on the game. Timur still in there with a shout. Knight F3, Rook. What do
you play against Rook C6?
That was my question. I mean, I understood that he played the move Rook A7 to stop Rook A6. Yay. But after Rook C7, why can't we do this?
I guess that's why you have Christian. Christian, why can't I play Rook C6? Because he went Rook E4. Oh, maybe you just go back. Rook E7. Yeah, you're right. Rook E7 and Rook E. But still, wait a second.
Is that the way you win the game?
Not
you take
really.
Your active Rook and bring it back home?
What?
Yeah, Rook C6 was a decent move.
Decent.
Very decent move. Yeah, now I have to go Rook E7 and bring back the Rook to E3.
There's no other way, right?
That allows Black to kind of sort of ease back into the game, at least from the point of view of the activity of his pieces versus the activity of his opponent's pieces. Now I'm starting to like Black's pieces, Rook to A6, Rook to E2, Rook to C6 back. I'm harassing you a little bit like this, and it's not going to be as easy for you to start pushing your pawns. If you don't manage to do that, then I might even involve somehow my king into the play, and this is what I'm dreaming of right now.
Of course. But in that particular position, Christian, that you have on the board, Rook C2 defends the pawn.
Yes.
It does prep... Oh,
Rook C2.
Oh, sorry.
Rook C2. It does prep Knight D4 on a good day.
Sure, let's go Rook to E6. Knight D4, Rook to E5. Or E4. Actually, I have to go for the counterplay via H4.
And I take the pawn, you take my pawn.
That's the thing, yeah, this kind of positions. Yes, in Rook endgames, pure Rook endgames, you want the Rook behind the pawn. That's clear. In this particular Rook endgame, not
Rook
really,
H2
right?
might be a problem. This H pawn is quite advanced, right? Let's not forget about that. If you manage to get it all the way to H3, it becomes extremely problematic.
Oh, come on. Come on, the power.
It's not easy. I understand.
Okay,
how do you push the connected passes?
Okay, let's go with King G3. I'll sidestep Rook H2.
You know what the nice thing about having less pawns?
King H2.
I only have to push one of them.
True. King G1.
Sure.
Check me again, and I'll play.
Oh, I'm gonna win this game.
I'm continuing with my threats. Rook to H1, followed by Rook to H2, and I'm picking up the Rook. You have to be careful.
Damn.
Computer is saying already zeros.
Wow, 3 connected pass pawns. That is just 2 endings that are really
founding.
Might have been a very decent option.
Wow.
This Rook to C6 move.
But he didn't play that. He played Rook E4. Right?
No, he did not. He played Rook E4, followed by King to F7 after Rook to D8. So still staying quite passive on this side. I understand the Rook is active, but it can easily be kicked out with Rook to D4 ideas. Still a game. Still, obviously, Hikaru is in the driver's seat and very close to proving his mettle in this one and bouncing back. But there's some work to be done.
Seems like really, really surprising for me. There seems to be a lot of work to be done. It's not just, I mean, you know, in bridge you claim. You say, you know, this is it. I make the contract. Here, I thought it should be easy with the 3 connected pass pawns, but
not so easy.
That move, Bishop D5, really rocked my world. Rook H1 check. Remarking. Christian, I understand that you have a very nice special for us about the openings, but he's reluctant. He's shy. He knows a lot, but he's not informed.
He just doesn't want to show his prep.
He's saving it for the candidates.
This is your job, guys. Look at those beautiful graphics coming your way.
This is a surprise for us because we haven't been shown these graphics.
Opening moves. The Caro-Kann, E4, C6.
Oh, we have to show it on the board.
On my board?
I guess so.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, let me go back to... Did I hear that right? Just like what you rehearsed? Hello? E4, C6, a specialty of mine. I love the Caro-Kann. When I'm playing against 1, E2, E4, there's essentially two approaches. You allow the E-pawn to lift, and you play moves like E5 or C5, so you don't attack the E-pawn. E7, E6 is the French defense, so you attack the E-pawn with D5. And the Caro-Kann, the one I like, is to attack the D-pawn this way, because in the French defense, and you were telling me this is like hilarious. In Chicago, the game between Alexander Shabalov and Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey Zhang is black. Now everybody tries to play knight c6 here, and he develops the bishop outside the pawn chain. Jeffrey played this move e7, e6, transposing back into a French. A tempo down. That was like the worst. You were saying it was the worst opening you've ever seen. That was pretty.
I think out of 3 moves, it's pretty up there.
That's pretty up there. But the Caro-Kann, c7 and a c6.
And d5. Yeah.
And d5.
Would you say the Caro-Kann is currently topical?
At one time, I felt it was more topical. Today, the Berlin, the Giuoco Pianos, e7, e5 has kind of pushed everything, even
the
the vaunted Sicilian. I mean, everybody played the Sicilian at one time. And now e5 has become the go-to defense.
Yeah, I feel that outside e4, c5, e4, e5, and e4, c5, though, outside of those two, I still do think the Caro-Kann has a comfortable third,
right,
above pretty much anything else.
I mean, the other one, as far at one time, the Alekhine defense, even played by Bobby Fischer in the World Championship match against Boris Spassky, he played the Alekhine defense. Only Lev Albert in the entire world of top grandmasters. And Ivanchuk, when he dabbled in the Alekhine, he got killed. I mean, people.
Such a bad opening.
And then, we're being challenged.
Oh, we're being challenged. Oh, I see.
Do we know what a Benoni is?
Now I see why Christian does.
D4.
All right, the Benoni. Let's go.
Knight F6. Benoni, son of sorrow from the Hebrew. C2, C4, C7, C5, D5. Now, talking about an opening or a defense that has really fallen out of favor, the Benoni, right? One time, Michael Tal was one of the key proponents, if you will. Dr. John Nunn also played the Benoni. He won one magnificent game, I remember, against Lev Polygaevsky. He wrote about it in his book of best games. G7, G6, the Benoni. Okay, you're not being very testing here to our production staff. I mean, well, Giuoco Piano, get out of here. That's all we saw today was the Giuoco Piano.
Well, the Giuoco Piano.
My goodness.
Giuoco Piano. All right.
How do you pronounce it?
It's actually Giuoco, but it means slow game.
Yes. In Italian.
In Italian.
Bishop C4.
There you go.
Bishop B5, of course, is the Rui Lopez, but Bishop C4, there's the 2 knights defense, and that's interesting. I've always thought of the Giuoco Piano. I don't think of the Giuoco Piano now. I think of the Giuoco Piano now when Black plays Bishop C5. So I think that, you know, there's the 2 knights defense.
The 2 knights defense and the Giuoco Piano, which could transpose into each other,
right,
but not necessarily.
I just had this great story, Bobby Fischer. So Bobby Fischer's white, and his opponent, he plays a knight f6. I think this was from the U.S. Junior Open. And Bobby, as a teen, played the move knight to g5, and everybody understands that the main line begins d7, d5. Normally speaking, you're trying to block this threat. But Bobby's opponent played bishop c5, and Bobby openly laughed. at the board. And he kept laughing, and then he stopped, and then he started thinking. And he thought for the longest time. Now he started to realize that the desirable knight takes f7 will walk into bishop takes f2, and things start getting really, really crazy. So now he starts respecting the move bishop c5. And after a very long think, you know what he did? It's really remarkable. He played bishop takes f7 check, king e7, bishop to d5, which today is considered one of the best ways of meeting this defense at the board.
What a genius.
Exactly. Queen's Gambit declined.
Got one more, I guess.
They keep coming. Okay, so white usually has a choice: open with the king pawn or open up with the queen pawn. So in the Queen's Gambit declined, you open up with the queen pawn. Black does the same. d4, d5, c4. Now at this moment, you can capture this pawn, and that becomes known as the Queen's Gambit accepted. The Queen's Gambit declined is when they play move e7, e6, and get on with life.
And specifically e6. You could decline it with c6 or other moves,
that
but those have their own
Slav.
names.
Yeah, that is considered the Slav defense with c7, c6, but e7, e6. And I remember the Soviets, especially the Armenian school of chess, they developed this whole branch of the Queen's Gambit decline with the move bishop e7.
It's another opening that's really making a comeback.
Yes.
The Queen's Gambit decline has become exceedingly popular in the last 5 years. And it's just very solid for black, and positions that were thought that were worse, they're considered very holdable now, and people are not really afraid of playing straight up into it.
Exactly.
And that was our look at opening moves. Great. So
We
Richard
passed the challenge.
Excellent. Richard Rapport has blown his advantage.
No. Happy birthday,
Alireza. Yeah, we saw this position,
Yes.
and we said rook e2 is a draw.
Rook e2.
We left it at that. We didn't analyze any further. We need to analyze it a little further now that we have
Because
this
now
on
that
board.
we're
now
here.
it's very relevant.
So the idea, and you might ask, why put the rook on e2 and not on e1?
I assume to take on b2.
Yes, but it's in a very specific moment, and that is that after rook to f6, I'm not going to give a check and exchange on f6. I'm actually going to go d3. And now with the rook on e1, you have the extra option of going rook to d6. Right. Unfortunately, with the rook on e2, rook to d6 would not be possible, because then I would just be able to exchange. You cannot take, for example, with, actually I will give you a check. Can I exchange? I'm kind of curious. Yeah, you can also exchange.
Yeah.
You can just simply take. Take. You cannot take with a pawn because of d2. That's a problem. You have to take back with the rook, and now I'm just picking this up, and king goes to g7. I'm right on time not to get cut, and this is just a draw.
Gotcha.
So if you do go with the rook to e1, which to my naked eye seems like the much more natural move. You're getting further away, but also d3, d2 just feels a bit more supported with the rook on e1, because I'm already controlling the promotion square. Now, after rook to f6, it does seem like it still gives white an advantage. It's not that easy, and let's try to understand why. So rook d6, rook to f8, rook to f6, rook to e8.
Wow.
It still feels like a draw.
Yes, but somehow even this feels like white has some chances to win it with the king already on h8.
Yeah, more chances than you deserve.
Yes, the computer is saying 0-0, but it's not an easy 0-0 by any means.
No, by any means. You still have an extra pawn.
Still plenty of chances, especially with the king on h8. With the rook on e2 is a completely different story, because you always have this capture on b2. So quite a different and difficult moment, actually, for Alireza. But if he finds rook to e2, he might actually escape this one.
Remarkable.
Was just a remarkable Houdini-like escape, I have to say. But I have to say this is Richie's fault.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, 100%.
Could I just ask a
100%, 99%, whatever you want to call it. This is Richie's fault.
A quick question for you, Christian. After the move rook e2,
yes,
which you think is the only move, and I go e6 at last.
Sure.
I get to push my pawn.
Let's push it as well.
Okay, I wanted to go e7, and I'm hoping for rook f8, obviously.
But what if I give you a check first? Because there's no actual checkmating threats, right? With the rooks like this.
True.
there's no checkmating threats, and every time you promote, I'm going to sacrifice the rook, and my pawn is going to be closer to promotion as well.
Okay, take my blunder e7 back for just a moment.
Yes.
It's not a blunder. I just don't see anything.
Well, I was looking at rook d7, but you do have rook f8.
Rook f8, yes, yes.
Oh man, king g3.
And I think there should be more than one way to skin this.
Probably more than one way. I'm curious if rook takes b2 works or if this is just losing. Probably this is losing.
Well,
yeah, this is losing.
But yeah,
well, it goes to show how easy
no, but D2,
you
right?
can fall.
Not sure about d2. Yeah, d2 actually still works.
Must be a draw.
Yeah, d2 also works. Rook to f2 also works, and once again, once you double your own rooks, this is actually much easier, I think.
Yeah.
You're giving all the
I like
chance.
rook f2 a lot.
Yeah, I remember the line that Victor Korchlin made famous. With trembling hands, don't mess it up. A really a very double-edged game. I feel like we use this kind of tight rope walking. Like any moment anybody slips, you fall, you die. What about Caro? He's brought his rook all the way back to d2, so. Yay, he's defended his pawn.
I thought we were trying to win.
I thought so too. I mean, it is a perplexing.
He's not really made any progress, right? In the last, I don't know how many
since
moves.
Since he won the pawn. Yeah.
He's just kind of moving the rook around.
Right. Is it? I don't like the knight on f3. For me, the knight on f3 is absolutely ridiculously on the worst square because it can't go to g5 or e5 due to the pawn on f6. My whole purpose is I'm kind of defending this pawn on h4. Make a move here. Just king g6. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Let me bring the knight to a more favorable square. Sorry. Boy, that was really bad. My mouse. Yeah. Okay. It's working. It's still working. Knight g2, knight f4, knight g2, king g3, knight f4. I just want to put my knight on a nicer square. How do you like it? Or not?
And if I go rook e4, then you have rook d4, I guess, right?
That was what I was willing to...
yeah. Specifically here, rook e2, but I understand that generally the concept is to play rook e2. Rook d4, yeah.
Exactly. I wanted to trade rooks, and I'm hoping...
It's a win.
It's a win.
It looks like a win.
Feels good.
You don't agree?
Christian,
well,
jump in.
I'm going to trade after king f5. So after rook d4, I'm going to go king f5.
Ah.
No.
It's not giving up.
I'm not taking on d4.
Even
I'm
that.
King f5.
Even
I want to take on d4 and then go king e4 as soon as possible.
Gotcha.
It's not so easy, right?
Not so easy. Gosh, all I wanted to do was reposition my knight to a better square. And
king f3 may be met with something along the lines of bishop to c6 later on.
I think that if you play king f3,
gets dicey.
King f3, you could even take on d4, go bishop c6.
Sorry, show me.
Yeah, here, because I think Christian was saying instead of
after king f5, king f3, you can take on d4 and bishop c6.
And for 3 result game.
Who's winning? That's true. Who's winning this one?
Yeah, it's not. It's suddenly, as you say, a 3 result game. Not exactly what I. If I had my knight on f4, life would be so good right now. I mean, it just. What is going on? How come I'm having trouble here?
I like the move king g6 to begin with. Rook e4 probably also a very logical move, I would say. But I kind of like king g6, unless I'm really afraid of rook e2. But I don't know how clean this endgames are. If I get my king to g4,
you're very active there.
You're very active, and this pawn on b5 is crucial that it's on b5. If it was on a5, it's lost. If it's on c5, it's lost. But with the pawn on b5, I'm kind of controlling.
I remember
everybody.
Yeah, I remember Garry Kasparov making an annotation for the New in Chess magazine, where he was playing a very, very double-edged Sicilian, where he only had a pawn on b4. That was it. He was black. He had a pawn on b4, but white had a2, b3, b3, c2, and this pawn on b4 was like a bone in the throat. The majority just couldn't move. And Gary was chortling, in his annotations, how great it was. Are we sure though? Here, you get an active king.
No, I'm not sure of anything.
Yeah, It is a
All right, guys, I found a way to make some progress.
Good. Share.
Some progress.
It's not even I can take a
and I'm not sure if I should call that progress or not.
All right, let's see
So knight to d4 I was thinking about.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
rook
why
to
not?
e4, inviting rook to e4.
Was king g6 played, by the way?
No.
No.
Yes.
But king g6 just feels like the right move.
Yeah,
right?
it does.
Yeah, Rook e4, king g6, I think are my two top
Picks.
picks.
And now this allows me to go rook to e2. Now you cannot take on h4 because the bishop on e8 without the supports, the king support on
Yeah.
f7, you're dropping that. You cannot do that. So you have to give a check first. King to g3, check again. King to f3, you don't have bishop to c6 now
Very
that
important,
the knight is
yeah.
on d4. King to f7 and knight to f5.
But now-
And at least somehow I activated my knight. This is why I said this might at least look like some sort of progress. Bishop to c6, king to e3, rook to e4, king to d2, rook to f4.
But
How
this
much
is
of a
it.
progress
Did
this is?
you, wait, did you make any progress?
I
I'm picking
transferred
up the
the king
h4
from
pawn.
this side to this side, right? So
Right.
again, this is why I said I'm not sure if this is progress, but at least my king is not cut on the king side.
Right.
It's ready to help the pawns somehow.
Wow.
That's a big fake.
And by the way, the computer is saying it's equal.
Nothing.
Zero.
Get out of here. Get out.
I
get
lost
out.
my advantage.
Right, right.
My progress is no more.
In the words of Bent Larson, nobody believes you. Get out of here.
It's a funny position because it feels, the more we analyze it,
The greater the difficulty.
the greater the difficulty, the more, usually in this kind of endgames, we
We're
come
going
to a
to
very
end up in this
clear
situation.
conclusion
Right.
pretty early.
We're going to end
and
up in
this
this
is
type of
exactly
situation.
the ending that I thought I was going to win by
Comfortably.
claiming the game, and it wasn't that easy.
Not at all.
Exactly.
Not at all. And it feels that
Minor.
that the rook endgames are not so clear. The bishop versus knight endgames are not so clear. And that the white has just like moved the rook around.
Yeah.
So what I think has
we-
to happen right now
We need a plan.
for Hikaru. No, but this is what I think Hikaru's plan should be.
Okay.
Maneuver the pieces around
Okay. Patiently.
for a few moves.
Right.
10, 15 moves.
Okay.
Without doing anything. But try to pretend like you're doing something. Make your opponent spend their time. Get down to your last 5 minutes. Get down to the next time control, the final time control. And after that, you will be able to swindle your opponent and then transition into this crazy position. 3 versus 2, some sort of a race in every single variation. Go there, but later. Wait for a second, well, for a few moves, that is, and then get position.
I agree with
in
the
this
approach,
position. Yes.
generally.
Yes.
There's an extra difficulty in this particular tournament, that we are 11 moves away from getting another 15 minutes.
But that's
and
the last one.
another 30 seconds per
increment
minute.
thereafter. Yeah.
But that's the last one. At least make Radjabov play on his increment.
Yeah. Well, as a skater, Will Ferrell said, mind-boggling. I mean, I thought these end games were easy, and they've turned out to be nothing but difficult. It's amazing.
Yeah,
I'm
both of them.
confused.
Both of them are very confusing endgames. Specifically, I understand that the rook endgame in the Rapport game, once it got to after the move king e4, which was inaccurate,
Yes.
then it became very complicated, and I can understand that these rook endgames are very difficult to understand.
Messy.
Very messy, very computer-like. But this one of Hikaru's, to me, is just confounding, because I would have thought extra pawn, somehow you convert this.
Right. I mean, and so many variations, you do end up with three
versus
connected
two, yeah.
pass pawns versus what I would call scraggly split pawns.
And those I
which
thought
create counterplay. Darn. Man, chess is hard.
chess is hard, but man, this endgame to me is incredible. I thought that by this point, Timur would have already resigned. Like, I thought Hikaru would find a plan and just take the game home after he
Execute.
won a pawn. Yeah.
That's also one of the things I've always admired about Hikaru's play. When he does calculate a win,
Yeah, it's
bang, bang,
it's
bang, bang. He
yeah.
doesn't hesitate. He just goes right through it. It's not like he has any self-doubts about bringing the point home. Clearly, the fact that both players have consumed so much time, there's only a 15-minute difference between the two clocks? 40 minutes for Hikaru?
Yeah, it's 14
He's
minutes.
spending a lot of
right?
time.
He really is. Now it's Timur that's in the think tank, but in general,
Okay, all of these chess engine evaluations aside, come on, in a practical game,
I mean, if you asked me at the beginning of the endgame, I would have said every time, yeah, every time. But now that Hikaru is kind of wobbling, he's not fumbling the ball. He's just kind of like wobbly stage at the moment. He hasn't really made any progress. I'm starting to wonder if he's not making any progress because
the position is just difficult.
It's just too difficult to make progress right now.
Right. The fact that also that his rook ended up, coming back to D2 really is off-putting. I tried a moment ago after the move King G6 to try to reposition the knight. If I don't reposition the knight, the only other idea I really have in the position is rook C2, followed by C4, allowing you to trade off your weakie, but in return, I do get two connected pass pawns. How do you like them apples?
I actually like that plan a lot.
King G6, rook here, let's say. How would, do you want to go King F5? I don't think your king really waltzes into my position because of C4.
Let's go rook E4.
Rook Edgar 4.
Let's get the rook
okay.
on an active square. Take.
Take it, yes?
Yeah, what do you take back with?
Well, rook takes. I want to keep the integrity of my passers.
So how clean is this endgame? Yeah, take bishop F7.
Take bishop F7, knight D2, king F5, right?
Right.
I don't want to see...
Oh, you want to see a race?
You want to race it? King G4?
Yes, 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 yes. A4.
You're happy to see a race, huh? King takes H. Actually, maybe I will go even bishop to E8.
No, King H4.
King takes H4, King F4. I might be doing some
tricky blocking my king, but no, get out of my path.
But somebody said F5. Was that you, Christian? Take responsibility.
No, that was me.
No, that was not me. I don't know what you're talking about.
F5 here in this position.
Okay, and now the race. Let's go. Push him, baby.
Well, F4 is met by King D4, and then you get a King to C5.
Well, King G3, help yourself. My knight covers F1.
Fair enough.
Yep. Let's go.
All right.
No, this is too much. No, this
Why?
is too much.
But that, I don't know. Check on...
Check.
And let's go all the way to the end and make sure. Bishop E8.
But now I go bishop, King C5. Don't allow the king to come to C5. Don't give the check. Go bishop E8 first. You're waiting too long to go bishop E8.
You're waiting to...
Bishop E8,
But this race feels bad for black.
Yeah, bishop C6, and where's the win? I mean, I'm sure that there is a
This just feels bad. Like, if you go F4 here, I tickle you...
No, I'll take on H4 right now.
Okay, lovely. I want to promote my pawn.
Bishop A8.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not yet,
Bishop A8.
All the way back. Let's
Okay.
go.
King... No. I think I want to go to G4. Actually, no. King G3.
Later, we can always figure out where the king might be.
Yeah, the knight's actually pretty good. Because C6, H3, you have knight F1.
And if I have my king to G3, how bad is that?
Well, you don't threaten H2.
Like in this position?
Like if you go King G3, you're not threatening H2 at the end. So King G3, C5.
That's the problem.
H4, C6, you're not... H3, it's not a threat.
And with C8, you actually threaten my bishop.
Yeah.
There's the problem. Yeah.
And H2, I just...
But that's one tempo. That's one tempo, and we're loosely making moves, right?
Yeah, very loosely making moves.
Wait a minute. I mean, that was like one of the first lines that I've won in like 4 hours. I mean,
it's something to look, but it's something to look at, right?
Chess since the start of the show, and I don't think I had a winning line since the Fabi game, a long time ago.
Finally, right?
Right. Okay, so
Timur actually went for the move Rook E4 first.
Okay.
Which makes a lot of sense.
With the king still on F7, Rook E4 first.
We were considering those as the two logical moves to the position.
Very, very logical. But if I'm going to play for C4, can I do it like this? Or, oh my gosh, you have Rook
A7.
A7.
How is this position so full of problems?
I know. Whether I'm trying to reposition my knight, whether I'm trying to make a pawn break on the queen side.
Like, I'm starting to get angry that Hikaru is not just winning.
No.
I mean, you're up a pawn. Yeah. You have a good structure. The bishop on E8 is not really such
Chess is not easy.
No.
Chess is not easy when you're facing the toughest defenses in the world.
Exactly.
Chess is not easy.
Yeah.
There's no easy games against this field. Simple as that.
Wow. Rook E4. Oh boy. Okay. Quick gander once again at Richard's position after the move Rook G6.
Alireza is sensing the critical moment.
Yeah, he right here, right now, and you know these 4 Rook endgames, by the way, can be mystifying. I mean, your mind starts, you know, like doing strange things.
You feel it become mush.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like you think you're calculating line after line, and then suddenly you see, oh my God, Rook F5, I get mated on H5, and you suddenly forget that you have a defense.
Yes.
And you panic. 22-minute thing
For Alireza. Yeah, it's the time to do it, right? This is the time to do it. You got the extra hour.
Mm-hmm. This is the critical moment.
This is the critical moment.
Rook to E2 actually equalizes the game. Of course, you still have to find a lot more moves after that, but it becomes much easier. And Rook to E2, on the other hand, not an easy move to make.
Okay, and the other move, which is very suggestive, Rook E1, in order to cover the promotion square, does that blunder the game?
No,
Christian?
No, not entirely, but you will have to defend a more difficult position after Rook to F6, D3, and Rook to D6.
I see.
And this was the big difference. With the Rook on E2, you can exchange the rooks and take on B2.
Got you.
And that helps your case because that's just an easy technical draw. Everybody knows that, especially at their level. But Rook to E1 allows this Rook to D6, and then you have to go Rook to E8. Then you have to contend with this very dicey, let's say, endgames with 4 rooks. I have the extra pawn. You have the king all the way to H8. It's not that easy.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
so Rook E2.
At the highest level of Stockfish, the moves are equivalent because Stockfish draws it.
Yes.
But one has a much more human path towards take the pawn. And the other one is just, you know, you hold an endgame that you hold by a tempo.
Yeah, it's super, super, super complicated.
Right. So,
oh my.
And I believe that those are the only 2 logical drawing moves.
Rook E2 and Rook E1.
Apparently Rook E8 is not losing, but I don't know whoever plays that move.
That would be a difficult move to play for sure. Rook E8?
No, but that's insane. So it's either Rook E2 or Rook E1, what he's calculating.
Exactly. Long think, wrong think.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes that is a saying that we've used for decades, in fact. And it oftentimes happens that a player goes into a deep think and somehow all the lines that get calculated end up being unsatisfactory and then something poor is played.
How often did you feel as a chess player that because you spent more than 10 minutes on a move, you made a better move than if you hadn't?
Not as often as I would have liked.
Yeah.
Truth be told. But I do feel that over my career, I have spent 12 minutes and 15 minutes, and I've come up with something that really felt made me feel really good. Like, yeah, I did something. And you know, I always felt that way about classical chess. That you know, I'm amazed by how well these top players play Blitz and Rapid. But when you see a game, for example, like these World Championship match games that Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov played, and it was art. It was just unbelievable what ideas and conceptions they came up with, and I was thrilled. And that was the only chess we really played because there was no World Blitz Championship. You know, sadly enough, I would have loved that.
All right.
Questions?
No, Rook E2 played.
Rook
E2 played.
Wow.
The youngster finds it, and he is one step closer to saving this miracle draw on his birthday.
Who said he's a weak endgame player, that this is his weakness and you got it? The haters, not me.
Oh,
no, that's a nice move and a very, very difficult move indeed to find. Wow.
And he found it, but let's take a look at what's happening in Hikaru versus Timur. Right now, after Rook to D2, Rook to E4, Rook to D5, and this is another question that I have for you guys, and I've been thinking about this. How often do we see this time control at the elite level where you don't get the increment? The last time I can think of is actually the World Championship matches.
Exactly.
But outside of that, and nobody else outside of Nepo recently, as well as Fabiano in 2018, they don't have the experience to play under this time control. And this is what I'm seeing right now from Timur. You were mentioning, Alejandro, okay, there is 11 moves to make until the next time control. How easy it is to make those 11 moves? Because
Not
for
so easy.
the last move, Radjabov spent 12 minutes.
Rook e4.
Rook to e4.
Actually,
12 minutes. Rook to d5 immediately played by Hikaru. And right now, he's once again already on a 3-4 minute long thing.
Well, Timur Radjabov's last tournament had no increment until move 40.
Which one?
Norway chess.
Norway chess.
Norway chess was 2 hours for the game, and then you get an increment.
And I think he scored something along the lines of -2.
And then they
had
these,
Timur did terrible.
Then they had these
Armageddons in case of a draw, right?
Which were always very fun. I really have a problem with a lot of things about the FIDE cycle. I'm not a big fan of the FIDE cycle. And one of the problems I have is the time control. So if you're going to play this World Championship cycle, then every aspect of the World Championship cycle should be the same time control.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, if you're going to play in the FIDE Swiss, which qualifies, the FIDE Grand Prix, which qualifies the candidates, which determines the challenger, they should be all the same time control when you play for the World Championship. It's a very strange thing to play different time controls in the same cycle, and I don't like it.
I agree.
We'll do something about it. I mean, I give you your marching orders. What am I? I mean, I got to do everything around here.
Sometimes, right?
How about you, Christian? What's your perspective about these different time controls?
You said it perfectly, yeah. I mean, it feels like you're playing almost not different games, right? You cannot call different time control a different game, but the way you're spending your time, the way you calculate variations, the way you allow yourself to assess positions, how much time are you going to spend on assessment in the middle of the game, everything differs with this type of different time controls. And as you are mentioning, they should be playing in a whole cycle with the same time control. I feel this is the most fair way of getting to the World Championship match and potentially winning a title.
Yeah, I remember Boris Gelfand way back in the day also complaining exactly this, that, you know, like he would show up at tournaments and he didn't know what the time controls were going to be. And he's like, what? You know, like, can't we all just agree, this is classical, this is blitz, this is...
But we haven't.
No.
We just haven't. But yeah, which to me is fascinating. Now, if you had to pick one for classical, which one would it be?
I like the increment. I like the 90 minutes and 30 minutes. End of story. That's
with the 30 minutes of two time controls.
With the two with the increment. So you get 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then you get 30 minutes at the end of move 40, and you play on the increment. And I've seen a lot of players playing on the increment. And the games they have a good flow, and the players have learned to play that time control.
Yes.
And they play it very, very well.
Well, guys, we have a move.
Please, E6.
E6 was played
Richie.
in the Ali Reza versus Richie game, Richie versus Ali Reza. E6 was played, but the natural response right now is to go D3.
Exactly. Bang.
D3. What do you do next? We've seen, after rook to D7, rook to F8, get the rooks doubled on the second rank, give perpetual checks, make a draw. We've seen that. That must be easy to calculate. Now, how is he testing Ali Reza is the question. After D3, do you go E7? Is this the big test? But after rook to D4 and then D3, let's say king to F3, D2, perhaps this is the position that he's trying to achieve. Oh my goodness, check this out.
That's right, it's mate.
That's a mate. Don't get the queen.
Right.
Boom, boom, boom. And the pawn defends the F8 square.
Right.
You cannot do that.
But we can play rook takes E7?
Yeah, it looks like a draw, right?
Rook takes E7 is also a draw.
Yeah, it's just easy,
Just
right?
in time.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the test. This is
how
what
about
I'm looking
this as
for, and
far
I'm
as the
not
test?
seeing it right now.
Can we try it again? Rook D7.
Rook D7 first, okay.
Yeah, rook F8 check, king G3. You played rook FF2.
Yes.
And you said that, okay, so let's try rook g4?
Rook g4, yes.
So now you can't take the pawn on e6 because your rook is hanging, right? King h4. If I can maintain the b pawn.
But how do you
But how do you, because rook e6, right?
Once again, the rook is on the second rank, ready to grab b2.
That's pretty depressing.
I know. Oh, I have a discover check.
Do tell.
Yeah, go ahead, take my pawn. Be a hero. Rook takes b2. Christian, do it, do it. You can do it.
No way. No way.
Party pooper.
No way.
Did you see that?
All right, we're going to show it. We're going to show it to the audience.
You don't let me wear my birthday party hat?
It's important. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you.
Discovery check. Follow it up with rook h7. The rook is lost.
Yes.
Beautiful. But
thank you.
I'm
it's not happening. It's not happening. I hear you. I hear you.
You're not going to catch me with this type of things.
Yeah, I know. I feel better. How about you?
I don't feel anything by this point.
And by the way,
yes,
other things have happened.
Oh.
E6, rook to e8.
Whoa.
Now we have a couple of checks, repeating the position. That's fair.
Right.
And what if we continue with rook to f6? Now
This
we
looks
go
kind of
d3.
dangerous, right? Can I give you some checks on h6 and g6?
After d3?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And I can drive you to f8, check, yeah, and check some more.
Check here.
Yeah.
King 7.
And check on g7. Oh, king f6. Oh.
And the rook is protected.
Right.
The rook is protected. You're right on time to protect your... And another reason why rook to e2 is better than rook to e1.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
This guy might have just simply calculated the whole position. And decided on rook to e2, the perfect move.
That's amazing. By the way, one of the things that I've always felt about the world champions is, you know, they get typecast. Somebody like Michael Tal is only a tactical wizard. No. These guys had great technique. I mean, from the Karpovs, the Kramniks, the Kasparovs, the Smyslovs, the Petrosians, all of these world champions calculated endgames wonderfully well. And they could write books on the endgames as well.
And they did.
And they did.
Smyslov wrote a book.
Smyslov,
on
the rook and pawn
games.
endgames.
That's how I learned my rook and pawn games.
A3.
Well, it's a move, finally.
By Hikaru.
That's an
I mean, you know, you go through a whole plethora of menu of moves like, okay, I can play this, I can play this, I can play that. And you come after a long thing to the move A3.
All right, what if I go back? Rook
E7 makes sense because now you can tickle from both the A7
and the C7 squares.
Exactly.
I just want to win this pawn.
I feel knight D4 is box. What else can I do? You can go back to E4. You can go rook to A7.
I don't think I want to take on A3. Right? Let's go down that line. Just curious. Rook A7. Knight takes
B4.
B5 is
B5. Sorry. Bishop takes. Rook
this
takes.
must be winning, right? It's just
and
winning.
I just hope that these pawns go as fast as the little legs can take them. Scurry up the board.
That's very nice. So rook E7, knight D4 is the issue, right?
And again, in that moment where I played knight D4, you could return with your rook. In previous positions, you were getting counterplay by taking the H4 pawn.
No, that must be the way to do it, right?
Okay.
Rook knight D4, rook E4.
Okay, and we're
we're basically
back in these waters.
Yeah,
right?
the pawn on A3 didn't help you. It's just the same thing.
Are we sure?
Pretty much, no?
Let's say, well, it did help me in the sense that any rook check doesn't hit the pawn on A2.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're not obliged to give me a check either. But, wow, guys, we're going to keep an eye on these games. We'll certainly come back. We'll be very flexible with our break time. But I hope you're enjoying our coverage as these two very, very hard-fought games are going down to the wire.
Seriously, it does feel like perhaps the other game is closer to ending, but not quite there yet. We'll keep an eye because the Hikaru game, guys, it's going to go on for a while. We're not going to miss a second of it. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Lou is always exploring.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. My boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
And we have our standings. It's Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi here after 2 rounds of the candidates with 1.5 points. Jan Krzysztof Duda drew his game against Ding Liren, a game in which the Polish player said, I am satisfied with this game.
Right.
He felt that his preparation landed him in a place where he did not know what to do, and it felt so over the board. Meanwhile, we have 2 games remaining, and they are still up for grabs. It's Richard Rapport pressing against Alireza Firouzja, and it's Hikaru Nakamura in a borderline winning position, I think, against Timur Radjabov. But let's go to the Alireza game.
Right. Because
the engine skipped a beat.
Yeah, the game has been so unpredictable. And when we kind of left it just around these spots. And we kind of convinced ourselves, thanks to the chess engines, that it was 0-0. Okay, rook f6 is a kind of a very tricky move. And then suddenly, Alireza played rook e7 and the engine burped and said, uh-oh, that's not a good move. And it instantly suggested the move king f5 as much, much better for white. And we were trying to figure it out as we were coming on air.
Yeah, it isn't the easiest, but I think the idea is that you defend the pawn and you prepare the move rook g1 or rook g anything.
So for example, d3, let's say.
Let's say. And I go rook g3, I attack your pawn.
Or rook
g1
g3
is fine. I don't think it's a difference at this point.
Okay.
And I have a very salient threat, right? I'm threatening checkmate in 3, starting with rook f8. So you need to defend from this somehow, and it's actually not so easy.
So just to be clear, your checkmate in 3 threat is what?
Rook f8.
Yeah, king h7.
What am I saying?
Good morning or good afternoon, St. Louis, right?
No, actually, what the idea is of this rook to g1 is to double up on the h file. So you go check on h1.
After d2, we go check on h1.
Check on h1.
Okay. Yes.
King g7 is checkmate.
Yes.
King g7 is rook to g6, king f8, rook to h8 mate.
That's a nice one, Christian.
Nice. And if rook h7, I have rook f8.
Correct.
Yes.
And if rook h7, you have rook f8.
That's nice. And then I get to pick.
Yeah.
Then I get to pick up the rook for free.
With the rook on h6, this wouldn't be possible. So that's why you drop first on the first rank.
Gotcha. So.
And I think the critical line is after rook to h1.
Okay.
So rook to g1, d to rook h1, king to g8.
Okay.
Because now rook to g6 is going to be met by rook to g7.
Okay.
So what you do is you go rook to h6 first.
Oh my goodness. So you're threatening mate in 2.
Exactly.
Rook h8 and rook h1 to h7.
And if I go rook f2?
Rook f2, I think it's king e5, right?
King g5 or king e5?
King e5. I'm
King
going to
g5,
d6.
rook g7, there's no way you're winning.
Right.
No.
But I can kind of worm my way here, right?
I want to go to d6.
Yeah, I'm worming my way there. Wow. So there was that very, very window of opportunity.
That's hard.
King f5, but king f5 is one of those moves that you kind of aspire to play,
That's
right?
true. But you have to see rook g1.
Because you want to get closer to the guy's king so you can deliver a checkmate. You want to defend the pawn on e6. But Richard said, hey, look, I've got a passer, b4, and d3 is on the board. We're up to, but did this move, Christian, b4, cost Richard the victory?
It does feel like it. What do you do now? I mean, how do you... the same line don't work anymore. The same lines don't work anymore because now my pawn is already on d2, right?
Right.
So after rook to g1 in any sort of situation, so for example, if you go king to f5, d2, and now rook to g1, I have rook to e1, and actually I think it's, well, you probably have to find some sort of perpetual
Can I just quiz you on this one?
Then I go king to g8.
King to g8. Oh, I don't get
Even though,
my,
excuse me,
I don't get my rook to
don't
the d
I have,
file.
Just one second, don't I have rook h7?
No, that was the line I wanted actually, was rook h7.
So rook h6, rook h7.
Yeah, rook h7 because rook f8 I have king g7 attacks your rook.
Yeah.
I'm attacking both rooks, that's the problem.
Exactly. And I thought I was going to play with my rook covering d1.
I can take either one of these.
And still draw?
And still draw.
Okay, so let's say you bring your king closer. And this is a draw?
Pretty.
Probably.
Well, what if I give you checks, right? So I started with a check on f2. Where do you put the king?
That's already a problem right there.
Because you cannot go on the d file, so
Yeah.
you have to get away from the pawn. And now I don't even have to hurry. I can just go king to e8. I think that's easy.
Yeah, even d1 is just a draw. D1, you take king on e7. You have to go rook e1 otherwise.
Okay.
It's a pretty basic draw.
But let's go back to the game position
Yes.
because we do have a move. Rook
Okay.
to g3 was played.
Okay.
So
Rook to g3.
we think that d2 should be.
Well, why isn't the e pawn now hanging? Oh, the
Well,
d
you can
pawn
take
is,
the
yes.
e-pawn, but then I
take,
just simply take,
and then
take,
Richard's
take on
happy. He's a
d3.
pawn up, and maybe the b
that
pawn.
one I think is winning.
Yeah, the b pawn will run for a touchdown. That would be
Because
great.
after rook to d4 at the end, you have rook to e4 covering everything.
In fact, this is exactly the ending I wanted, which was d2, rook check. You have to play rook h7. I was going to trade, and this was the ending I more or less wanted, which was, oh, I was going to trade the e pawn for the d pawn.
Good luck.
But how do you
can
do
I?
that?
Not?
Yeah, well, this is a draw.
Your king's not cut off.
Nope. I mean,
I did
I'm just reading.
Oh, darn
go
it.
to e7,
Yeah.
right?
I'm not going to argue with the table bases.
Yeah,
I think that would be a little unfair.
Also remember, it's a b pawn, right? So if I passively defend on b8,
Yes.
it's still a draw.
Okay, so we do have b4 and rook g3 on the board. d2 has been played, by the way, and we've caught up with the players. You were mentioning, Christian, the idea that you need to test your opponent as often as possible. What are the tests that Ali Reza still has to pass?
I don't see any more tests. The
Wow.
position has just become a bit too simplified at this point. My pawn is already on d2, so I have a real threat that you have to defend against.
Right.
You don't have anywhere to run away from my threats right now. So you have to decide the position as it is with rook to h6, rook to h7, exchange a pair of rooks. There's nothing else you can do.
And already done.
Rook h6, rook h7, as you said, is on the board.
Do we have the trade of the rooks as
We
well?
have the trade of the rooks.
And then rook to d3 will come on the board, the only move.
Exactly, to stop the pawn from promoting. We assume the king will slide over.
Probably to g6 or g7.
It is a bit of both surprising and depressing to me, but the table base says that even if you take on e6 directly, it's a draw.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that
I
might
would,
be.
again,
Your
to
king
quote,
is just bad on f4.
to quote
The king is bad on
Korchnoi,
f4.
with trembling hands, I would take on e6. I just like,
I would
look at
never.
this.
I would never take on e6.
And I would be frightened that...
you get right on time, right? You get to f6 on time.
Exactly.
King g6, rook b2, king f6.
King f6.
And on b5 you have rook b6.
I can't even go king e7, I think.
and your king just marches over with mine to c7 and b7. Fair enough. That looks...
Yeah.
And that has appeared on the board. Now, king g7, king g6 is normal. Rook e6, again, trembling hands, but that's good enough.
It's good enough, but even if that's good enough, the other variations are probably easier. I don't know any human that would take on e6 in this position. You can
No.
just do it later.
Right.
So we do expect to move king g7 after king takes, rook d3 already on the board. King g7 to us is a lot more natural of a move.
Sure, you'd rather take with the king than rook at the... Get your rook.
Yeah.
You know, once you've neutralized this pawn, then you want to play d1 and get your rook behind.
Exactly.
The pawn.
And the only dangerous move here would be king f5, but we kind of neutralized it by just giving a check.
Exactly.
Guys, this one seems to be headed for a draw, but the other one has changed quite dramatically. And let's take a look at what happened in that one. I think we left it somewhere around here. After the
Right.
move a3, rook to e7, knight to d4. And we saw rook to e4 and the transition into this sort of racy-looking position. I have 3 pawns on this side, you get 2 pawns on this side, and which ones are going to go faster? Let's take a look. Rook takes h4, knight to d4, check rook to d2. I have 3 of them, so I'm going to use this one first. Then I'm going to push the a pawn as well. King to h4, bishop to f7, which appears to be a big mistake by Timur Radjabov, allowing white to get a winning position. Rook to c3, it seems like it would have held equality.
No way.
Yes.
That's a difficult
Yes,
move to
wait, but
find.
why? Why is that the case?
Well,
oh,
h5 is
because now
hanging.
you take. And apparently this is...
Get out of here.
You're stuck. This is a study-like position.
No way. This is a draw?
You don't have... I'm going to keep checking you.
It's
way.
Come on.
Come on.
This is incredible, guys.
kidding
I
me?
don't believe it.
I'm just going to keep on checking you. If you try to get close to, you cannot catch the pawn. Well, you can, but you're going to have to give me some resources. The knight is going to be a huge resource. And then I'm just going to get the king. Attack
You know, I'm going to return
This
my
is
grandmaster title
ridiculous.
to Fide's office and say, you know what?
This
I
is
feel like I
ridiculous.
don't understand chess anymore. How can that not be a winning position?
Guys, I'm telling you, this is the era of alien chess.
I'm done.
Wow.
I'm done with chess.
Yeah.
Knight on d4, rook on d5,
Right.
pass pawn on the
Pawn.
a file
Extra
against two
piece.
disconnected pawns.
Right. That are really ugly looking weaknesses.
And
the
that's a
king,
draw.
and the king, the black king isn't doing anything
So
special
bishop
either.
f7 was the mistake.
Oh my
the
gosh.
crucial mistake. And after rook to d8, rook to d1. Now, excuse me, a4 came on the board. Now I have another passer running down the board. And you cannot include your bishop into the defense anymore because right now the bishop on f7 is stuck, controlled by my pieces. e6 is controlled, e8 is controlled, d5 is controlled. That's why he played the move c4. This is after king to g3, h4, king to f4 seems to be giving white a decisive advantage. What a game.
I mean,
what a
this is just the
grind
start,
by
right?
Hikaru Nakamura in this
Right?
one.
I mean, the game goes on, right?
But why is it like
Why is it
It
so
does.
clear?
done
You
and,
go here, I
done
go
and
back.
dusted though? I'm still kind of confused.
You're not in time. What do you do? What do you do next?
G5,
How do you push?
G5.
Without the help of the bishop, how do you push?
I don't know.
I see.
King g5. Now I'm going forward.
And if I go after the a pawn,
No, this is fine. I like f5.
you do?
You wanna go rook
I
a1?
like forcing this knight back.
Then I push the other pawn.
What?
That is crazy.
I mean,
So
I have
I
a lot
won
of
a pawn,
pawns.
I
Again,
took
it's
it.
all about how controlled this bishop is.
My God, I hate
You
this
cannot
round.
get it to this diagonal to stop my c pawn.
By the way, I really feel like I'm struggling to understand and make sense of, go with a check. Check the guy.
That's okay.
know,
You can check it. It's no problem. I hide. You don't have the next check on c2. So you can, you're going to have to lose another tempo defending this pawn, and then I can go c7 at some point or b6, depending on what you do. Right
Wait,
now.
what? What do you mean c7?
Well, depending on what you do. If you go bishop to c4, c7 is winning. Yeah. So if
Where-
you go here,
Who goes bishop c4? What does this move
So
do?
you could go b5, bishop takes b5.
B5.
Oh, good job.
Yeah.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
yeah, no, this is just simply over. Again, the bishop is so controlled by the knight, is dominated by the knight on d4 as well as the rook on d8.
To quote Ulf Anderson, I'm in pain.
I'm physically in pain. I don't understand anything.
Radjabov is in
Wow.
pain as well right now. I can
Wow.
tell you that. Let's see if Hikaru understands how good his position is. I'm just wondering, King g2 still winning?
Well,
Because
King
this
G2
would be
is
the
a
move that
very
I would make.
obvious
I
human.
would play King g2. in
Of
this
course, you sidestep any further checks by the rook. In fact, you attack the rook. Hello.
Yes.
And now you're ready just to push him, baby. C5, A5.
Not as
Somebody-
easy.
What do you mean
so
not as easy?
Not as easy. King to g2 is not as good of a move. After
What if
rook
I
to
go
b1,
A5?
maybe we're once again within territory of equality.
a5?
King g2 was played.
Okay, but rook b1, a5. I don't understand. Oh, you're just like king's too active.
My king
You're
gets active.
threatening
King
king
f3 is going to be
G4,
met with bishop
H3 and
h5.
King g4 is an actual threat, huh?
Wow.
King f4 was a dominant move over the king. That was
So,
the point.
it's
The
so
king needed to
strange.
dominate the other.
You actually want your opponent to advance even further with the pawn to h3.
Now that
because
makes sense. I can relate
after
to
that, you control the pawn entirely.
Yeah, and then the king g5 is going to be my knight f3.
Knight
and I'm
F3.
a happy camper.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
Oof.
I'm
King
scratched.
G2.
I forget about it, guys. Forget about it. King to g2, still not anybody's game. Still within reach for Hikaru, I have a feeling, at least from a practical perspective of winning this one, still some work ahead. And we've seen a lot of decisive advantages being spoiled in difficult endgames.
True that. And the players, Richard and Ali Reza, have gone into that line that you were mentioning. Oh, he didn't play rook b6. I thought it was going to be rook b6.
I think they're okay. Both
then-
moves are okay.
It's
It doesn't
easy.
matter. Yeah.
It's easy.
So
Rook b2, king e6.
I'm in time. b5, king
b5,
d7,
king
b6.
d7. And even if you're not on time, I have rook f1, rook f8, rook b8.
One move away.
Nice.
You found the only move. Very good.
Very good. It was a 50-50. Actually, not
Actually,
even
no.
that.
You even did better than expected.
Exactly. Sweet. Always nice to overperform.
Very nice.
Yeah.
We are.
King G. I mean, if you sit there and tell me, like you spoiled the game because you played King G2.
What do you do, right?
I mean,
how can you blame King G2?
You can't.
It's just such a logical move.
It's so natural.
You attack the rook to keep the king next to the passed H pawn.
Right? You keep the passer under lock and key, and your very next move, you think it's all good. You're ready to push your pawns, so you win a tempo, and it's King F4. And what you said, Alejandro, was this idea that oftentimes, very often in these endings, you use your king as a blocker to keep the opponent's king passive.
Right?
And King F4, and if you see H3, now you're happy. You just come back. The pawn is more of a weakness than it is a strength, and you don't have moves like King G5.
Wow.
Easy for us to say because we've got engines here, and we're not exhausted having played 6 hours like these guys.
You're not exhausted?
No, I'm just warming up. Let's go.
When I'm Yasser Seirawan, I won't have that energy.
I can't wait for round 14. I'll be at my best.
Yeah, round 14 and 6-hour game.
I'll
check in on you.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, but another thing that we need to keep an eye on is that these players actually have entered their final time control. So right now they are getting 30-second increment, but they no longer have any extra time added to their clocks.
Exactly.
Yeah. So 61st move right now, 15 minutes for Timur Radjabov, 30 minutes for Hikaru Nakamura, and still a game to play.
Wow, everything to play. It's just beginning.
That's true. That is true.
It really is just beginning.
You know, they used to say this about Anatoly Karpov. At his height, he was such an enormously strong player. People don't realize that he was, in his first match with Garry Kasparov, 5-0.
Yeah.
Dominating, right? That to beat Anatoly, you had to out-prepare him in the opening so you had an advantage. Then you have to outplay him in the middle game and keep that advantage. And then in the ending, you have to win a technical game. Like you had to win the game 3 times to beat Anatoly Karpov. This is what I'm feeling with this game between Timur and Hikaru, that it's gone through these different stages. And Hikaru, well, we'll see if he can. We do congratulate our birthday boy, by the way. Wow.
A little bit of a gift.
Real save there. And, well, we can't blame. I'm just looking at this position where we were just so enthusiastic about this one moment. Sorry, happy 19th birthday.
Alireza, newest member of the French Olympic team, and, well, #1 prodigy in the chess world right now, but he gets a bit of a gift here as he gets up to 1 point, tied for third with Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Richard Rapport. Trying to see if he will be surpassed, actually caught up by Hikaru Nakamura or caught up by Timur Radjabov. I think it's either a draw or win for Hikaru.
Exactly.
And everything to play for still. Sometimes you have to survive these games with black, and sometimes you need a little bit of luck to win these tournaments. And I think Alireza, he got that today.
He got it for sure. So I had this moment on the board in front of me. And Richard, he's got these double rooks on the 7th, so he's ready to give all kinds of checkmating patterns, but he needs to include the pawn on e6. He played the move king e4 and walked into rook takes and rook e3 and made his life very, very difficult. Had he started with the immediate e6, rook takes g3, king c4, now the pawn is already here. We're going to play rook g7, check, and eventually we get to play e7 with check, and we would win the game. e6 essentially won the game on the spot, and it's not that difficult.
No, not at all. I think king e4 was just a big, big mistake. He even had a chance later, but this one, I'm not going to...
That hurts.
Yeah, I'm not going to blame the king f5. Missing king f5, I think, was tough.
Also.
But not seeing e6 here, especially with the time situation, because at this point, Richard had 16 minutes and 33 seconds, whereas Alireza had 2 minutes and 40.
And again, you know, you push your pass pawn and get it to work for you. Let's jump back to the
At the same time, it almost feels like karma, right? Yesterday he escaped
Right.
against Jan Krzysztof Duda in an incredible endgame. He was lost at move 10 in the opening. Finally, he got a winning position in exactly the same structure. Quite an interesting duo of games, this first and second for Richie Rapport. But unfortunately for him, not taking the chance and playing the move king to e4 is indeed going to hurt. And we've seen that, well, Fabiano Caruana also drew his game, and we saw that he had a +2 advantage according to the engines. But he's not going to be kicking himself out after that one, after repeating the position in that position. This one is going to hurt for Richie Rapport. And let's see what Lubomir Lubojevic is going to be able to soothe, let's say, our challenger.
Absolutely. Okay, and how serious is the position for Timur? In other words, we know that the engine likes the move rook b1. Is rook b1, Christian, only move, or is it not that critical?
It's pretty critical, yeah.
So rook b1 or bust is what you're saying.
Yeah. So what is the difference between rook b1? I understand not going rook c1 because the knight on d4 controls check on c2.
Right.
I understand not playing that move. But why not rook a1?
So the idea behind rook to b1 is that you have to be meeting c5 with bishop takes b3. The only way to do that is by putting the rook on b1.
Okay.
If you go to a1, then I can go c5.
Okay.
If you go to c1, then I can go a5. Now, you might ask yourself, why not
Bishop
a5 after rook to b1, right? Now I get king to g5, a6, and only now, once the pawn is not within reach of the b pawn, now I'm going to go rook to a1. And this is the big difference between the two positions. Impossible to understand with a naked eye. Not impossible, obviously. Nothing is impossible.
Very
But
difficult.
extremely, extremely difficult. And this is why he's spending so much time. It looks like he has only one choice if you look at it with the engine. He doesn't. He has so many choices. Rook d1, rook c1, rook b1, rook a1. All of them, without the help of an engine, are looking very, very similar.
Right.
So right now he's trying to understand the nuances, the differences between these two, these four moves. And, well, we're going to have to wait and see whether he's going to be able to make the right choice.
Now, I think a lot of players, most especially myself, when I'm worse, I'm looking at the most forcing moves to try to make a draw. So tell me, you shocked me by telling me that rook c1, a5, bishop takes c4. A moment ago, you said that this was a drawn ending. Is this particular
at what? Yes, this is much different, right?
Yeah, this is a very different ending from the one you showed earlier, but
so why is that? Because the rook was on d5 in the other one.
Yes.
And the rook was getting behind the pawn, so I was basically locking your rook to the defense from the side to the pawn on a5. Not only that, but I'm not giving you any chances to escape with the knight, so I'm starting to give you checks as soon as possible. It was also black to move, so it's a completely different story. So, for example, in your position is white to move, if I'm not mistaken?
I just played, yes.
Yeah, rook takes c4. Yeah, this is a completely different story.
And this is over? Like, this is completely winning?
I would assume maybe just
Well,
king
I
to
assume the
h3.
other one, too.
What if I go
help me out here, Christian. I want to play rook. All I want to do is...
No, but king h3.
True. I would have assumed the other
what
one
do you
is
do?
just winning,
which move? Sorry, Christian?
Let's go king h3.
King h3, I tickle your pawn. All I want to do is trade off everything.
I mean, this guy's going to come here and tell us that rook d5 is winning.
But
probably is, actually.
Somebody's going to get hurt.
Yeah. But I think rook d5 is winning here
Rook
because the pawn's on
d5.
h4.
So wasn't the pawn on h5 previously?
Yeah,
I think the pawn
maybe
was
there
on
was
h5,
even
right?
king on g4. Okay, so just a second.
No, but rook to d5, and then I just pick up the pawn.
No, I agree.
Fair.
No, the pawn was on h5, so I was giving you checks, and only when you go to f4, then I get h4 in, and then h3 as well. So that was the big difference between these two positions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
we're definitely being tested. Your poor panelists.
And by the way, he played rook c1, which is losing.
Okay.
Mind-boggling. Mind-boggling position. Mind-boggling endgame.
Mind-bottling.
Because of a5, right?
Because of a5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which...
And through my explanation, I caught myself and I was like, wait a minute, but what if you actually just wait to go a6 as with
like
the
go
rook on
king
b1,
g5,
right?
King
to
G5?
g5.
Don't tell me it says draw or
The
something.
winning move right now is king f2. And I guess there's no check on c2, right?
Which, by the way, was why I didn't want to put my rook on
Are you trying to hurt our
c1.
feelings here?
But what?
Okay, okay. So what happens if I go king to g4?
What is the point of this move? What is the point of the move king f2?
Crazy move, king f2.
King to f2. All right, what if you just go rook to a1, right? Now I go c5. I understand
that part we got.
So I'm waiting for you to go a6, and then I go rook a1.
What did you get?
We know that.
What did you understand about rook a1, c5? That makes no sense to me.
Right.
You
know
give
that.
up a5, you have rook a2. I didn't understand that at all.
We've seen that before, though. We've seen this mechanism before. Once I
But now
manage to
with my
push
king on
both
g5,
pawns,
though.
I'm okay. I'm waiting for you to go c6 first.
a6.
a6, excuse me. So you have to make a useful move. What is your useful move?
And that's
h3 is
king
going to be
f-
met with king g3.
So you're saying king f2 is a useful move to sidestep.
It's a Zugzwang.
It's a Zugzwang?
You're get out of here.
Tom is disputing you. He says, no, it's not. It's not a Zugzwang.
I said
it's
that
a swish and
tongue-in-cheek.
Zug.
Oh, is that really it? No, that cannot be it. So if I have my rook on b1, c5, bishop to b3, and now without the king here, no more rook b. No, that cannot be it, because c6 is also winning.
I am usually okay with one game per tournament making me feel really stupid.
Right.
Like, I'm
But
okay with
this
that. There's like
round is destroying us.
But this round is killing me. I don't
Totally.
understand
The Dingler
anything.
Endgame, which was so strange. The two bishops, and White has the doubled rooks on the b file. Duda looks like he's in charge.
Tough.
Draw.
Draw. The 5 game was complex, but it was complex, and I understand it was complex. Nah, we'll leave it at that.
Right, but even we were having trouble with his complexities too, understanding why.
And I understand. I didn't feel stupid. I just felt the game was hard.
Right.
But then you get these end games where there's like 5 pieces on the board.
Yeah, that should be easy.
That should be easy. And
Right.
we don't understand it at all. This one, I don't get it. I don't get the move king f2. It wouldn't cross my mind.
It would.
To play the move king f2 here.
Right.
Where my king on g2 cannot be checked. It cannot be checked by a bishop. It cannot be checked by the rook.
Right.
And you
would be thinking that the king is on
well
the most
placed.
wonderful
They're full play.
square.
Because it protects against h3.
Yeah, why move the king?
Why move my king?
And let's go with the peshkis. Let's push them.
Right?
Right.
Every legal move that I'm considering involves either pushing a peshki or improving my rook. Right?
Right.
My knight, I think, is fine.
Yeah. Tough. Oh my gosh. What can I say? I mean, chess is hard. And it's been that way throughout. Once again, we do have 3 results.
Okay, guys.
All draws.
I get it.
So far, 1 winning position, we think.
I
Please,
get
Christian,
it.
take over for us.
All right, please.
I get it. I'll explain it to you.
Oh, thank you.
Don't ask too many questions.
No.
Don't ask too many questions, all right?
Right.
A nice overview would be nice.
So rook to b1. Now the king is on g2. We're looking at the position from the beginning after rook to b1, which we said was the right move.
Okay.
Right. Leaving the king on g2, not getting this extra move, king to f2.
Okay.
a5, king g5, a6.
Okay.
Sure.
Rook to a1, c5.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now I go king to g4.
You don't even take the pawn on a6.
I don't take the pawn on a6. And now I have a big threat, either h3 or rook to a2. With a king on f2, there's no threat. Because rook a2 is, I'm just going to escape on e3.
Okay.
And h3 is not checked.
But like this is a completely different story. What do you do now? King f2 seems to be the best move, but then I just have enough time to get my pawn to h3. Knight to f3, bishop to b3, c6.
Yeah, at that point I can also
And
take
now
on
you give
a6,
chance.
actually. It's probably easier.
So this is the nuance, the difference that you have to... I know what I'm going to give my students next time.
Don't
We have a training
Don't
session.
torture them like that.
Gosh.
Jeez.
I can see they're not going to like you.
They never do. They never do.
They never do. One of my great stories, I was just laughing so incredibly hard, was the Dutch junior players, Erwin Lamme, Jan Smeets, Daniel Stelwagen, were getting chess lessons from Luke Van Belly. Nice. Chess lessons from Luke Van Belly. So they had gone to his house. He said, look, guys, I just won this ending in the Bundesliga. You see it's easily winning. It's a bishops of same color ending. Unfortunately, I have to go, and I have this thing to do. I'm going to be back in 2 hours. You guys take a look and figure out this ending, which they did. And they got out their notebooks, engines, and they quickly determined that it was a draw. You know, Luke has won this game, but then they found this unbelievable way of winning. This like stutter step, like 3 stutter steps with the bishop. And they go, oh, Luke is so brilliant that he trapped us with this ending. Oh my gosh. And so then they found a way of overcoming that ending. And then they were sure it was a draw and everybody was happy until once again, the exact same thing happened. And they spent the entire 2 hours, and finally they convinced themselves it was a draw. Luke came back and said, well, what did you guys discover? A draw. He goes, you idiots, you don't know nothing. And he didn't understand the ending. They just pounded him. And he won the ending, and he didn't know it at all. It was brilliant. I loved it.
So, Yasser,
those engines, man. Yes, Cristian.
Nowadays, we kind of trust the engines, right?
Yes.
Whenever we get to an assessment and the engine is saying something is
especially when it's
reality,
high.
we believe it, right?
Yeah.
How often were you guys wrong in your analysis? So let's say openings. You analyze an opening and you analyze it for a week with your team, and then you feel super comfortable with it, you feel happy, and then you play it a couple of times, and then somebody else comes and smacks it.
Yeah.
How many times did that happen?
Well, it's really hard because unfortunately it was like these eras.
Yeah.
You know, the era before Deep Blue, nobody trusted the engines, and in fact, we had a great deal of laughter. Then the engines didn't really understand fortresses, and they would be saying +5 all the time, and it was an easy draw. So those types of things. But then, after Deep Blue, suddenly it was like, it was a new era of computers. It was just totally different, and we were going, I mean, I don't understand chess. I don't understand chess. That was what we were facing. So at first, we were contemptuous, in fact, of engines. And I remember this was really, really sweet. So I played in a tournament in The Hague, and it was man versus machine. And I played 6 computers. You know, there was like the world champion MChess, Hydra, oh gosh, I'm thinking the old engines. Marty Hirsch's Empro, Fritz, et cetera, et cetera. I go 6-0.
Very nice.
Yeah, and there was a Jose, the cartoonist, was drawing where I was like spanking, you know, 6 engines in a row. It was like really, really nice. 6-0, right? I go to New York, and Garry Kasparov loses to Deep Blue. It's like, what? I was just contemptuous of the engines, and now Garry, the world champion, loses to Deep Blue. I was shocked.
Yeah, that was a moment that really changed our world.
Yeah.
I remember when Garry played Deep Blue. It was such a big worldwide event.
2 matches. The first was in Philadelphia that Garry has won. The second was a rematch in New York that Deep Blue won, and then they discombobulated the computer, and no rematches for Garry after that. He was like furious.
And there have been eras after that. I would say that as someone that grew up entirely in the computer era, there has been very marked differences.
Right.
I would say that there are some years and some technologies that have been invented throughout, ever since Deep Blue, that really changed how strong engines were. Because even after Deep Blue, I would say we were still competitive against engines. You still had these matches, Junior against Kasparov, Kramnik played, Fritz, where he famously got mated in one.
Well, yeah, that was great.
But had he not gotten mated, he wouldn't have lost that game.
Right.
So we still had chances.
Right.
And then come around, by the time Stockfish comes around, we're hopeless.
Right.
But there's kind of this in-between. Rybka, which fell out of grace, but Rybka was a very strong engine for a very long time.
I think Rybka was already killing us.
Rybka was already killing us, but it was, I think it was the first engine that you're like, yeah, we really cannot play Rybka.
Right.
Whereas Fritz, I still felt we had a chance.
Right.
Yeah.
As did Vladimir Kramnik.
As did Vladimir Kramnik, right. And ever since, I think Rivka was invented, we just stopped playing against engines.
Yeah. It's, as Magnus famously said, it's depressing.
It's depressing, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
They beat us and we don't even understand why. I actually get a lot of questions like that from chess
fans.
Chess, not really chess fans, but people outside of the chess world, if it's beneficial to play engines, and it really is none at all, zero. There's no reason to play an engine. You will lose, and you will not know why you lost. And
but wait a minute, hold on. I have to challenge you on that one, because my nephew,
yes.
Yuri, is now 18 years old. He's got the Magnus Carlsen app.
Okay.
And he loves playing the Magnus Carlsen as a child.
Right.
And then a little bit older and a little bit older. So the engine is being terribly handicapped.
Right.
And so he puts it on a level he can win, and then he goes to the next level until he loses. And so he likes playing against the engine.
I like that one. I meant as a training tool for GMs.
Of course.
Yeah.
That was just the caveat that I wanted to
Yeah, I think at the lower
also
level,
the engine
very
represents Magnus in that particular case. And Magnus has a general appeal, especially for the young generation, right? He's the world champion. He's probably the most popular chess player on the planet right now.
Right.
So you feel like you're playing Magnus, right? There is a story behind that.
Right.
But if you're playing a faceless stockfish, I don't think you get the same engagement, even at a young age like that. I don't see young players actually playing against engines using chess base or anything of that nature, trying to match their strengths against that. They only play it as a way to have some fun, right? But you need to put a face to that engine.
Okay, well, I've got two great experts sitting right in front of me, so I'm going to take advantage of the moment to ask yourselves the question, how can you use the engine so it's the most useful and efficiently? How can you use an engine to better your play?
It really depends on the level of your level as a chess player. I think that if you're just starting out and you're a beginner, it's what I call a blunder check.
Okay.
Why can't I make this move?
Right.
And then the computer says, well, if you do this, I will win a piece. Like
By
this.
that.
Yeah. And then it becomes more complicated the longer you go, right? At the moment, for a grandmaster, using the engine is something that's very tricky because you're completely relying on it in some of your opening analysis. But at the same time, the engine is very happy to throw you in a position where it gives you an evaluation and good luck. It doesn't tell you what the plan is. It doesn't tell you what the next few moves will necessarily be. It doesn't tell you how a human is going to react.
Right.
And I feel that very often in the chess world, especially at the 2200 to 2600 level, master level to GM, not this strong.
Yeah.
Very often, I feel that players get to a position that they analyzed, and then they kind of wonder what on earth they're doing. And I feel there's an over-reliance for a lot of people on engine analysis.
I see.
And if you asked me, for most of our viewers, what is the best way to improve chess?
Yep.
You grab that engine and you turn it off.
And then what do you do?
Then you try to analyze the position yourself. When you have questions, you ask the engine, why can't I play this? You have a conversation with the engine.
Right.
But before you have this conversation, if you first open the engine and it tells you a move, you're immediately biased into looking at that move. What you should be doing is looking at the position and saying...
Reason yourself critically.
Right. Reason critically yourself. This is what I would play.
Right.
And then the engine might tell you, haha, you're an idiot.
Right.
But then you learn.
Exactly.
If you just go through the first line of the engine, you will never understand why a move was played. And this goes all the way up to the GM level, right? It is highly recommended by many of the top coaches of the world at the moment to look at chess, especially broadcasts. If you're not looking at the commentary, if you're just looking at the games yourself, don't turn on the engine.
Right.
Just leave it alone.
I just toasted Luke Van Velde a moment ago. Let me toast myself. So Eric Hansen, Grandmaster Eric Hansen, he comes over from Canada. He stays with us, and you know, like Eric, he doesn't know anything about anything, no history, nothing like that. I say, look, let me show you this absolutely wonderful game by Anatoly Karpov. And of course, he didn't know who Ullman was, and it's, yeah, I know. And so I show him this game, and Karpov wins a magnificent game. And Eric says, "Yeah, but that was a blunder. You know, Karpov's opponent should have played this move, and then it's an easy draw." So I was like pissed, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, in the annotated games in the book, Karpov doesn't look at the move Eric suggested, right?
Right.
So like now I've got to do some work. And I'm looking at this move by Eric, and I go, no, this can't be true. That this move refutes a brilliancy. It really does, right? I go, okay, I give up. We'll turn on the engine. The engine goes 0-0.
Yeah, I think
and it's just
I think it is incredibly depressing to go through a lot of these games of the past and run them through an engine. For example,
a modern engine.
Modern engine. Capablanca's best endgames are actually all terrible endgames.
Right.
When you think about it, because we learned from him and we know how to
indeed
play
we
them.
did.
But he would, like a lot of the technical games, the evaluation go up and down, up and down, up and down.
He'd slip horribly.
Yeah, he would slip horribly, and the engine would be like, okay, it's a table-based draw. Well, guess it isn't anymore. Oh, table-based draw again.
Wow.
And it just goes like that. Even at the modern level, right? I mean, Gary's games, some of the earlier ones, you run them through an engine, and it's like
don't withstand the critical
they
analysis.
don't really withstand,
the
no.
engines.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I want to really point that out. It
Right.
does not matter.
Exactly.
Those were brilliant games anyway.
True. We do have something very different on the board, Christian. We have King
It's the critical
H5.
moment. We have the critical moment right now.
Okay,
because
tell
we
us what's
basically
happening.
followed what we were discussing. After rook to c1, a5 came on the board, king to g5 or king to h5. It doesn't really make that much of a difference.
Okay.
King to f2 is the critical move. If Hikaru finds king to f2, he's going to take this full point home.
Wow.
If he doesn't, then it's going to slowly become more difficult, as it has been for the past 20, 30 moves. So big moment right now for Hikaru Nakamura. He needs to find the move, king to f2, and if he finds this, then I think he's going to go on and win this game.
Five-time U.S. champion here, facing a very key moment. King f2, I have to say, honestly, I'd be looking at everything else
Exactly.
first. I mean,
There's
I would
temptation
want
to go a6.
I want to go rook f8. I want to win a pawn. I want to go a6. I don't know what other choices I have, but those two come first. a6, rook f8.
I give it a thought for king f3.
Yes,
but
king f3 might,
but
especially to shoulder
the king, right?
The king.
You never know when rook h8 is actually checkmate.
Right.
And although I do see rook f1, I wonder why I put my king on f3. But the move king f2 is just such a hidden resource to me.
Yeah, and you said, king f3.
And king f3, by the way, wins as well.
Oh.
So the same idea.
Hey!
The same idea, yes.
You're
Very
a
good.
genius. You're a genius.
Very good.
Well done. I mean,
I don't know why.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
That's
guys.
right.
That's why
But
they pay you
king
the big
f2
bucks.
and or king f3 actually turns out to be winning. Well
by
done,
the way,
Alejandro.
by the way, after king g5, king f3, king g5, king f2 is the best move.
I give up. I'm done. I'm done. Find another commentator. I
Get him out of here.
I quit.
Right?
Get him out of here.
Right?
What?
Where's
king
Peter?
f3, king g5, and you're telling me the winning move.
Now, I'm not guaranteeing that is the only
And you're not
winning move.
guaranteeing.
I'm not guaranteeing that is the only winning move. But
Gross.
not so winning. c5 doesn't make any sense. King f2, what else, right? What else? What other piece are you going to touch?
I understand, but like I just wouldn't think of this move. I just put my king on f3.
Right?
King f3 and king f2, of course. Yes, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh my god.
That begs the question: why did
he not?
No, he didn't play king.
Go king to h5.
He didn't play
I
king
guess he
g5
was
because knight
afraid
f3
of
ideas.
knight
Yeah,
f3.
but I think that's very human.
Right.
Right.
You don't want to.
You don't want to
checked.
step on the knight's path,
That
right?
makes
Yeah,
sense.
I think that's very understandable.
That makes sense. Yeah,
Right.
knight to f3. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so what he's saying is that king h5, king f3, and maybe king to g5.
And then the knight doesn't go to f3.
F3.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
And then you go king f2, and
But
you're like, okay.
But that move.
Check his pockets.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Check
the
his
guy goes,
pocket.
if the guy goes king f3, king g5, king f2, and beats you, you say, well, maybe he should be the one playing Magnus because
Right, yeah.
what I mean, you found that.
Yeah, exactly. Christian, you were in Bucharest, but you weren't here in studio. When Peter Svidler, ourselves, we were analyzing the Grand Chess Tour of Bucharest, and it was this game of Shack, Nepo and Shack. And this was a game that went back and forth. And essentially, Shack won a really, really, really hard-fought battle. And he had missed that Nepo has a one-move win. He had missed something else.
Caro found it.
King F2.
He played King F2. Wow.
Tip your hat.
Hats off.
Hats off.
Hats off.
Wow.
What a great move.
King F2. And then, after the game, Shaq comes into studio, and he goes, oh, I won brilliantly. Look how I played. Oh, my God, it's so awesome. I went here, here, here. Yeah, but what if he had played here? And he goes, oh. And then it comes again. What if he had done this? Oh, come on. Come on. It was great. King F2. What a find.
What a move.
What a find. That is really
That's Hikaru.
amazing.
Wow.
He found it, and he's going to win this game.
Why is he going to win this game?
What are you going to do next? As black, you're going to go king to g4, you run into rook to f8 or a6. a6 is the big problem that we discussed.
Okay, let's try it. King to g4.
King to g4, a6.
Rook to a1.
Actually, no, not even. Forget about it. Rook to f8.
Okay, stop.
Oh, yeah, because right now, this is actually different than what we were looking at.
Okay.
Why is it? I'm getting confused. I'm getting confused myself. Why is it different?
Okay, I'll go bishop g6.
There was a bishop on g6 in the previous variation that we were discussing. Yes, this was the position, and bishop to g6, now you go a6. This was the line that I was remembering.
Okay.
But if you do go king to g4, yeah, we actually never looked at this. Rook to f8. And that makes sense because you're going to, I would assume, just grab the pawn. Is that it?
Yes. Ah, you don't, because bishop to e4 covers the...
Not convinced by this. No, knight to e2 and...
Knight e2 actually is a fork because rook f4.
This just wins.
Sorry, rook f4, of course.
No, so rook to f8 after king to g4. If you go away too far from the pawn on f6, then you have this rook to f8 idea.
And these bishop takes c4 ideas do not bail black out of his issues?
I think it's too late right now.
Because rook takes?
a6. And I'm going to take on f6.
What a move.
You don't have time to take on d4.
No, right? Rook a4, take on a, and I'll take. You're supposed to take my pawn.
You're one tempo away.
Yes.
You're one tempo away. Rook a, rook takes e4, a7. If I hide the king, but
the king is not covered by any pawns.
Got you.
So you go here, you take. I go here. And now I finally give you the check. That wins the game.
Insanity.
Okay, I'm in pain. Nice.
Just insanity.
Wow. King to f2, under 5 minutes for Timur Radjabov. Right now, 12 minutes. Wow, he's putting the final touches, Hikaru. He's grinding out a win after a very difficult and painful loss yesterday against Fabiano Caruana. I have to commend his mental resilience. And it was never in doubt. We know that Hikaru has extreme mental resilience and capabilities, and this is exactly what he's showing right now.
But to come back after, as you said, a very, very painful loss, in fact, bouncing back is what champions do all the time.
Absolutely. We talked about the fact that you need to score more or less a +3 score in this tournament. So Hikaru needs to put 4 wins together. That's a great way to start it.
Sure is.
Timur, well,
He defended incredibly well for a long time.
So well. I mean,
wow.
Ever since he lost that pawn, I don't know, like 5, 6, 8 hours ago.
Right. It's just out of the opening or whatever it was.
And he's made it so hard on his opponent. We thought he was dead. That he lost the pawn and it's done.
Exactly.
And
he fought himself.
He fought himself all the way here.
To a drawn position.
Almost to a draw.
With this win, should it happen, Hikaru would then jump into a tie for third. He would have a 50% score.
Just behind the leaders, Nepo and Fabi.
Yeah, Fabi.
King g4 is on the board.
Okay.
So all right, I'm going to stop suggesting anything. I'm just going to ask Cristian from now on. Is rook f8 the only winning move? It's a logical move because you pick up the pawn.
Yes.
I get that much, but is it the only winning move?
I don't know.
Let's
see. Let's try other moves.
Thank you, Cristian.
It does seem that's the case.
That's great. I don't know.
It does seem that's the case, at least for a decisive advantage. Look, I've had a lot
I
today,
don't know.
guys. I've gone through a lot of lines. I'm getting confused about
We're
where the
loopy.
rook is on
We're
the board.
Loopy.
Do you guys want to just take it away and do some more opening moves?
By the way,
maybe
rook F8
explain
Rook
to
F8
us
played.
on the
E4,
board. Rook F8 on the
C5.
board.
It may not have
Rook to
been-
F8 came on the board.
It
Hikaru
may
is
not
winning.
be the only winning move,
It
but
is the
it's
most
a
logical
good
move.
move.
Yeah, it is.
He made it. He's
the
winning.
pawn and be happy.
Yeah, he's got it.
Happy. All right,
He's got
so if I go bishop h5, I don't like bishop g6. The move makes no sense to me because it's always getting hit by rook takes f6.
Right. So bishop h5.
And then you take on f6.
Check this out. No, I'm not.
Oh, no. Come on.
Come on.
What? I go rook g8, and now I go rook g1, and you don't have a check on the second rank because the rook is on c1.
And you trap the rook after rook c3 somehow?
No, I just push my pawn probably.
Now you push your pawn.
How?
Or rook to e1.
Or rook what?
I would assume
No.
My guess is that
Push.
a6
I wasn't sure because a6 I have rook d3. And then rook
check.
d2.
Yeah, this is still winning. This is still winning. You cannot go king to e4.
I understand that. But king
So
e5.
my king is going to escape.
then I go
I'm
rook
going to
e1
go
check.
a7.
No, but here I have rook d2.
Yes, that's fine. And then rook here, but then I go knight d4. You cannot.
Knight d. You saw how
Let me
casual.
show
Well, because
you
I want
what
to go
a
to
fork
c6,
means.
right?
A knight
It's-
fork. You put the king and the rook in a position with the knight.
Get out of here.
You're going to shoot me, right? My goodness.
Rook to
that
e8,
looks-
this is the position we have
That
on
looks
board,
studied
guys.
like. So you played the move rook f8. The bishop moves obviously to h5 so that the pawn is not captured
Rook
with
f6
tempo.
is equal.
What?
Rook f6 is equal on the spot. h3. The computer doesn't even consider this any sort of like plus 0, 1, 0, 2, no, nothing, 0, 0, 0, zeros.
I'm in pain.
So after bishop h5, the only way it seems to me
Is rook to g8.
rook g8 followed by rook to g1.
It's really, really hard. In a bullet game, you're taking the pawn. In a blitz game, you're taking the pawn. In a rapid chess game,
Maybe
you're
think
taking the
you
pawn.
think for 10 seconds and then you're like, yeah.
But in a classical game, I can imagine that Hikaru is thinking, all I got to do is trade rooks. And it's crossed his mind numerous times for the last 2-3 hours. How do I trade rooks? Ooh, rook
And
g8, rook
right
g1.
now, maybe this is why
He's played h3.
Timur understands. He goes back through the memory of the last few moves and he understands why rook to c1, when he spent 15 minutes on his decision, was the wrong decision. And this is why chess is cruel. Chess is painful, and then you die.
And then you die. By the way, did he play h3?
h3 is on the board.
But then rook takes f7 is suddenly easy.
h2 on the board.
And rook check.
Rook check is the best move. And this is what we've been discussing.
Yeah.
Whenever Hikaru sees this type of technical wins,
he
just makes them
And
very quickly.
now it's easy because where's the king go, right?
Right.
Yeah.
King f4, walks
Knight
at
e2,
knight
g3.
knight g3.
Yeah. No. Knight e2.
I thought I
Knight
understood
g3.
chess. And I worked a lifetime to understand chess, and I feel like I've wasted.
We've broken Alejandro.
Yes.
Alejandro is done.
But we have the technology. We can bring him back better, stronger, faster. Remember the
as long as I'm gone. I don't care who brings Guzman back.
Did you ever watch The $6 Million Man
Yeah,
with Lee
I did.
Majors?
Yeah.
The cyborg bionic man. Knight g3. Okay, that's finally.
Finally. Easy,
I can
right?
say that's all she wrote, folks.
But
This
is it?
Yes.
You get
I'm
out
done.
of here.
I'm done. King f3, right? King
But
f3
is
just
it?
wins.
King f3, rook c3. All right.
King g2.
I take on b3.
But now I've got 2 pawns, Christian. Come
I
on.
understand. I get it.
What do you get?
A6? Okay,
Rook
hold on.
A3.
You're telling me.
No, I'm not saying anything. No. It's still winning.
You're challenging.
It's still winning.
Man versus machine. Look what he's
how-
saying to us. He's
how
saying
easy
after
it
king
is.
f3, which is on the board, rook check, king g2, rook takes. Now, aren't we just running for a touchdown over here?
Sure.
A6.
That's
I
fine.
assume you've got to get behind
Maybe
it.
not.
At
King
some point,
d4. No, I want to go
maybe
king d4
throw a
first.
check in. Yeah, rook b2.
Anytime you want, you can put my king on
Yeah.
h1. I really
No.
am-
I want to go king d4. King d4.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let you go to a7. That's fine.
Okay, wonderful. I'm happy.
Rook
You go
A3.
here. Now, I'm a pawn grubber. I work very hard
Rook takes G3. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yasser.
Rook takes G3. I thought I had H1 totally covered.
Rook G3.
Oh,
so you
my
actually
gosh.
lose C4, and then you lose A7.
I'm not saying you lose A7. I'm pretty sure you're still winning.
I
but
think
how do you
I
win?
can go knight E4 check, right? So here, let's.
So you
let's do
defend
this.
like that. Okay.
King
okay,
C5.
King C5.
Now you can't take because I've got a fork.
That probably is.
And then I get to go knight takes F6, and I finally think, wow.
What a marathon.
You know, sometimes, you know, and that's where these types of tournaments, it's an anvil. And you're just being challenged each and every day. And by the time the anvil is over, you're like the sharpest sword on the block, and you have really, really been challenged. This was a very, very hard game to win, and boy, I gotta say that Timur put up extraordinary fight. Rook takes G3. Ouch.
Rook G4 is not clean at all.
By the way, we do have
All
more
of
or
this
less
happened
on the board.
And Rook G4, even though it wins, is far from clean.
Far from clean, you say?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because
far
of King
from
D3.
Rook G4, King D3.
Good luck.
My goodness.
Where's the win, guys? Where's the win?
Are you kidding me? You mean after working so hard to get to this position, it's still difficult?
Cannot be, right?
I mean, this is...
And that's the way the human mind operates, right? You finally get to this point and
you
you're
almost
like, I'm
feel
going to relax right
a sense of relief, yeah.
I don't think I could relax.
I've won this game. Finally, I've won this game.
Oh, I get my knight to C8. That's simple.
Wow, that was...
Oh,
Excuse me?
thank
How do you
you.
do it?
That's really simple. Okay.
How do you do it?
Takes and knight to E4
So
to
you take here,
D6 to C8.
And if I go through D5?
Oh, sorry, I did it the wrong way, of course.
Okay, yeah, no, knight to E4.
Knight
keep going,
F5.
keep going. Yeah, you're
Knight
on the right
F5
track.
to D6 to C8.
So I go
then
king
my
D5.
rook is free. What? Sorry,
I go
Christian?
king D5.
What did he say? Sorry.
I don't know, King B5, I think.
King D5.
King David 5, knight E7 check.
Ah, so you go knight F5, not knight D4.
Yes.
I was
Yes,
looking
yes.
at knight D4.
Yes.
Yeah, Knight F5, yeah.
And I put my, this is my dream setup, right? So now I've got my knight on C8, it's untouchable.
But one second, if you go knight F5, I go king C5. Wait a minute.
Knight
What are you doing?
F5? Sorry,
I go king C5 now.
King C5.
Sure.
Makes sense.
It's
Now I don't have a threat.
It's technically a win.
I actually don't have a threat because king
Okay.
B6 is going to be met by
Knight D6, yeah.
To quote Tom, Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. Yeah, not exactly, but yeah.
King over. Now you can't go towards the pawn because then I do get my knight
This
to C8.
this one has to be winning. Yeah.
Wow.
Has to be winning in a lot of ways. Just make sure you don't blunder something. Just make
Wow.
sure you don't
Yeah,
blunder
you need to calculate this one out a little
And
bit.
do I need the H2 pawn though, Alejandro? Can I just jump right away towards that desired C8 square? I mean, the pawn on H2 lifts.
Well, but rook A2, right?
Of course.
Rook A2, king H1, and then I go king C6. How do you make progress?
I attack the
What?
rook.
I go to B8. No, I go rook G3, rook B3, rook B8. Yeah. Not on G. I mean, on G2 is fine as well.
Yeah, you take the rooks and
No.
do I win?
But king
Yeah,
B7, I don't think you win that.
No, but what do you mean?
You
Oh, if
don't
I
win
take
that.
and go king B7?
King B7, king A8.
It's actually a known draw.
Right.
It's a known draw. Right?
Oh
If the knight ever
my
defends a pawn on
God.
A7.
And that's because I sacrifice all my pawns.
Right, of course.
and you'll be able to sacrifice all of them.
That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
yeah,
So
yeah.
king C6, and we
No, but
still
now
can't.
rook
No,
G3,
we
rook
can
G3.
claim the game easily, I think.
No,
We're
no,
gonna-
rook G3. Just go rook G3, rook B3, rook B8. This is the plan.
Yes,
It's a very easy
I
plan.
agree. Thank you so
All right.
much, Christian.
All right.
Knight F5 on the board.
Hikaru's doing it easier. Knight F5 on the board, and first rook B7.
Yeah, makes
That's
sense.
a nice improvement.
That's
right?
a nice improvement, so that I can just get my knight to C8 easily.
Knight E7, knight C8, rook
Knight
B8.
C8 is a threat. Knight E7 is a threat. Okay, now
Game over. He done it.
Game over. I'm going to go to bed tonight hearing this word echo in my mind, you know, game over. No, it's not over till
no,
that
this is
lady
over.
sings.
This is over.
Oh, my
97, knight c8, rook b8.
Exactly.
The next three moves, unless you give me check.
So the pre-moves are knight e7, knight c8, rook to b8, and a8 equals queen.
And there's no way to stop it.
And you can't stop it. Wow. Guys, it was tiring, it was exhausting, it was hard fought, but it was dramatic as well. I mean, all the way to this very ending.
And deserved.
Right.
Deserved, thoroughly deserved for Hikaru. He came up with quite remarkable preparation, I have to say. Timur fought off very well. He found this d5 pawn sacrifice, which gave him a lot of chances, not only for survival, but potentially even for finding some sort of dynamic play that would give him more. And after that, Hikaru transitioned into this endgame and masterfully managed to outplay his opponent.
Exactly.
Kudos.
For
Kudos
those
to him.
of you who are actually joining us late in this game, what is Cristian speaking about? Where did the preparation come in? Right here. This position has actually been seen before. We mentioned a game of Kramnik and Fabi. Fabi played knight f3. Cristian also cited a4 as being played previously. Hikaru, queen h5, queen c6, rook e1, rook e8, knight f3, offering up the e4 pawn, which you don't capture, d5, throwing the ball back into Hikaru's court, and after a very, very long play, Hikaru nursed a superior ending for 5 hours. Wow.
Actually, it was a little bit more than 5 hours.
I'm sure thousands of Hikaru's Twitch stream are cheering him on.
Tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. Wow.
Actually, I think it's a million followers on YouTube.
Millions at this point.
1 million followers on YouTube. Our congratulations to Hikaru for being such a successful chess streamer. And again, knight e7 to c8 is the winning plan. The time is not a factor anymore.
No, but it's 2 minutes for Radjabov. That's all he has.
Wow. You know, what can I say? For Timur, this type of a game is one that could really sink his ship.
Yeah, this is
well,
tough.
right?
This is really tough for Radjabov because he starts bad, and he cannot be the player that comes with the most amount of confidence into this tournament.
Right.
He already comes from a bad tournament
in Norway.
And he has to recover somehow. I mean, he's playing even stronger opposition now that he is playing in Norway. Yeah. Better prepared, hungrier. And you can see it here,
right,
where they're going to ground you down in every single game.
Right.
Starting with a draw against Alireza with white and then losing to Hikaru, I mean, that's tough.
Yeah, and that draw with Alireza as well was a great game. This whole exchange sacrifice was just genius, I want to say. And then the fact that Timur flipped the script and was actually a pawn up in a rook ending, nice. So this is, and I think we just saw the king coming from c5 to d5,
which indicates that Timur has resigned. Timur Radjabov has resigned finally in a marathon game against Hikaru Nakamura. Wow. Well, we've been here for quite a while. 6 hours and 32 minutes was today's round. Fabiano Caruana and Nepomniachtchi, no real change in most of the standings as they drew their game. They are currently the leaders with 4.5 points. The big difference is that Hikaru overlaps Timur Radjabov, leaps over him.
And Ding Liren.
And Ding Liren still in the bottom with Timur. 50% for most of the players, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Richard Rapport, and Alireza, all of them also with 1 point out of 2.
Wow. Another very, very dramatic round, I want to say, Cristian. Get some final thoughts in here as we prepare to say goodnight.
Well, all I can say is now I understand and I'm appreciative that these players have a rest day after only 3 rounds, because I have to say in the first 2 rounds these players came here to fight, and fight they did, because all the games up to this point were remarkable. Even The quickest draws, that is the one between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Ding Liren, it had a lot of content. Every single game had a lot of content. These players are definitely bringing the heat and will be here to call all the action tomorrow as well.
Oh, of course. Don't miss it.
Check the predictions out, guys.
Look at climbing back a little.
Naka's back, baby.
Yeah.
Good job, Yasser.
I'm thinking, wait a minute, Ding Liren has been around. Don't count this man out.
It's 2 rounds out of 14. It's still a very long tournament, and that's why you can't miss round 3. We'll be here bright and early as usual to bring you all of the action from the very beginning, clearly, to the very end.
Yes.
Don't miss any of it. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place.
Thank you, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.